The rich young male protagonist, a tycoon transmigrated into a game world. Topped up VIP status to own a mermaid. But the protagonist was still not satisfied and subdued the senses. Even the beauties of the dragon tribe were conquered by him. And many other women. All swooned over the protagonist's immense wealth. It turns out the protagonist Jiang Chen was a wealthy young master. Both of his parents had passed away. Because he suffered from cancer, the only joy, in the final days of his life, was topping up money to play games. Every time he recharged VIP to dominate the game world, it made him feel deeply satisfied. And thanks to his sister's care, he didn't need to worry about daily life matters. But unexpectedly, he suddenly fainted. No matter how his sister called, he wouldn't wake up. By the time he opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange place, and discovered something was pressing down on him. Only to see a girl shouting loudly, "I finally met you, great hero. Allah continent is saved." But Jiang Chen's face darkened. Because he recognized this girl and the environment, the familiars, the mountains, the architecture, the air around him. Everything was exactly like the mystic realm of divine domain. And standing before him was a tiny little devil, an incredibly annoying one. With just one look, Jiang Chen recognized her immediately. Isn't this that scamming merchant? Who specializes in sucking players' resources dry in the game? Before he could understand what was happening, the little devil seemed to read his thoughts. She calmly stated that this was not an illusion. Before Jiang Chen could react, smack, a kick straight to the face made his vision spin with pain. The sensation of pain was so real that it couldn't possibly be fake. At that moment, he realized the unbelievable truth. I have transmigrated. Before he could digest all the information, the door was suddenly kicked open. A burly man barged in aggressively. While shouting Jiang Chen's name, he brazenly declared that he must take his sister away today, regardless of who agreed or not. Right then, a familiar voice called out, "Lulu." Jiang Chen could hardly believe his eyes. His sister also appeared in this world. Not just Lulu, but even Shen Wanhao, the wealthy playboy who used to stalk her on Blue Star, was also present here. Everything was becoming more and more chaotic. Fortunately, the little devil who called herself Fufu finally decided to explain. It turns out Jiang Chen really died in his previous life. However, as the only person to complete the hidden achievement, the highest tier of the mystic realm of divine domain, he was chosen by the system to be reincarnated into the game world itself. Not only that, the game also has a value refund mechanism, converting top-up money into power. In reality, the more one topped up, the greater the rewards received. The problem was that Jiang Chen had topped up too much. So much that the feedback energy far exceeded the limits of a human body, causing him to be in his current weak state. After hearing this, Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Others die of poverty. But I almost died because I topped up too much money in the game. While his head was spinning from the new information, Shen Wanhao began to show his true colors. His purpose for coming here was simple. Either Lulu follows him obediently, or the entire Jiang family will be leveled to the ground. Such blatant threats would make anyone's blood boil. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't answer, Shen Wanhao immediately threw a punch at him. But what shocked everyone was, Jiang Chen stood perfectly still, completely unharmed. Shen Wanhao's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe it. That his attack was completely ineffective. Jiang Chen only chuckled softly. According to the power system of this world, Shen Wanhao was just a rank 2 boxer. Meanwhile, I possess the golden scale, armor and top-tier rewards from the system. The gap between the two sides is not even on the same level. Realizing he couldn't win, Shen Wanhao immediately called his subordinates to charge in. But that was the stupidest decision. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to summon a Tier 5 divine weapon, the Annihilation Fangs. The moment the divine weapon appeared, the tide of the battle completely turned. The lackeys who had just rushed forward aggressively were instantly swept away like dry leaves in a storm. In less than a minute and a half, all of Shen's men were lying scattered all over the ground. The scene became quiet again incredibly fast. Just then, a middle-aged woman with curly hair rushed inside. It was Aunt Meng who had cared for the two siblings since Jiang Chen was a child. Seeing that both were safe and sound, she almost burst into tears. The bandages on her body proved that she had also suffered quite a lot. During this time, the long-suppressed anxiety finally overflowed into tears. But the joy didn't last long. Lulu quickly reminded them of a serious issue. The Shen family will certainly not let this go. After losing so many people, they will definitely come back for revenge. Aunt Meng also agreed with that thought, then looked at Jiang Chen with hopeful eyes. How strong is your power exactly right now? Hearing that question, Jiang Chen only gave a mysterious smile. In this world, every profession has a ranking system from novice, apprentice, professional, elite, and then continuing to higher tiers. Even Shen Wanhao has reached the professional rank. As for Jiang Chen, he calmly replied, well, currently, I haven't even reached the apprentice rank. The room immediately fell into silence. Aunt Meng's jaw dropped. Lulu stood frozen in place. Because just now, someone who hadn't even reached apprentice rank had easily crushed all of the Shen family's men. Jiang Chen just smirked. This is only the beginning. No matter what, I am the only player who has ever cleared the hardest hidden achievement of the mystic realm of divine domain, and the journey of a top-up tycoon who just transmigrated into the game world has only truly begun. Hearing Jiang Chen admit he was only at the novice rank, Aunt Meng's face immediately changed. In her mind, the Jiang family was now on the brink of collapse. Facing a power like the Shen family, a person who is only at the novice rank is no different from an ant in a storm. She hurriedly urged Lulu to pack her bags, and even prepared herself to stay behind and guard the rear, to buy a chance for the two siblings to escape. Seeing that tense expression, Jiang Chen could only laugh. Although my current rank isn't high, normal Tier 2 or Tier 3 fighters are truly not qualified to make me worry. To prove his words, he directly took from the system space 2 skilled books and gave them to Aunt Meng and Lulu. Aunt Meng took them and curiously flipped through, but when she saw the words, Divine Domain Exorcism, Magic on the cover, her face immediately distorted. This woman originally had no interest in books at all. Just seeing words gave her a headache. Now having to learn magic was truly a nightmare. Meanwhile, Lulu's book had quite a special name. Divine Domain Charm Technique. Even Jiang Chen felt a bit helpless. As an older brother, I never thought of letting my sister learn this kind of skill that focuses on seduction and charm. But the current situation is different. The Jiang family is facing countless dangers, and Lulu also doesn't want to always stand behind being protected. The little girl gripped the book tightly in her hands. her eyes full of determination. For the first time, she wanted to become the strength of the family herself, instead of just being the one protected. Seeing that, Jiang Chen said nothing more. Everyone has their own path. The most important thing isn't how many skills you learn, but finding what suits yourself. It must be said, the rewards granted by the system are truly too overpowered. Aunt Meng had only practiced for a few cycles, following the instructions of the divine domain, exorcism magic, but the effectiveness already far exceeded a whole day of training. Normally, unfortunately, the system still kept its stingy nature. That entire massive skill set only unlocked the first chapter. To learn more, Jiang Chen was forced to continue leveling up. The next morning, he brought a fishing rod, bait, and a few simple tools. Then alone, he headed to Chuyun Lake. The lake surface was as flat as a mirror. The sunlight shining down created shimmering waves, which were very beautiful. Looking from afar, no one would think this young man was preparing to carry out a mission. That seemed dangerous in the eyes of others. He just looked like a leisurely person coming to fish for fun. But in reality, it was quite the opposite. Jiang Chen's goal this time was the liver of the Golden Scale King, a mandatory ingredient to complete his rank-up quest. What's worth mentioning is, this was originally a quest meant for people much stronger than him. An apprentice taking on a purple rank quest is no different from an elementary student being thrown straight into a battlefield of top-tier experts. But what could he do? Who told him to possess 10 different professions? The conditions for ranking up are therefore much more insane than normal people, many times over. Fortunately, the experience from his past life remained intact. After many years of grinding through the mystic realm of divine domain, Jiang Chen was very familiar with these types of quests. He quickly set up traps and then patiently cast his line. Not long after, the water surface began to shake violently. The prey had taken the bait. Jiang Chen immediately adjusted the pulling force. The fishing line was as tight as a guitar string. The tug-of-war under the water was no different than a tense battle of wits between a hunter and a monster. Just when he felt the time was right, he jerked the fishing rod hard. But what appeared made him completely stunned. The Golden Scale King was nowhere to be seen. Instead, was a beautiful mermaid walking out from the lake. She introduced herself as Sina. According to Sina's story, she had been sealed at the bottom of Chuyun Lake from a very long time ago, thanks to the fish bait Jiang Chen dropped down. During this period, she gradually regained her strength and was finally able to break the chains of imprisonment. Hearing this, even Jiang Chen was astonished. In his memories from his previous life, there was absolutely no quest or event related to a mermaid at all. That only proved one thing. The mystic realm of divine domain in this world still hides countless secrets that even the most veteran players have never known about. After being rescued, Sina repeatedly called Jiang Chen her benefactor. Taking that opportunity, he tried asking if she could help him hunt the Golden Scale King or not. The result was rather ridiculous. The girl refused flatly. Not only did she not help, she also promised to repay the favor in the future. To put it bluntly, she ate all the bait and then wiped her hands and left. If his current body wasn't having issues due to the massive amount of feedback benefits from the system, perhaps Jiang Chen would have held her back to question her clearly. Of course, that was just a passing thought. Before leaving, Sina suddenly stepped forward and gently kissed him on the cheek. According to her explanation, This is a special marking ritual of the mermaid tribe. As long as this mark remains, they will always be able to find their savior in the future. Jiang Chen stood there dazed. It took a few seconds for him to process it. I haven't been transmigrated for long, but I've already been kissed proactively by someone else. Truly, anything can happen. Then Senna transformed her fishtail into slender legs, and took the opportunity to borrow a set of clothes from his storage bag. Fortunately, Jiang Chen still had spare items. Otherwise, today would truly be a total loss. Not long after, the mermaid quickly departed. Watching her figure disappear into the distance, Jiang Chen knew that, today, it would be difficult to continue hunting the Golden Scale King as planned. Originally, he decided to wander around the forest nearby to find other opportunities. Unexpectedly, before he had gone far, he caught sight of an interesting scene. A girl named Qing Yu and her uncle were being blocked by a rank 3 wolf demon. To ordinary people, this was practically an unbeatable monster. What surprised Jiang Chen was that the uncle chose to stay behind, risking his life to block the path, determined to sacrifice himself to buy a chance for Qing Yu to survive. It is rare to find someone so loyal and righteous. Looking down from the cliff, Jiang Chen cast a glance at the wolf and had a different idea. This wolf demon looked quite imposing. It would certainly make a fitting mount. Without hesitation, he jumped down from the cliff. The uncle and niece below initially thought a master had appeared to save them, so they were overjoyed. But when they saw him simply jump down on foot, without using skills or magical support, both of their faces changed instantly. In their eyes, that act was no different from suicide. The uncle immediately pulled Qing Yu to turn and flee, even thinking about setting up a memorial tablet later to thank this unknown benefactor. But before they could run far, they both turned back in unison. Jiang Chen landed as gently as a leaf, unharmed, without a scratch. As for the rank 3 wolf demon, it was already lying flat on the ground, its whole body trembling uncontrollably, as if it had just seen something extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen calmly approached. In his past life's memories, he knew this area was home to a fearsome creature known as the King of Myriad Beasts. It was a pity that he couldn't recall the exact location. Therefore, the wolf in front of him was the perfect living map. Seeing Jiang Chen approach, the wolf demon immediately played dead. Unfortunately, this trick couldn't fool him. As soon as he raised his fist, the wolf jumped up faster than lightning. It obediently bowed its head, taking the initiative to invite the great expert before it to mount its back. After saying goodbye to the uncle and niece, who were still stunned, Jiang Chen rode the wolf demon deep into the forest. After a long journey, the target finally appeared. The King of Myriad Beasts. Bia, a legendary rank 5 divine beast, born with the power to rule over all beasts. It only needed one look to force countless spirit beasts to bow in submission. Seeing only a small intern in front of it, BIA didn't even bother to be on guard. In its mind, this human was likely here to beg for an opportunity or some treasure. However, the first sentence Jiang Chen uttered left the Lord of all beasts frozen in place. He wanted Bia to help him catch fish. As Jiang Chen's words were spoken, Garuda Bia fell into silence. Upon hearing me casually ask for help catching fish, the King of Myriad Beasts Bia widened its eyes. The divine beast, which was revered as the overlord of all species, thought it had misheard an exalted divine beast. Yet the human in front of it dared to command it to do something no different from a chore. Anger flared in Bia's glowing red eyes. But contrary to its ferocious appearance, I just shrugged nonchalantly and asked back, "Who said you had to work for free? If you have conditions, just bring them up." Then, as if remembering something, I carelessly asked another question that left the pack of beasts stunned. "Have you had gum inflammation lately? Your breath smells a bit indescribable." The air froze in an instant. Bia was so angry its whole body shook violently. It roared like thunder, swearing that today it would drag my bones to hell. As the roar faded, its massive body charged forward like a cyclone. Yet, I wasn't panicked at all. Just as it opened its mouth to bite, I landed a perfect kick, aimed directly at the rotten tooth that had been tormenting it for so long. A whoosh sound echoed. The decayed tooth flew straight out. I brushed my hands and smiled faintly. "Helped you pull it out while I was at it? Surely it feels more comfortable now, right?" Bia held its breath. The dull pain that had lingered for a long time had truly disappeared. It was both surprised and resentful. In the eyes of this divine beast, no human is kind without a motive. It immediately suspected I was hiding my true strength, even thinking I was plotting to assassinate it. After probing, Bia roared again, on guard, demanding I state my true intentions. I could only sigh helplessly. "I told you from the start. I only want you to help catch the Golden Scale King. Now I even fixed your rotten tooth for you. Doesn't a fair trade sound reasonable?" After a long, seemingly endless argument, Bia finally reluctantly accepted. It led me along a secret path toward Chuanyun Lake. But the further we went, the stranger it felt. In my past life, I clearly never knew of this path. An ominous feeling had just flashed when countless vines from all directions suddenly shot out, tightly binding my entire body. Bia laughed triumphantly. It immediately admitted that this was a trap it had prepared beforehand. But these vines were actually remnants of an ancient array. Even the lingering power is enough to imprison countless experts. If I don't reveal my true purpose, the only outcome is to become food for the insects in this area. After hearing that, I could only shake my head in frustration. This wolf is truly stubborn beyond repair. Luckily, in my previous life, I once leveled up a side character specialized in formations. My skills were not low at all. Breaking this kind of remnant formation is still within my ability. I immediately summoned food, my system sprite, to proceed with the job change. Even though I know my current body has major limitations, every time I switch my job class, my physical capabilities decrease significantly. I still decided to take the risk. The moment I became a formation master, countless memories and knowledge flooded into my brain like a waterfall. A formation can lean towards offense or defense. It can weaken the opponent, increase the strength of teammates, create illusions to deceive, or even interfere with the rules governing the battlefield. But no matter how complex the formation is, they all share one fatal weak point: the formation core. Just by destroying the core, the entire structure will collapse. The beast standing outside watched me in amazement. It had no idea what this human was preparing to do next. Based on the memories just awakened, I quickly observed the entire formation. Within seconds, the location of the core appeared before my eyes. Without a hint of hesitation, I launched the decisive strike. Boom! the ancient remnant formation shattered instantly. But at that very moment, a small figure suddenly appeared, amidst the dissipating light. It was a young wolf girl. She was panting heavily, as if she had just escaped a nightmare that lasted hundreds of years. She kept bowing to thank me, tears in her eyes. If she hadn't been set free, perhaps she would have been sealed for countless more years. Even I was stunned. Who would have thought that breaking a formation would incidentally save someone? As for the beast, its eyes went wide, its mouth hanging open, unable to utter a word. That expression was just like seeing a mortal enemy that had not stood under the same sky come back to life right before its eyes. But the next second, it suddenly lunged toward the girl, roaring with great excitement as it ran. It was a pity that the touching reunion hadn't even begun, when a heavy slap left a clear print on the face of the 10,000 Beast King. The beast was left bewildered, and I stood there frozen in place. Because the young wolf girl, who appeared so weak, was actually Garuda, one of the 4 great divine beasts, a legend of the fantasy god realm. The legendary divine beast, who had lived for countless years, silently watched the retreating figure. In the middle of the forest, a rare look of seriousness appeared in her eyes, because she realized a truly terrifying truth. From start to finish, Jiang Chen was truly just a first-grade human. He did not use any tricks to conceal his true strength. But that very fact was what made people most terrified. Someone only at the lowest level could break an ancient formation that had existed for hundreds of years, which had caused the beasts to suffer many times, and even rescue a divine beast like her. Such talent and knowledge were far beyond common sense. In Garuda's eyes, he was no longer just a genius, but a true monster. She believed that as long as Jiang Chen was given enough time, sooner or later, he would stand at a height that even divine beasts would have to look up to. Because of this, Garuda decided to bet on his future. An investment made now might yield tremendous help in the future. Meanwhile, our protagonist had absolutely no idea that a legendary divine beast had just thought so highly of him. After leaving the forest, he quickly entered a bustling town. People were passing by in crowds. The sound of vendors shouting echoed everywhere. It looked exactly like a large market in a game. The first thing Jiang Chen did was visit a crystal shop to buy materials for his future development. But as soon as he asked for the price, he wanted to turn around and run. For just a few ordinary crystals, the price was already 7,200 units. That outrageous price made someone who used to spend money like water in the game have to take a deep breath. Seeing him standing blankly, without saying a word, the shopkeeper immediately changed his expression. The warm smile vanished without a trace, replaced by a look of contempt. "If you can't afford it, don't stand here wasting my time," the man said. Then, rudely shoved Jiang Chen out of the shop. He was a big shot who used to spend billions in the game. Yet just after he was treated like a pauper. Just thinking about it was heartbreaking. After walking a distance, Jiang Chen remembered that, in his pocket, he still had 3 crystals, 3 spirit crystals, and 1 holy crystal, which was extremely precious. However, thinking about the system's next task, the corner of his mouth twitched. After having to swallow raw golden scale king liver, the system now wanted him to eat raw monkey meat. Truly, the leveling journey of others is about cultivation, while his is no different from a survival reality show. While wandering through the street, the eyes of Jiang Chen were suddenly caught by a strange stall. On the sign hanging in front of the stall, there was a very striking line written: "Divining the past, predicting the future. Only 3 readings per day, for those destined." The stall owner was a girl named Rita. Upon seeing her, Jiang Chen immediately took note. Not because of the sign, but because this girl clearly carried the aura of a true professional. Rita kept saying she only divined for those destined. But if a customer showed enough sincerity, she could reluctantly consider them destined as well. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes immediately lit up. He also happened to possess a job class related to astrology and divination. So, a completely improper idea popped into my head. Right in the middle of the crowded street, I found a simple table and set it up directly opposite Rita's stall. Then I sat down, resting my chin on my hand, watching the crowd pass by. I began shouting out for customers at the top of my lungs. My voice echoed throughout the street, making many people turn their heads in curiosity. This, of course, couldn't escape Rita's notice. She immediately abandoned her stall and marched over aggressively. Seeing someone so brazenly set up a fortune-telling stall right in front of her, Rita was so furious, she looked like she was about to explode. In her eyes, this was nothing short of blatant customer theft. However, I acted completely innocent. I nonchalantly explained that I was just serving everyone with a bit more enthusiasm. One person only reads for those they share destiny with, while the other accepts whoever comes. This was clearly just healthy competition. The war of words quickly turned into a challenge. Rita proposed a divination duel. The winner would get to continue practicing on this street, while the loser would have to voluntarily withdraw. I, Jiang Chen, didn't care about the so-called honor of a fortune teller, but as soon as I heard I could make money, I immediately agreed without a second thought. And so, the most bizarre divination duel in history officially began. The referee was none other than the little devil hovering in midair, with a look of pure excitement. The first question sounded simple. What color will the clothes of the next person crossing the intersection be? Rita immediately gave the answer, purple. I, however, claimed it would be yellow. A few seconds later, a girl appeared wearing a purple outfit, embroidered with bright yellow floral patterns. The result made all the spectators feel restless. Both were correct. Moving on to the second question. Fufu asked about the hair color of the next person to pass by. Rita confidently stated it would be someone with short hair. I said the person would be bald. The result was even more humorous. The man who just walked up was actually wearing a wig. And as soon as the mischievous Fufu snatched the wig off, both answers were once again correct. The two sides were at a stalemate, making the surrounding crowd watch with great interest. Finally, Rita decided to throw out a question to determine the winner. Predict the weather from now until evening. This time, she was extremely confident. The sky was currently clear, with not a single cloud. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem like it was going to rain. Therefore, Rita was certain it would be a beautiful day. But I, Jiang Chen, gave the exact opposite answer. I asserted that a heavy rainstorm was coming, even calling it an extreme downpour. Upon hearing this, Rita could hardly believe it. The sky was so bright it was blinding. How could rain possibly appear? But just a few minutes later, the first clap of thunder rang out. Dark clouds rolled in at an incredible speed. The raindrops were sparse at first, but very quickly turned into a torrential downpour. In just a few moments, the bustling street became deserted. Everyone scrambled to find shelter from the rain, while Rita stood frozen on the spot. The result was all too clear. She lost, seeing the despairing look on my opponent's face. I just smiled quietly. After all, I was using the hidden class, astrologer, a profession many times more advanced than an ordinary fortune teller. Through the movement of the stars, I could not only predict the future, but even influence the weather, to a certain extent. No wonder that little devil Fufu deliberately asked this question. She knew who the winner was from the very beginning. Accepting her defeat decisively, Rita announced she would leave this street. However, before leaving, she handed her crystal ball to me. I thought she was being generous enough to give it for free. As it turned out, a second later, Rita calmly quoted a price of 5,000 somi. I, Jiang Chen, almost choked on my own spit. Finally, after some life-and-death haggling, the item was sold for 2,000 somi. What surprised me most happened right after that. Rita happily took the money, then suddenly stepped forward and gave me a light kiss on the nose. Seeing that I hadn't reacted yet, she went even further, with a bold kiss that left me, Jiang Chen, stunned on the spot. But before my dazed expression, Rita just laughed playfully and called me Master. She even publicly declared herself my disciple, leaving me completely off guard. Obviously, from beginning to end, I never agreed to take a disciple. Yet she decided everything on her own. After teasing me enough, Rita turned to leave. But before disappearing into the crowd, she suddenly looked back. Her face still held that same radiant smile. But in her eyes, there was a glimmer of unfathomable emotion, as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately couldn't find the words. She left me behind, completely bewildered. Because from start to finish, I had never agreed to accept a disciple at all. After parting ways with Rita, I still felt that there was something very suspicious about that girl. That final look before she left seemed like she was secretly plotting something in the background. However, at this moment, I didn't have much mental energy to worry about it. The most important thing was still to earn enough money to buy spirit stones to complete the mission. Not long after the sky cleared up again, I was sitting and telling fortunes as usual, when a group of people aggressively approached. As soon as the leader appeared, he pointed straight at my face and loudly ordered his men to surround me. Before I could understand what was happening, the other party began to recount the whole story. It turned out that not long ago, Rita had appeared here. With just a few displays of her power, she caught the attention of a powerful lord. That person did not hesitate to put down a huge deposit, hoping she would solve an important problem. However, after taking the money, Rita declared that the matter was beyond her capability, and that it could only be handled once her master arrived. As a result, after receiving the money, she disappeared without a trace. At this point, I began to feel that something was wrong. My uneasy intuition quickly became a reality. When the leader asserted that the person Rita called Master was me. Recalling Rita's strange words and suspicious actions from before, I could only hold my forehead in helplessness. It turned out that from start to finish, I had been beautifully set up by that girl. The opponent immediately issued an ultimatum. Either return the entire deposit, or personally go and solve the problem in Rita's stead. Hearing about the money, I didn't even need to think. I didn't even have enough money in my pocket to buy spirit stones. So, where would I get the money for compensation? Just then, the little devil Fufu nodded, confirming that I had no other choice. But what made me want to cough up blood was that, right after she finished speaking, Fufu immediately turned and bolted. Watching that small figure disappear like a flash of lightning, I could only run after her. The group behind me wouldn't let me go either, immediately rushing to capture me. Although I was currently in the astrologer state, and my combat ability wasn't very strong, evading these henchmen was still no problem. I continuously dodged through the streets, leaving the opponents far behind. However, just when I thought I had escaped, side effects began to appear in my body, due to the continuous class changes earlier. My face turned visibly pale, and my speed decreased significantly. In the most dangerous moment, an unexpected accident occurred. I slammed into someone from the front. My face hit a roadside stall directly, hurting so much that my vision blurred. By reflex, I grabbed the other person's arm, and as a result, we both fell to the ground, in an extremely awkward position. Fufu flew over from a distance, laughing uncontrollably at the sight. While I hadn't had time to stand up yet, the leader had already caught up. He thought that this time I had no way left to run. However, the person I accidentally bumped into suddenly spoke up. The girl looked at me with eyes full of astonishment, then joyfully recognized the identity of the benefactor, who had once saved her life. That person was none other than Qi. The scene immediately shifted to the headquarters of the largest chamber of commerce, in Chuyan Town. In a luxurious room, a middle-aged man stood up and bowed respectfully to me. He was Lin Wei, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. After learning that I was the one who saved his niece at the North Boundary Mountain, the attitude of the entire Chamber of Commerce changed instantly. King Wu stood nearby, blushing and bowing her head, repeatedly thanking her savior. As for me, at this moment, I finally remembered the two people in front of me were the uncle and niece I had conveniently saved in the forest. All misunderstandings should have been resolved, but the captain who led the men to capture me still refused to give up. He insisted that no matter what, he had to bring me to see his lord to complete the mission. The atmosphere in the room immediately became tense. Lin Wei remained calm, nonchalantly sipping tea before speaking up to protect me. He declared that I was an honored guest of the Chamber of Commerce. If anyone wanted to touch me, it would be equivalent to directly confronting the entire Chamber of Commerce. Right after that, 3 muscular powerhouses walked in and blocked the door, making the opponent feel intimidated. Realizing that continued confrontation would only make things worse, Lin Wei proposed a compromise. If I, Jiang Chen, truly had divination abilities as rumored, then I should go and check the condition of that lord. But in return, the entire fee must be paid in full, not a single cent less. Hearing about the payment, I, Jiang Chen, immediately felt that everything became much easier to discuss. That night, the whole group headed towards a luxurious castle, located in the middle of the town. Inside the vast main hall, the lord named Bro sat on a high chair looking down. Before letting me approach, his subordinate specifically warned me that no matter what I saw, I must absolutely never reveal it to the outside world. This made me even more curious, until I saw Brother's condition with my own eyes. I was almost frozen on the spot. This lord's belly was abnormally swollen, looking no different from a woman who was many months pregnant. I, Jiang Chen, almost thought I had seen it wrong. But very soon after, Bro explained the true cause. He wasn't pregnant, but was being harassed by an evil spirit for a long time. That thing was causing his body to become increasingly deformed, and his health to continuously decline. Hearing this, I finally understood why they sought an astrologer. Because this profession is not only used for or predicting the future, but those who reach a high level can also exorcise spirits, dispel bad luck, heal people, and handle supernatural phenomena. Just then, a young boy ran in from outside. As soon as he saw Bro, he immediately asked about his condition with concern. Those innocent eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. Bro gently stroked the child's head and tried to reassure him. But when the boy choked up, saying that his younger brother had passed away, and now only this foster father was left, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became heavy. That was when I learned the boy was an orphan, whom Bro had adopted years ago. If anything really happened to Bro, those children would lose their only support once again. Seeing that scene, even Jiang Chen could not help but be moved. He began to feel that this matter was perhaps not as simple as just another quest to earn money. It also involved the fate of many people who were placing all their hopes on the master who was being plagued by the evil spirit. After hearing the touching story between the father and son, Jiang Chen could only rub his forehead helplessly. He came here to earn money and solve problems, not to sit and watch a tragic family drama. That would bring tears to his eyes. The most important thing right now was still to find the evil spirit behind everything. And so, that very night, he and Captain Fett ventured into a desolate mountainous area, located outside the town. In front of the cave entrance, as dark as a monster's maw, Fett held a torch to lead the way, while explaining that Bro had paid a huge sum of money to invite 3 famed masters from a neighboring nation to perform the exorcism. Jiang Chen's task was very simple. He just needed to stand by and provide support. But as soon as they stepped inside the cave, Jiang Chen felt uncomfortable. A crowd of people was holding bright torches in a space filled with thick, choking smoke. He immediately turned back outside, took a deep breath of fresh air, and then reluctantly returned. When the 3 masters saw a stranger appear, they immediately showed a hostile attitude. In their eyes, this was a stage to show off their skills. Naturally, they didn't want anyone interfering, although Fett had hastily explained that this was an assistant invited to help. The disciple following them still wore a look of contempt, asserting that his master had more than enough power to deal with this evil spirit. Jiang Chen heard this and didn't bother to argue. After all, he wasn't the one paying. They could do whatever they wanted. Shortly after, the exorcism ritual officially began. Divine light erupted throughout the cave, and enormous magic circles appeared beneath the feet of the 3 masters. Behind them, a brilliant sacred cross slowly emerged. From amidst the torrent of holy light, a gigantic golden sword slowly condensed, making the disciple so excited his eyes glowed. In his eyes, that was an invincible power that no one could resist. However, the reality was completely different. The one sealed inside the cave was a female evil spirit, named Yuan Yuan, facing the holy sword, charging towards her. She was not afraid, but instead let out a direct roar, shattering the chains on her body. In an instant, the situation was completely reversed. The successive attacks of the 3 masters were all easily neutralized by Yuan Yuan. the golden sword was swatted away like a toy. She pressed forward step by step, making the expressions of the three men increasingly ugly. Having observed for only a moment, Jiang Chen saw the problem. These three masters lacked the strength to control such high-level techniques. They were forcibly using power beyond their limits, by burning their own souls and life force. If this continued, it was uncertain if the evil spirit would be destroyed, but they themselves would definitely die first. He immediately spoke up to warn them. But the disciple not only didn't listen, but also became furious. In his eyes, his master was an invincible existence. Who was an outsider like Jiang Chen to criticize them? He even rushed over to grab Jiang Chen's collar provocatively, until he caught the gaze, as cold as a blade, from Jiang Chen, which made him shiver involuntarily. Cold sweat ran down his spine. And at that moment, the worst happened. A loud explosion rang out. The three masters were blown away by Yuan like ragdoll, their bodies battered and covered in blood, completely losing the lofty demeanor they had before. The disciple rushed over in a panic to support his master. In the air, Yuan spread her gigantic black wings, and the space behind her turned into a hellish realm, gloomy and dark, making everyone's spine chill. Despair immediately blanketed the entire cave. Even Fett began to tremble in fear. However, amidst that suffocating atmosphere, Jiang Chen finally stepped forward. He slowly raised 2 fingers in front of his face, and rays of golden energy began to converge. Seeing that scene, the three masters tried to stop him. But according to them, since even the 3 of them together had failed, Jiang Chen alone had even less of a chance to win. He replied calmly with one sentence: "Just because others can't do it, doesn't mean I can't." The next moment, the entire cave shook violently. An enormous magic circle burned beneath Jiang Chen's feet. A barrage of flame spears appeared in the sky, and in the middle of the sea of fire was a giant golden holy cross, slowly emerging with pressure many times stronger than the 3 masters' technique. Witnessing that scene, everyone was left speechless. The golden spears rained down like meteors, submerging Yuan in a sea of divine light. The shrieks echoing throughout the cave made one's hair stand on end. A violent burst of energy exploded, blowing away everyone nearby. But Jiang Chen alone remained standing in place, even calm enough to complain about the mess being made in the environment. Only then did Yuan truly feel afraid. She pulled out the spears embedded in her body, and looked at Jiang Chen with a completely different expression. Afterward, the female evil spirit exhausted all her power to lunge forward, intending to land a finishing blow. But the moment she looked up, she was completely stunned. Behind Jiang Chen, pieces of golden divine weapons constantly appeared from the void. 8 pieces, 12 pieces, then 16 pieces. The number increased incessantly, making people's scalps tingle. Yuan finally understood what an absolute difference in power was. All her will to fight vanished instantly. She slumped onto the ground like a bullied child, declaring her surrender right there. Seeing her, who was previously aggressive and murderous, now acting pitiable as if about to cry, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. But what he was more curious about was the real reason that caused Bro to turn into that strange state, as if he were pregnant. Upon hearing that question, Yuan immediately pleaded her innocence. It turned out that the whole story from start to finish was a misunderstanding. Not long ago, The soul of a little boy accidentally wandered here. That was brother's late child. Because he died too early, the boy's soul was extremely weak and about to fade from the world forever. Unable to bear seeing the child disappear forever, Yuan thought of a special method. She used spiritual energy to transform the boy's soul into a soul fetus and placed it into brother's body. The purpose was not to harm anyone, but on the contrary, to save that last ray of hope. As long as it absorbed enough spiritual energy, the soul fetus would grow and the child would have a chance to be reborn in the form of a brand new spirit being. Hearing this, the whole cave fell silent. No one expected that the evil spirit being hunted all this time did not want to kill anyone at all. From start to finish, she was just trying to fulfill the last wish of a child who just wanted to stay by his father's side. After hearing the whole truth from Yuan, Jiang Chen still didn't soften his heart. Although it started with good intentions, implanting a soul fetus into someone else's body was still an extremely dangerous act. If any error occurred, what was created might not be a new living soul, but perhaps an uncontrollable monster. Under everyone's tense gaze, he silently observed the aura on the female spirit. The strange thing was that from beginning to end, there was no bloodthirst or human resentment on her. That proved that, at least in this matter, Yuan had not lied. After a few seconds of thought, Jiang Chen decided to temporarily overlook it. But first, he still had to return and confirm with Bro. Hearing this, Yuan was instantly happy, as if she had just been pardoned, and followed along behind him. Meanwhile, Fett had long ago hidden on the staircase, though no one knew when. Seeing Jiang Chen return, he cautiously asked about the situation. But when his eyes accidentally brushed past Yuan standing behind him, his whole body instantly froze. By instinct, Fett kindly reminded the strange girl to quickly leave this place, because there was a very dangerous evil spirit inside the cave. The response was only a knowing smile from Yuan. The moment he realized he was talking to that very evil spirit, Fett's shriek echoed throughout the mountain, making the birds fly away in a panic. The group quickly returned to the castle. The moment he saw Toby, Bro immediately hugged the boy tightly, his emotions nearly breaking down. His son, who he thought was lost forever, now had a chance to return. That was worth more than his own life. However, Jiang Chen did not let emotions override reason. He immediately transferred energy into brother's body, and then removed the soul fetus that was continuing to absorb his life force. In just a moment, the strange signs on brother's body disappeared completely. His hair returned to normal, and his complexion recovered significantly. However, instead of being happy, Bro urgently asked Jiang Chen to investigate the real cause of Toby's death. He believed the child still had something left that he could not let go of, which was why he stubbornly returned like that. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had no interest in troubles outside the contract. He took the payment to handle the evil spirit. That was done. So he picked up the pouch of payment and prepared to leave. But just then, an unintentional remark from Bro made him stop in his tracks. In his distress, he mentioned an extremely rare item called the Holy Essence Crystal. Just the name alone was enough to make Jiang Chen change his mind immediately. Because what he needed most right now were types of essence crystals to continue developing his power. Not long after, Jiang Chen and Than Vu appeared on a bustling, commercial street. While Fufu sat amidst a pile of snacks, holding her belly and eating, forgetting the world. Than Vu brought him the entire supply of holy essence crystals and transparent essence crystals he needed, at a price much lower than the market rate. Hearing that the payment was only 2 Lin Ling Ling Xiaomi, Jiang Chen almost suspected he had misheard. Others had once quoted him over 7,000. Than Vu just smiled gently, explaining that every merchant puts profit first. But if Jiang Chen needed to trade in large quantities in the future, she would ensure he wouldn't suffer a loss of even 1D. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately felt he had just found a partner who was extremely valuable. Even guild leader Lam Hui, standing nearby, did not spare words, praising Than Vu's business acumen. Before partying, the young girl even blushed as she wished him a safe return. A remark that made Jiang Chen feel something was a bit off. But in the end, he just laughed and nodded. After that, he casually grabbed Fufu, who was busy stuffing food into her mouth, and dragged her away, ignoring her continuous struggling and protesting. Watching the retreating figure, Lam Hui teased Than Vu, saying if she really liked him, why didn't she try to make him stay? But the girl just shook her head. Her goal was not to hold anyone back. Instead, she wanted to build a merchant network across the entire continent, turning this small street into the start of a massive commercial empire. Night fell. Jiang Chen and Fufu stopped at another town. After a day of traveling, he rented a room, planning to sleep for the night. But as soon as he stepped into the room, Jiang Chen felt the temperature inside, an unusual chill. At first, I thought it was just the weather. Until I opened the wardrobe door beside me. A figure appeared inside instantly. It nearly made me jump. Yuan was wearing a maid outfit, standing obediently inside the closet, as if she had been waiting for a long time. She even enthusiastically offered to provide all kinds of free services. I did not say a word, and immediately slammed the closet door shut. But only a few seconds later, when I turned back around, I discovered the female spirit was standing right behind me. When exactly did she get out? I could only grit my teeth and order her to get out immediately. Yuan looked extremely aggrieved, muttering to herself, complaining a few words before reluctantly leaving the room. But before she could go far, a man walking by took notice of her. Seeing a beauty appear in the middle of the night, this guy immediately had evil intentions and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Yuan's face transformed into her terrifying spirit form, causing him to scream as if he'd seen a ghost, and bolt away in a panic. The screaming, quickly, attracted the attention of those around, causing the whole inn to become chaotic. Hearing the commotion, I could only hold my head in helplessness, then dragged her back into the room. As soon as the door closed, I asked her directly, "Why exactly are you still following me?" The room suddenly fell silent. Apart from the steady snoring of Fufu, who was sound asleep like a log, everything else was dead quiet. Yuan sighed softly, and this time, the playful smile on her face vanished. The female spirit slowly sat down and said that if I wanted to know the reason, the story had to begin from her true background a long time ago. Yuan finally agreed to state her true purpose. She first told of her tragic past, that she was once just an ordinary girl. But because she was driven into a corner, she chose death to preserve her chastity. Seeing that her story was getting longer and longer, I interrupted her and told her to get straight to the point. Yuan confessed that she wanted to recreate her physical body as existing for so long, only as a spirit had driven her nearly insane. Therefore, she hoped I could help her come back to life once more. After listening, I just frowned and asked back, "You mean you want me to help you recreate a body?" Yuan nodded without hesitation, even declaring that if I agreed to help, she would follow me completely from then on. I immediately rejected such a bizarre promise and explained flatly that recreating a physical body was not simple at all. To do so, one must reach at least the 5th grade. Even though I possess special secret techniques, my true strength is currently only at the 1st grade. That answer left Yuan stunned to the point of freezing. She looked at me like a monster and asked in disbelief, "A 1st grade beginner can suppress me without any resistance?" However, instead of doubting further, she unexpectedly knelt right in front of me. With a very serious expression, Yuan declared that she believed I would certainly reach the 4th grade in the future. Therefore, she is willing to hand over her soul right now. I narrowed my eyes at her and reminded her once more that handing over her soul means that her life and death would be in my hands from now on. But Yuan did not waver at all. She bowed like a loyal subordinate and said that if she didn't dare to make such a bet, what else could she trade for my help? Seeing her determined attitude, I finally agreed. I collected the purple soul orb floating in midair and promised that once I reached the 4th grade, I would help her recreate her body. Hearing the answer she wanted, Yuan immediately called me master respectfully. But right after that, things started to go off track. I was just about to set my conditions when I saw her suddenly break into a strange smile and begin an action that left me stunned. I hurriedly asked her what she was planning to do. Yuan was very serious, explaining that she wanted to use a special way to repay her master. Hearing that, I could only hold my head in defeat. The thing that needed doing now was dealing with the Shen family, not these random things. I immediately changed the subject, deciding to give her a new name, Xiao Wei, and ordered her to set off for the Jiang family in the north immediately. Before leaving, I didn't forget to give one extremely important instruction. Absolutely do not scare my family. Yuan interpreted it in a different direction, insisting that serving her master is the most important mission. She was so serious it gave me a headache. The climax was when she suddenly lunged at me, causing us both to fall onto the bed. And just at that moment, Fufu, who was sleeping soundly nearby, was crushed and immediately jumped up like a ticking bomb, screaming at the top of her lungs for having her sleep disturbed. Yuan was so scared she kept bowing to apologize, and I could only sigh, feeling that the future certainly wouldn't be peaceful. The next morning, Fufu and I continued our journey. Looking at the winding map in my hand, the more I looked, the less I could understand what the drawer meant. Just at that moment, up ahead, a rather interesting blind date appeared. A man was trying to impress a girl named Tina by introducing everything about himself, from his age and residence to his daily habits. I stood on the side of the road, thinking about whether I should ask for directions while I was at it, but Fufu started unleashing her foodie instincts. She kept tugging at my clothes, demanding to buy food. I was busy with the St. Crystal matter, so I ignored her. Who would have thought Fufu would get so angry she'd pull my hair and bite my head, making me want to go crazy. Meanwhile, the conversation over there continued. Tina politely asked about the man's hobbies. Outwardly, he answered quite normally. But deep in his eyes, a perverted look revealed itself, making others' skin crawl. He looked at the girl's hands, with eyes no different from a predator, staring at its prey. Except that Tina didn't realize it at all. I took a glance and shook my head in disgust. Just at that moment, that man suddenly turned toward me. He felt a strange wave of pressure pass by him. His instinct told him I wasn't as simple as I looked, but I didn't care at all. With one hand pulling Fufu, who was still lamenting her food, I turned my back and walked away. And behind me, the man's expression immediately changed. He hurriedly ended the date and left the area. A while later, when Fufu finally got to eat her rice cakes to her heart's content, under a tree by the roadside, I finally had time to rest. But that peace didn't last long. From behind, a polite voice suddenly rang out. The man from earlier had followed me all the way here. He looked straight at me and asked a suspicious question, whether I had been looking at him earlier. I stood frozen for a few seconds. The only thought in my head was, did this guy have his blind date fail? And now wants to find someone to vent his anger on. Therefore, I calmly replied that I initially just wanted to ask for directions, but now that wasn't necessary anymore. However, clearly, the other party had no intention of letting the conversation end that simply. That man obviously didn't believe my explanation. He curled his lips into a cold smile, thinking the excuse of asking for directions was a clumsy disguise. But before his sentence could even finish, a sharp wave of energy lashed out toward him. He reacted extremely fast, instantly teleporting to the side to dodge, only to hear a cracking sound. The whole row of trees behind was sliced cleanly like tofu. He looked at that scene with eyes full of shock. How could an ordinary passerby create such destructive power with a flick of the hand? However, I just calmly replied that it was simply a wave of my hand. Hearing that, the guy not only didn't feel at ease, but became even more panicked. I don't know what he was thinking, but he suddenly shouted, thinking I was someone from the Laying Fierce Shadow organization, sent to hunt him down. I stood frozen for a few seconds, completely unable to understand what logic his brain was operating on just at that moment. Tina also hurried over. The girl was still regretting the blind date earlier, so she hurriedly asked what on earth happened. I was just about to explain that it was all just a misunderstanding when the guy shot himself in the foot. He suddenly yelled that he only liked collecting women's hands. What was wrong with that? Both I and Tina were speechless when looking closely. I discovered on his person he was actually carrying a severed human hand. The pervert was even cherishing that horrifying item, like a treasure, caressing it, while saying that because he loved it so much, he wanted to keep it by his side forever. In that moment, Tina looked as if she'd been struck by lightning. Her face turned pale. Her lips trembled, and she could only spit out two words, pervert. And I was completely speechless. So this was the reason that made this guy feel he was being hunted. Knowing his secret had been exposed, he immediately turned hostile. A wave of terrifying power exploded from his body. His eyes also became much more insane. He declared that since we knew too much, no one would be allowed to leave anymore. I could only sigh in helplessness. From start to finish, nobody asked him anything. He confessed it all himself. Unfortunately, he was no longer sane enough to listen to any explanation, He lunged forward and threw a full-force punch at me. But the moment the punch touched my golden scale armor, everything ended immediately. His body twitched violently as if hit by a massive electric current. Cracks quickly spread over his body. His screams hadn't lasted long before his entire body disintegrated, right before everyone's eyes. The crowd nearby hadn't even realized what happened. But Fufu alone looked at the pile of remains with eyes shining brightly, as if she'd discovered a treasure. She joyfully declared this was her breakfast, which nearly made me choke. Seeing the situation becoming weirder and weirder, I hurriedly dragged her away to deal with the scene, before it caused more trouble. A while later, by the riverbank, Fufu was enthusiastically digging a hole, and I took the opportunity to explain to Tina that the whole incident was caused by that guy himself. If anyone asks later, remember to testify for me. However, Tina didn't seem to hear anything. She was still immersed in the shock from just now, even starting to doubt her own destiny. According to her, this wasn't the first time she'd encountered something like this. The man she was interested in before once wanted to take her heart to save his daughter. And today, there appeared another creep who liked to collect human hands. After hearing that, I didn't even know how to comfort her. After parting ways with Tina, I continued my journey with Fu. Walking and thinking, I began to suspect whether subduing Xiaowei's soul was dragging a series of bizarre events along with it. Regardless, I also realized that the golden scale armor and the demon-slaying dagger, after being strengthened by soul power, were much stronger than before. Not long after, a massive manor appeared before my eyes. Looking at the luxurious architecture and the oppressive aura radiating from this place, I immediately realized I had arrived at the right location. This was the manor of the nameless cat. But just upon reaching the gate, I discovered 3 people lying in ambush nearby. They were staring at the manor with extremely vigilant expressions. While I was still evaluating them, a familiar female voice suddenly rang out, suggesting everyone should hide for now. I turned my head and chuckled. It turned out to be the student I had met before. Fufu also immediately recognized her and pointed her finger, then loudly accused, "This is the person who once swindled my money." The 3 people over there began to observe me more closely. An old man named Lido suddenly changed his expression while looking at my age, hair color, and my overall appearance. The more he looked, the more I looked like the person on the wanted poster. Less than a few seconds later, the old man suddenly shouted, demanding an arrest. I didn't even understand what was happening yet, but the other 2 members had already rushed in to attack. One person drew a sword to strike directly, while the other approached from behind, coordinating to close in on me. I could only continuously dodge, while loudly explaining that I was also looking for names. However, no one would listen. According to what they had investigated, Nam was suspected of being involved in a series of child disappearances, and my appearance happened to match the description. So the group immediately concluded they had caught the right person. During the chaos, Lido also turned to call Fu, telling the little girl to run toward him because it was safer there. Hearing the words, "little girl," Fufu immediately flew into a rage. She raised her hand and cast a strange move, called Great Punishment. A burst of power exploded right in midair, directly blowing Lido to the ground in a dazed state. After that painful landing, the first thing the old man heard was the sound of Fufu with her hands on her hips, shouting, "You are the child." Fufu grew up a long time ago. Fufu immediately put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest proudly, as if wanting to prove to the whole world that she wasn't a child. She even loudly asked back if there was any little girl who possessed such a mature figure as hers. As soon as she finished speaking, Lion froze for a few seconds. Then his nose bled and he fell to the ground unconscious, leaving the whole group speechless. But in the midst of the chaos, Melody stepped forward. This short-haired girl looked at me with an extremely dangerous gaze, continuously demanding a punch, according to her. What interested her most was the sound of a criminal's internal organs shattering under a fist of justice. After hearing that, I didn't want to argue further, and immediately rushed forward. In just the blink of an eye, I had circled behind Melody's back and landed a blow to the back of her neck. She didn't even have time to react before collapsing to the ground. I calmly dusted off my hands, explaining that doing so was actually saving her. If I had let her actually punch me, I wasn't sure who would be the one turning into fireworks. By the time Melody woke up, the misunderstanding was finally resolved. Rita happily ran over, confirming that everything was just a mistake. In contrast to that enthusiasm, I only responded coldly with a single sentence. If you want to talk about anything, pay me first. At this moment, Lee finally stepped forward seriously to apologize for the hasty actions. From earlier, he introduced himself as the captain of the Shadow Hunt Squad, and simultaneously explained that they were investigating a serious case involving Namalo. According to the gathered information, this famous dignitary was suspected of being involved in a series of mysterious disappearances of children within the territory. Because Fufu's appearance was quite similar to one of the victims, they had mistaken us for suspects. Hearing that, Fufu immediately pointed her finger in warning. If they called her a child one more time, the consequences would be very serious. Li continued to recount that he was assigned by the Duke to form the Shadow Hunt Squad to find the truth. The two people with him were both core members of the team. Melody gave a cold laugh, declaring her purpose for joining was very simple. If Namalo was truly a criminal, she would beat him until he was no longer recognizable. But Lion wouldn't be outdone. He eloquently declared he was fighting for the rights of women. In his eyes, Namalo was the kind of person who deserved punishment for targeting weak girls. However, Melody immediately exposed him, saying that in previous cases involving adult victims, Lion hadn't been nearly as enthusiastic. The two of them immediately started arguing on the spot. One called the other a pervert, and the other replied with equally biting words. Looking at the scene of them arguing like a rowdy market, I could only shake my head in lamentation. It truly was a squad full of talents, each with their own kind of quirkiness. Regardless, I also stated my purpose clearly. I wasn't interested in the case or justice at all. The only thing I cared about was the Holy Starstone. Hearing that, leader immediately asked if appeared, would I be willing to provide support? After witnessing my strength, he clearly wanted to pull another powerful combatant into the team. I shrugged and replied that if everything was as they said, then it wouldn't be a problem. So the whole group decided to cooperate temporarily. Before entering the castle, I turned to ask Rita about the old debt between us. She immediately clung to my arm, smiled sweetly, and explained that it was all just to invite me here to help. Rita even revealed that she had used astrology to foresee the outcome of the events related to but I was completely unmoved. The only thing I reminded her was, after obtaining the Holy Starstone, the compensation money must not be missing a single cent. A moment later, the 5 of us advanced deep into the castle. At the end of the dark hallway, a mysterious cave entrance appeared. As soon as we stepped in, Melody heard strange sounds, echoing from ahead. Lion quickly spotted a figure. On some giant red jade blocks, a young girl was being tightly bound by chains, continuously crying out for help. Melody immediately suspected this was a victim captured by Nomalo. Lion didn't think much. He immediately rushed forward, eloquently, declaring he would protect the poor girl with his sturdy shield. But in the very next second, the situation completely reversed. The girl's body began to be covered by countless blood-red crystals. The gentle face disappeared, replaced by a bizarre form that made everyone shudder. The monster immediately lunged straight at Lion, clinging to him like a predator. Melody saw this and threw a punch to assist. But her punch was blocked by the crystal layer as hard as steel. Not only that, the crystal shards counterattacked, causing her to be injured. The situation became extremely dangerous. Lita recognized the opponent's true identity and immediately shouted, "This is a blood crystal demon, an extremely dangerous evil creature. If we don't deal with it now, the whole group might die here." However, Lion was still hesitating. Even though he knew the opponent was a monster, he still couldn't bring himself to strike, because its form looked too much like a young girl. Just then, a bright red light flashed. I had acted. A red blade swept through the air, slicing the blood crystal demon's body in half in an instant. The petrified body parts fell with a thud onto the cave floor. I turned my head to ask Lee if I had struck too hard. He immediately shook his head, his face full of astonishment. If not for that strike just now, the consequences would have certainly been unimaginable. After checking the remaining pile of crystals, Leto gradually discovered an important clue. He pondered for a long time, then suddenly declared he had thought of a bold hypothesis. The group quickly entered a room, filled with ancient books and documents. Flipping through files covered in the dust of time, Leto slowly said that Namalo might not be the one behind everything. Behind this incident, it's very likely related to Mors, an evil messenger who once caused a terrible disaster many years ago. And if that speculation was true, then the secret hidden within this castle was even more terrifying than anything they had ever imagined. The whole group immediately froze when they heard the name Mors. This wasn't an ordinary criminal, but a notorious messenger of the Legion of Evil. Rita continued with a serious expression. According to ancient records, Mors possessed an extremely terrifying dark magic that could use human lives to turn holy starstones into blood crystal stones, thereby constantly increasing his power. On the ARA continent alone, the number of people who died at his hands reached hundreds of thousands. The atmosphere in the room immediately became heavy. Rita went on to say that 20 years ago, Mors once faced the Empire's crusaders alone. After killing a high-ranking general, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had never existed. Leto flipped through each page of the old documents, then came to an even more terrifying conclusion. These records show that the dark magic of Mors has been improved. To increase the efficiency of crystal conversion, he began using more suitable hosts. At this point, the whole room went silent. because everyone understood that the most suitable hosts were children. Leto slowly nodded, confirming that speculation. Just then, Melody discovered a cabinet that was tightly locked and very carefully protected. Leto immediately warned everyone to retreat. If it truly involved Moors, this was no longer a matter that they could handle. But I didn't have the habit of running away. I stepped forward and pulled the cabinet door open forcefully. And the moment I saw what was inside, everyone was stunned. Dozens of glass jars were lined up inside the cabinet, each jar containing a human hand preserved perfectly. Leto's face immediately turned pale. He explained with a trembling voice that this was exactly the morbid hobby of Moors. He liked to collect the hands of his victims, regardless of male or female. Once they fell into his hands, they were murdered, and only their hands were kept. The truth at this point was too clear. Namalo was Moors. Or at least, those two identities were directly related. Leto immediately requested everyone to retreat at once. But instead of panicking, I asked a very strange question. Have any of you ever met Namalo in person? The group looked at me with confusion. I scratched my head awkwardly, then said that maybe I knew where this guy was. A while later, everyone returned to the dirt pit, where I had dealt with that perverted guy earlier. I pointed down at the corpse and asked if it was him. Leto looked closely for a long time, then took a sharp, cold breath. 20 years ago, the portrait of Moors was wanted everywhere. He could not have mistaken it. The person lying in the pit was indeed Moors. This time, it was the whole group's turn to be stunned. Leto couldn't understand why the body of Moors was lying here. As for me, I simply recounted that the two sides had a bit of a conflict earlier. He rushed to attack me, then went, pop, exploded, and disappeared. After hearing that, everyone's expressions became even more distorted. No one knew whether to believe it or not. After returning to the castle, the atmosphere at the dining table was still extremely strange. I was the first to speak up, reminding Rita that all the holy starstones here belonged to me. Right then, a notification panel appeared, confirming that I had received an important item. Looking at the sparkling crystal in my hand, I finally nodded in satisfaction. At least this trip wasn't completely in vain. Rita immediately flashed a sweet smile, calling me Master, then said this was just a small gift from a disciple. Leto also stood up to give thanks. According to him, the destruction of Moors was no different from saving countless families in the northern part of the kingdom. This amount of holy starstones was not even enough to repay that merit. I listened and wasn't polite either. After all, it was mine to begin with. But as soon as I turned to remind Rita about the missing compensation, the girl immediately jumped onto the windowsill. In the blink of an eye, Rita had vanished from the castle. Her voice echoed from outside, shouting loudly that there was a donkey in the east, in need of rescue. See you later. I could only stand there, looking at Theo and shaking my head in frustration. She really runs faster than a rabbit. After everything was over, Lee said they would report the entire incident to their superiors. Once the identity of the target was fully confirmed, the corresponding reward would be given to me. Meanwhile, Lion was still sitting in a corner, crying like a river, his faith completely shattered. As for Melody, she coldly turned around and left. Regarding food, the only thing she cared about was the mountain of food on the table. As soon as she realized no one was going to compete for it anymore, she cheered joyfully as if she had just won the lottery. But just as everyone was about to disperse, a group of women in security uniforms suddenly appeared. The leader introduced herself as Jiang, a security official directly under the imperial central government. Her very first sentence silenced the entire room. According to investigation reports, you are currently a suspect in a murder case. Before I could even understand what was happening, Jiang announced that Tina had just been murdered in the forest to the east. Her heart had been taken away, and a witness confirmed that I was the last person to have had contact with the victim. Hearing this, I immediately recalled my previous conversation with Tina. She had told me that someone wanted to take her heart to save his daughter. I never expected the tragedy to occur after all. I calmly explained that during that period, I was always with the lying squad, which could be fully verified. However, Jiang didn't seem to care much. According to her, lying was just a civilian organization, whereas the Central Security Agency was the only unit with the authority to investigate. I immediately refused to cooperate. Since I didn't do it, there was no reason for me to admit it. I was even thinking about just leaving. But the very next second, my body was suddenly lifted off the ground. Before I could understand what was happening, Jiang appeared in front of me, grabbed my collar with one hand, and slammed me to the floor. The impact was so strong that even I felt dizzy. That was when I realized this woman was not simple at all. Jiang stood over me, looking down with an oppressive gaze. She declared that I was currently a suspect involved in murder, disturbing the public peace, and a bunch of other charges. Without asking for my opinion, I was escorted straight to the interrogation room. Tied up in the corner of the room, I stuck to my original answer. I've already said everything I needed to say. If you don't believe me, just go ask the lying squad. But Jiang just gave a dangerous smile. She pulled up a chair, sat opposite me, and rested her chin on her hand, looking at me. Still refusing to talk? Fine, if you like it here so much. You'll spend plenty of time talking to you. After being held for interrogation, Jiang Chen suddenly felt his body become as heavy as if he were carrying tons of weight. His limbs no longer obeyed his control. He almost collapsed to the ground. Only then did he realize Jiang's ability was far from simple. She could use telepathy to manipulate the body weight of others. No wonder, from the very first time they met, he felt there was something strange about her. Seeing Jiang Chen still trying to resist, Jiang increased the pressure. She coldly warned him that if he remained stubborn, his knee would sooner or later be crushed under that terrifying weight. However, just as the situation reached its peak tension, the door to the room swung open. Someone from outside entered and ordered his release. Jiang was extremely annoyed upon hearing this, but she had to comply. She stepped forward to untie Jiang Chen, smiling on the outside, but her eyes were clearly filled with resentment. Before he left, Jiang leaned close to his ear and whispered that next time they met, she would definitely teach him a lesson he'd never forget. Hearing this, Jiang Chen just gave a faint smile. He patted her shoulder as if he didn't care at all. But at that very moment, Jiang's body suddenly stiffened. She lost control of her entire body and stood frozen on the spot. In Yan's mind, a terrifying realization surfaced. Did this guy see through my ability? And even used the same tactic to counter me? Looking at her expression, which was a mix of anger and confusion, Jiang Chen just smiled and turned to leave. Yan stood there, her heart filled with an indescribable sense of humiliation. After he left, Yan returned to the office with her superior. It was there that she learned why Jiang Chen was released. Partly because someone had come forward to guarantee him with a huge sum of money. The other reason was that the results of the truth judgment were complete. The previous witness was discovered to have lied. Their entire testimony was untrustworthy. This meant that Jiang Chen was not the culprit. Even so, Yan was not happy at all. Recalling how she had been countered by him, her face flushed red. The feeling made her feel both angry and uncomfortable. And so, all of her frustration was directed toward the false witness. She grabbed the whip in her hand, wore a smile that made anyone shiver, and began a terrifying interrogation session. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had just left the castle and saw Thanvu waiting at the gate. As soon as he appeared, the girl breathed a sigh of relief, as if a burden had been lifted. After a few words of gratitude, Thanvu quickly explained why she had come to find him. News from the northern town had just arrived, saying that war had broken out. The Shen family had suddenly launched an attack on the Jiang family, even blockading the entire area. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression immediately changed. He understood very well that the Shen family wasn't the type to act impulsively. If they had declared war at this time, they must have been preparing for a long time. Just then, Fufu appeared with a look of full confidence. She put her hands on her hips and declared that there was nothing to worry about. After all, little Vi is currently at the Jiang family estate. A high-level spirit like her is not someone those common soldiers can handle. Then Vu had also prepared for him one of the best war horses from the guild. Jiang Chen stroked the horse's mane and nodded in satisfaction. Before setting off, he asked Thanvu to pass a message to Pro that the child he once adopted had finally found peace. Having said that, Jiang Chen spurred his horse and dashed off like the wind. Thanvu stood behind, watching his silhouette fade into the horizon. As for she suddenly discovered something extremely serious. She hadn't even climbed onto the horse yet. A high-pitched scream from Fufu echoed throughout the road as she frantically chased after him. Elsewhere, Shen Nian stood before his headquarters with a look of triumph. Everything was going exactly according to the plan that he had prepared. To prevent Jiang Chen from returning, he had even split his forces in different directions to stall for time. Not only that, the remaining members of the Jiang family were also being ambushed. Zhang Lu and Aunt Meng were currently surrounded by a group of enemies, facing imminent danger. Jiang Lu couldn't hide her anxiety. But in contrast, Aunt Meng was extremely calm. She reminded Zhang Lu that the martial arts and the mesmerizing techniques taught by Jiang Chen were not ordinary. Today was the time to verify the results of their training. Hearing this, the group of enemies laughed out loud. They spouted vulgar language and even openly mocked Jiang Lu. But instead of getting angry, the young girl just quietly clenched her fists, her eyes gradually turning cold. At the same time, on the main battlefield, Shen Nian looked at the remaining forces of the Zhang family, being surrounded on all sides, and laughed coldly. In his eyes, they were all fish on a chopping board. Early in the morning, once the Shen family reinforcements arrived, the entire Jiang family would be wiped out in a single battle. Just as the battle at the Jiang family was entering its most intense stage, in the forest near the Red Castle, a red-haired girl was standing amidst a pile of corpses, lying scattered on the ground. She coldly glanced around, her expression full of disdain. In her eyes, these people were no different from weak ants. To dare to come and cause trouble for my master, with such pathetic strength, is truly seeking your own death. However, the red-haired girl was in no rush to end the battle. It was still daytime, and her power had not yet reached its peak. If she could just drag it out until night, she was confident that she could wipe out every opponent with a single strike. Her blood-red eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent, and an eerie aura made the whole forest feel a few degrees colder. But just then, her expression suddenly changed. A powerful burst of energy was charging at a shocking speed. It wasn't those small free soldiers in front of her, and it wasn't the fighters currently clashing with the Jiang family, but a being on an entirely different level. Yuan was instantly on guard. She looked up into the distance, her eyes as sharp as knives. It's from that direction. Without hesitation, she unleashed her full power. She opened her mouth, and countless huge red and black whirlpools appeared in midair. Miserable screams echoed throughout the sky, forming a terrifying attack that shot straight towards the target. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion rang out. In the distance, and the others were all startled, looking in the direction of the noise. Even Shen Nian, who was floating in the air, was surprised. He thought it was reinforcements sent by the faction backing the Jiang family. Seeing that terrifying power, Shen Nian immediately changed his tone to a respectful one, even actively assuming they were acquaintances. But when the smoke cleared, the figure that appeared made everyone speechless. A giant fox with a distorted face was clutching its head and cursing loudly. Damn it, that hurt like hell. It glared at Yuan as if it wanted to eat her alive. Yuan didn't care at all. She just glanced at it and dismissed it with disdain. I thought it was something impressive. Turns out, it's just a big cat. Hearing that, the fox went completely insane. Cat, you, woman, I am a fox. Before they could even understand each other's identities, the two disaster-level monsters dived into a fight right on the spot. Throughout the sky, earth-shattering explosions rang out continuously. Each collision caused the ground to shake violently. Shen Nian, standing below, was horrified as he watched. He had assumed only one expert was sent. But who would have thought another monster would appear now? It was then that he realized something was wrong. So, Shen Nian rushed over to intervene. Please stop for a moment. Hearing the call, both Yuan and the fox turned to look at him. Shen Nian cleared his throat and asked cautiously, May I ask, which one of you is the reinforcement sent by the Wuxia League? Before he could finish his sentence, the expressions of both sides became extremely bizarre. Wuxia League, wiping out the Jiang family. The atmosphere immediately fell into silence. Shen Nian began to feel his back go cold. A second later, two murderous auras simultaneously locked onto him. Then, let's kill you first. The moment the words left their mouths, Before Shen Nian could react, both of them lunged forward at him. Over there. At the other side, Jiang Chen was still frantically riding back on horseback. Jiang Chen was on the horse's back. Fufu hugged him tightly from behind. It made him unable to resist turning his head to ask, "You can fly, so why are you crowding on here?" Fufu immediately replied with a very righteous face. "Flying takes too much effort." After that, she added another sentence that left Jiang Chen speechless. "I'm hungry." Just as she was talking, a white shadow suddenly rushed out like a flash of lightning. Jiang Chen's horse was instantly knocked flying. He and Fufu tumbled to the ground. Jiang Chen literally planted his head into the dirt. Meanwhile, the culprit was a pure white kiln, with an extremely arrogant expression. It looked at the black horse's corpse and criticized it without any courtesy. "How dare you go out on the road while running this slowly?" Hearing this, Fufu was so angry she pointed right at its face. "You were exceeding the speed limit." The white kiln became even more proud. It claimed to be a noble kiln, an ancient divine beast, while ordinary horses were no different from snails. In its eyes, Jiang Chen was in no mood to listen to its bragging. He only coldly said one sentence. "My horse is dead. Pay up." The kiln nodded very casually. "Fine." But immediately after, it turned around and ran away, because it wanted to go pick a spirit fruit that only appeared once every 15 years. Unfortunately, it had only run a few steps before it discovered Jiang Chen had already appeared right on its back. This time, it was the divine beast's turn to be panicked. It completely couldn't understand how a human could possibly catch up to its speed. Jiang Chen calmly grabbed its mane and said, "From now on, you shall be my mount." Hearing this, the kiln immediately jumped up. It was a noble, divine beast. How many emperors wanted to subdue it and had to plead? However, when it saw Jiang Chen's cold red eyes, all of its momentum immediately vanished. "Agreed, we agree." A few seconds ago, it was an arrogant divine beast. A few seconds later, it became a specialized warhorse. And so, Jiang Chen, Fufu and the reluctant kiln started rushing at a terrifying speed, heading toward the northern town. At the same time, on the other battlefield, Shen Yan had been beaten until he no longer looked human. The giant fox grabbed his neck like carrying a chicken. He continuously begged for his life. Unfortunately, no one bothered to listen. The next second, the fox threw Shen Yan directly through the forest. Boom! His body slammed straight into the castle, creating a large hole in the wall. Looking at that scene, the people of the Shen family immediately fell into a panic. "Elder Shen is in trouble. Quickly, save him." Outside the castle courtyard, Yuan stood on high, observing the people below who were fighting fiercely. She continued to unleash her terrifying roaring skill, making the already chaotic battlefield even more out of control. Uncle N looked at the scene before his eyes and couldn't help but feel worried. The commotion was this large. Could it be that the Shen family is really about to be unable to hold on? Thinking this, he immediately ordered everyone to follow him, to engage in battle at the deep pit where Shen Yan had just fallen. He lay curled up among the rubble, blood continuously spewing from his mouth. Seeing Bo step approaching, he gnashed his teeth, saying there was no grudge between the two sides. No hatred, why strike so heavily? He even tried to explain that The Shen family and the Wuxia allied army only had a small connection. But Uncle N had just arrived and immediately recognized the opponent. He stared and exclaimed, "Isn't this that old thief, Shen Yan? Truly, you reap what you sow." Meanwhile, Bo had approached right in front of Shen Yan. Seeing this, Uncle N remained very calm, nonchalantly asking if the opponent had also come to cause trouble. He clearly declared that Jiang Chen could not be handed over. If they wanted to fight or kill, then so be it. Hearing this, Bo immediately asked back in a daze, making everyone freeze in place. "Uncle N, what kind of thing is a granduncle?" Even Uncle N was stunned and repeated that exact sentence. Only then did Bo clear its throat to explain. It said Jiang Chen was its mother's benefactor. Therefore, he was naturally also its elder. If Uncle N was Jiang Chun's uncle, then calling him granduncle wasn't wrong at all. At this point, everyone finally understood. Uncle N burst out laughing and nodded in praise. He didn't expect a strange beast like Bo to understand human etiquette and hierarchy so well. Hearing this, Bao immediately puffed out its chest with pride, saying it was all thanks to its mother's good teaching. She always told it when it was free, it should go and listen to many stories. Therefore, these past few days, it had been loitering everywhere to gather information. Just then, a short-haired youth stepped forward, with an expression like he had just discovered the truth. He said that the other day while fishing with his senior brother by the lake, they had seen a tiger hiding behind a tree. At that time, he told his senior brother, but no one believed him. It turned out that tiger was Bo secretly observing everyone. Yuan then softened her voice and introduced herself. She said she was sent by her master, Jiang Chen, to protect the Jiang family. Hearing this, immediately complained that since they were all one family, why didn't she say so earlier? Yuan, only coldly, glanced at it and replied, "Who told you to always be sneaking around like a thief? How could I distinguish friend from foe?" Uncle N was still vague about this girl's identity. He turned to ask what exactly she meant by the master she mentioned. Yuan hesitated for a few seconds, then suddenly dropped a bombshell, making everyone fall into a dead silence. She said that actually, she and Jiang Chen had signed an intimate contract, and Jiang Chen also likes it when she calls him master. Hearing this, Uncle N directly froze. He stuttered, unable to speak. After a while, he seriously declared that he wouldn't manage the private affairs of young people. But marriage is a major event. It absolutely cannot be done. He also solemnly committed that he would talk to Jiang Chen, forcing him to marry her properly, and then bring Yuan into the Jiang family with official status. Hearing this, Yuan was so happy her eyes sparkled. She repeatedly called him uncle, and smiled as bright as a blooming flower. But at that very moment, she suddenly arched her body and let out a cry. Bo immediately raised its head to look at the sky with a vigilant gaze. In the air, a figure appeared at this moment, sitting majestically on the Killin's back. That person was none other than Jiang Chen. I looked down from above, then calmly said that I was only punishing Yuan for the crime of talking nonsense. If she wasn't convinced, she could just say so. Unexpectedly, Yuan not only didn't argue, but also happily nodded repeatedly. She coquettishly replied that she was extremely convinced. Furthermore, the intimate contract was completely true. She hadn't fabricated anything. Just then, Uncle N excitedly called out, I only glanced, warning him not to overdo it, and then jumped down from the killen's back. As soon as I landed, I immediately asked about the situation at home. Uncle In nodded, letting me know that Shen Yan had led a raid on the Jiang family. Fortunately, Bo and Yuan appeared in time, so no major damage occurred. Hearing this, I walked straight to Shen Yan, who was lying flat on the ground. I leaned down to look at him, then coldly laughed and asked if, by sneaking an attack on the Jiang family like that, he had thought about the consequences. Even though he was in a wretched state, Shen Yan still didn't bow his head. He smiled faintly and said the big fish eat the small fish has always been the principle since ancient times. The winner is king, the loser is a bandit. So what if he lost here? Could it be that on the side of Jiang Chen's sister, they could also win? Hearing this, my expression immediately changed. Lulu. Without saying another word, I immediately rode on Biao's back and rushed off like the wind with Yuan Shen. Yan was caught by Biao's claws and carried below like a piece of luggage. On the way, I coldly warned that if Zhang Lulu or Aunt Meng had anything happen to them, he would have to pay 100 times the price. However, Shen Yan laughed with full confidence. He said he had deployed 3 times the number of elites halfway up the mountain. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, those 2 women could not possibly resist. He also intentionally mocked me to hurry there. Maybe there was still time to see them neither alive nor dead. Yuan immediately flew into a rage after hearing this, shouting that Master could completely use a forbidden technique to torture this old man's soul to death, without ever reaching transcendence. However, I just said in a low voice to see the situation first. Just as the whole group flew over an open space in the forest, a miserable scream suddenly echoed from below. I don't want to endure this humiliation anymore. Hurry and kill me. I heard the familiar voice and was immediately startled. Lulu looked down below. He saw a man in white kneeling in front of Lulu, crying and begging for death. That scene left everyone stunned. Not far away, Aunt Meng was performing a charm technique. Another man had just been hit by the skill. Instantly, it was as if he had been struck by lightning in the heart. He stood dazed for a few seconds. Then his eyes turned into heart shapes. Drool ran down his face, showing extreme infatuation. That man rushed over and tightly hugged Aunt Meng's leg, refusing to let go for dear life. Aunt Meng still kept a gentle smile on her lips, then softly asked, "Are you willing to die for me?" The terrifying thing was that the man didn't hesitate for a single second. He looked at her with eyes as fanatical as a believer, looking at a deity, and then answered loudly, "My queen, I am completely willing." The other man, seeing his comrade being pushed to the point of actively seeking death, became even more panicked. He turned to Lulu, his voice trembling as if about to cry, begging her to hurry and finish him off like his comrade. Dying from one blow was much more pleasant than being controlled by the charm technique and having his life force sucked dry. Lulu heard this and also shyly scratched her head. Then she reluctantly agreed, as soon as she threw what seemed like a very ordinary punch. That man immediately exploded into countless fragments of light, before completely disappearing. He even showed a look of contentment and said a word of thanks, as if finally being released from a nightmare. Right at that moment, I landed on the ground. As soon as she saw me, Lulu immediately rushed over and hugged me, her tears falling profusely. She shyly said I had finally arrived. It was really too scary just now. I could only gently pat her back, consoling her that everything was fine now. There was no need to worry anymore. Looking at that scene, Bo stood nearby with its mouth twitching. It thought to itself that with the power of Lulu's punches, who here was qualified to make her afraid? Meanwhile, Shen Yan, witnessing the entire event, almost went crazy. He howled at his subordinates, asking if they weren't all elites of the Shen family. Why was every single one of them such a coward? A man with an injured arm staggered out to explain. He said it wasn't that they were afraid of death, but that they had used every possible method and still couldn't do anything to the opponent. Before Shenyan could understand what was going on, that man was already trembling, pointing toward Lulu. He said this girl's boxing style didn't seem to have any sequence or technique at all. It was like she was just swinging wildly. But the terrifying thing was that as long as one blow touched, then one would immediately turn into a cloud of smoke. He recalled the scene just now and got goosebumps all over. And further away, Lulu was still chasing the remaining people. Her mouth was constantly shouting for them not to come near her, but every punch thrown was enough to knock a person down. Another one, his face pale as a sheet, trembled as he said that girl was even more terrifying. Just hearing her voice, or smelling her scent, was more than enough to be mentally controlled. In the end, they didn't even have a chance to die a decent death. I slowly walked up to Shen Wanhao, then gave a cold laugh. I repeated the exact words he had said earlier. Sure enough, this place really is a place where you can neither live nor die easily. Realizing he was completely outmatched, Shen Wanhao immediately changed his tone. He began to beg, saying that the Jiang family had already won today, and the Shen family had paid a heavy price. As long as I spare his life, he promised never to intrude again. He even hurriedly added that he held a significant position before Wuxia, claiming that keeping him alive would surely be useful. But before he could finish his sentence, Uncle Meng, in a fit of rage, swung his hand hard, sending him flying. Shen Wanhao rolled several times on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Uncle Meng looked at me, then calmly said that this old man had threatened me too many times, and he truly couldn't hold back anymore. I could only sigh helplessly. After all, I still wanted to extract some information from him. But who would have thought everyone would strike faster than me? At this moment, a voice full of resentment suddenly rang out from the side. The Qilin, having been ignored for so long, could finally take it no more. It asked if it could go now. After all, it had only promised to bring me here in the first place. I was startled, remembering its existence. Thinking for a moment, I immediately made an attractive offer. Full room and board with a generous salary, and I even wanted to sign a long-term contract with it. After all, a divine beast with such incredible speed is more efficient than any means of transportation. But the Qilin flew into a rage upon hearing this. It declared that, even if it were to starve to death, or jump from the sky, it would never work for me. In its heart, it swore it would never meet this human again, the one who had caused it such humiliation. Saying this, it turned into a streak of white light, soaring into the sky, and vanished. I watched it go and shook my head regretfully. To fly, one must at least reach the 4th stage. With my current cultivation speed, who knows how long I have to wait? Thinking of this, I suddenly remembered a familiar name. Wuxia Lingzha. It seems he is one of the bosses of the extreme cold, demon land dungeon in the Phantom Domain. What I remember most clearly is that he once personally killed his own father. But I didn't bother reading the other details. When I played the game, hearing me mention that, Yuan immediately asked in shock if I meant that Wuxia Lingjun would rebel and turn against King Lu. I was equally confused. Wasn't that already public knowledge? Could it be that in this world, there are no newspapers or anything of the sort? But Aunt Meng immediately denied it. She said that King Luoden is currently healthy and well. That answer left me completely stunned. I turned and asked Fu, what on earth is going on? But the little girl only replied casually that she didn't know either. After saying that, she jumped up, sat on my head, and chuckled, telling me that if I wanted to know, I should use my own wooden head to figure it out. I pondered for a long time and came up with two possibilities. 1. The background of this world has changed from the game. 2. The memories I have are incomplete. Meanwhile, the killing had returned to the northern small town area. Thinking of those delicious, ripe, spirit fruits about to be eaten, its eyes sparkled like hearts. According to it, only 10 spirit fruits would be enough to compensate for the mental trauma it had suffered today. But as it entered the familiar forest, its expression immediately changed. All over the ground were countless animals lying motionless. Beside them were the red, ripe, spirit fruits scattered everywhere. The Killen immediately became vigilant. It picked one up, sniffed it, and quickly discovered the problem. The spirit fruits themselves were not poisonous. This meant someone had tampered with them. What it couldn't understand was, why would someone go to the trouble of poisoning these fruits? After all, usually, few creatures dared to approach the Killen's habitat. Thinking of this, its body suddenly stiffened. If I hadn't blocked its path today, if it hadn't gone to the Jiang family today, then the one lying dead here right now could very well have been it. Realizing this, the Killen's gaze became grave. It gritted its teeth and dashed off at top speed, with only one thought in its mind. The enemy was clearly targeting the Killen race, and it had to go back and report it immediately. At the magnificent palace of Wuxia Ling, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Beneath the throne, several people were kneeling on the ground, while a long-haired man was nearly going mad. He shouted, questioning why Wuxia Lingjun refused to send reinforcements, even though he had promised to help before. He painfully reported the news that every single member of the Chu family had fought to the death, with no one left alive. But according to him, the Chu family had once helped Wuxia Ling, so they deserved to be repaid by dealing with Jiang Chen. However, Wuxia Ling just let out a long yawn and cut off the sobbing. He coldly stated that the other party had misunderstood. He only said he knew about it, but he never agreed to help solve those trivial matters. The entire Great Hall immediately sank into a suffocating atmosphere. The subordinate was so terrified that sweat poured down his face. He knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy, apologizing incessantly for his recklessness. Wuxia Lingjun finally raised his hand, his tone suddenly becoming much gentler. He recounted how, years ago, when he led his troops through the northern town, his soldiers were starving to death, and these very Shu family members gave them a meal. He had always kept that kindness in his heart. Hearing this, the subordinate was overjoyed, thinking he had been spared. He repeatedly praised Wuxia Lingjian for his righteousness. But the smile on Wuxia Lingjun's face made others feel a chill down their spines. A golden energy orb appeared in the palm of his hand. Before he could realize what was happening, the subordinate's body was lifted into the air and trapped inside the orb. He screamed in panic, asking what the other was doing. Wuxia Lingjian calmly replied that the Shu family was now all alone, so living on had no meaning for him anymore. In that case, he would help him go down to reunite with his entire family. Hearing this, the subordinate immediately begged desperately for his life. But it was too late. Then Wuxia Lingjin clenched his hand. Boom! The golden orb exploded right in the middle of the hall. The subordinate vanished without a trace. Having resolved the matter, Wuxia Lingjun ordered his men to clear away the remains. He warned them that, if in the future they let such people enter the Great Hall again, then the outcome would be no different from what just happened. The subordinates below bowed in unison to accept the order. Immediately after, Wuxia Lingjun's gaze shifted to Huogi. He reminded him that he shouldn't think this had nothing to do with him, because his recent missions had been repeated failures, which made him extremely annoyed. Just capturing one mermaid and one unicorn was taking forever. Huoji immediately broke into a cold sweat. He hurriedly explained that, although the plan had flaws, he himself had discovered a clue that was extremely important. As he spoke, he created an orb of light, inside which appeared the image of Jiang Chen and Senna chatting happily by the lake. Huoji asserted that this person had caused trouble at Chuanyun Lake that day, and very likely helped Sina escape. Not only that, his unicorns also felt similar spiritual power fluctuations. At the scene, he bowed his head and asked, "Was Jiang Chen secretly sent by someone to ruin our plans?" he asked. Upon hearing the report, Wuxia Lingjian narrowed his eyes slightly. In his mind, the image of someone flashed by, but he quickly dismissed it. Regardless of who it was, the most important thing now was the evil legion's plan. The core prototype must fall into his hands. Therefore, he immediately urged Huoji to speed up progress. Huoji respectfully assured him that everything was arranged. At this moment, Wuxia Lingjian's eyes became cold. He looked at the image of Jiang Chen and nonchalantly ordered, "Kill this person." The demonic energy on Huoji erupted violently. He laughed with murderous intent, declaring that not only Jiang Chen, but everyone associated with Jiang Chen would have to pay the price. Meanwhile, in another palace, the atmosphere was completely opposite. I was holding the map, walking while reading it, feeling a headache. The map in this world is vastly different from the one I knew in the game. The more I look at it, the more confused I get. I mumbled, calculating the current time. It is probably still the stage before players officially contact the fantasy god realm. Just then, Fufu suddenly jumped out. The little one grinned, complimenting, "Sometimes, Big Brother Jiang Chen can actually be smart." As she spoke, she deliberately showed off her fair, smooth legs with a look of pure confidence. Beside us, Bai also spoke up to ask for permission to leave, because there were matters to resolve at its mother's place. I just casually tossed it a glowing piece of wood as a reward. At first, Bai thought it was trash, but as soon as it bit down on it, it froze. It's actually a grade 6 divine artifact. And it even comes with the sky-breaking cultivation technique. It was so agitated that it asked several times if it was really for him. I just calmly replied, "Besides you, who else is more suitable?" Bai was overjoyed, clutched the treasure tightly, and quickly left. After that, I turned to Yuan and told her to come closer. Who would have thought? She immediately misunderstood in an extremely dangerous way, even kneeling down with a blushing face, which made me have to quickly push her away. I just wanted to test a new magical artifact. Immediately after, the evil spirit ability was activated. Before everyone's eyes, a second Yuan appeared. Both entities looked at each other and then cried out in excitement. From now on, we can serve Master twice as well. I heard it and remained completely indifferent. After handling everything, I decided to go obtain the advancement qualification. Fufu immediately poked fun at me, saying, "With great power comes great responsibility. Haven't you, big brother Jiang Chen, ever heard of this before?" The scene shifted to the crowded streets of Linguang City. As I walked, I recalled information about the advancement exam. To enter the Moonwheel Dungeon, a cultivator must possess a special license. While thinking, I suddenly paused. Linguang City. The name sounded extremely familiar. Not far away, Yen was also standing there talking to someone else. She smiled faintly, saying that the order, this time from the secret society, was directly assigned by Wuxia Lingjun for her to handle personally. The young girl lowered her head, blushing, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, but her heart was filled with determination. She was recognized by the Alliance. This made her so happy that she silently told herself she must work even harder. Just then, Fufu tugged at my sleeve. Her eyes lit up as she pointed to a roadside stall. She excitedly said, "Look at that, it looks absolutely delicious." Meanwhile, from a distant corner, Yen was quietly observing us. Seeing me appear, she frowned slightly and muttered, "I don't understand why this guy is also here." Hearing that, I instinctively fell into thought. Linguang City. Isn't this the very place that later becomes the epicenter of the tragedy known as the City Annihilation? Amidst the bustling crowd, I fell into deep contemplation. Even though the time for the disaster hasn't arrived yet, if there is a chance, I must definitely find a way to warn everyone before it's too late. Thinking of that, I suddenly asked the little devil, if I change an event that was predestined in the game, what will happen? She just shrugged her shoulders with total indifference, saying that she didn't know either. But if there are consequences, this small free brother can bear them himself. Her answer didn't provide any useful information at all, leaving me with nothing to do but click my tongue in frustration. Finally, I decided to put that matter aside. For now, it's better to go meet Duklar first. Behind us, Yen continued to tail us silently, without revealing her presence. Not long after, we arrived in front of the Duke's mansion. 2 guards immediately stepped out to block the path. They coldly informed us that in recent days, the Duke has not been receiving guests without a special invitation. I looked at them calmly and replied that I wasn't a guest. I only came to collect the trial permit for the Moonwheel Institute. Hearing that, the 2 guards immediately became suspicious. I told them if they didn't believe me, they could just go inside and bring the permit out here. But instead of following my suggestion, they sternly warned me, not allowing me to take a single step further. Unfortunately, As soon as that warning was finished, I had already appeared behind them, without anyone noticing when it happened. I chuckled softly and said everyone is just trying to earn a living. So I didn't want to make things difficult for anyone. Then I casually walked further inside. Those two actions immediately enraged one of the guards. He summoned magic and swung the spear in his hand. From the tip of the spear, a golden dragon roared and charged straight at me. He shouted triumphantly, claiming that a dragon breath was sealed within this weapon, and if I wanted to live, I should dodge immediately. But in the face of that power, which would terrify ordinary people, I only slowly turned around and gently raised one hand. The charging dragon suddenly froze in mid-air, then unexpectedly changed direction. In the very next moment, it turned its head and bit back at its own master. An explosion rang out. The guard was blown far away, rolling on the ground in a pathetic state. The entire scene immediately fell into silence. Right at that moment, a middle-aged man from inside the mansion walked down and bowed respectfully. He introduced himself as the head butler of the Duke's mansion, and simultaneously asked for my identity. Though he maintained a calm exterior, internally, he was profoundly shocked. Defeating a guard possessing dragon breath in a single move, such strength must be at least tier 4, perhaps even tier 5. I simply replied that my name is Jiang Chen, and I have no special title. I came here only to see the Duke and collect the trial permit. After hearing this, the butler showed a troubled expression. He explained that I hadn't come at a good time, as the Duke's mansion is currently facing an extremely serious matter, so the Duke has no time to see anyone. Hearing that, I frowned and asked back, "Exactly how much trouble are we talking about? Just take me there to see for myself." After a moment of hesitation, the butler finally agreed. Inside the main hall, numerous famous mages, priests, and scholars were gathered on the highest tier. Duke Lars stood there with a visibly exhausted expression. He looked down at the crowd and announced in a heavy voice that regardless of who stepped forward today to treat his daughter, whether they succeeded or failed, they would receive a generous reward. But if someone could actually save the girl, he would be willing to grant any request, from wealth and power to even his own life. He would spare nothing. Those words immediately caused a stir among the crowd. Not long after, everyone was led to an inner room. As the door opened, the entire audience seemed to freeze. On the bed in the middle of the room was a young girl bound tightly with magic chains. Her eyes were as blood-red as crimson, the corners of her mouth torn and sewn back with black thread, and gloomy waves of death energy continuously rose from her body, sending chills down everyone's spines. Just by seeing that sight, many people turned pale. Someone asked the Duke in a trembling voice if he was joking, because this condition was clearly the legendary corpse plague. Lar nodded helplessly in admission. He knew very well what disease it was, but he was completely out of options. Upon hearing the confirmation, the crowd immediately fell into chaos. Some screamed that this thing would spread, while others fled in fear, not wanting to turn into monsters. In just a short moment, many people hurriedly left the room. Amidst all that, a nun named Sonia stepped forward. She took the initiative to offer to try and treat the young lady. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Sonia raised her hands to perform a divine art, praying for the holy light to descend, to save the poor girl. Lar watched the scene, a final spark of hope flashing in his eyes. However, The miracle everyone was waiting for did not appear. Sonia gritted her teeth and tried a second time, then a third. But the holy light remained completely silent. On the contrary, the painful screams of the girl on the bed grew increasingly violent. Finally, Sonia knelt down in exhaustion and despair, admitting that the holy light had refused to answer her prayers. Watching that scene, I suddenly remembered everything. This was the root cause of the tragedy of the city annihilation in the future. Initially, only one person was infected, but then the plague spread with terrifying speed. From 1 to 10. From 10 to 100. Eventually, the entire city turned into a hell of the living. Dead Wuxia tried to save everyone, but failed completely. His path of the heart collapsed because of it, leading to him massacring the entire city, and finally killing his own biological father with his own hands. Thinking of that, I only shook my head slightly. It sounds pitiful. But in my eyes, he was nothing more than someone who couldn't handle the pressure. At this moment, Sonia turned to the Duke with a pained face. She said the only thing she could do now was to help the young lady pass away peacefully, to end her suffering. Hearing that, Duke Lar immediately flew into a rage. He roared that such a thing was absolutely not permitted. No matter what. She was still his daughter, still a living human being. Sonia could only sadly explain that, if it wasn't handled immediately, not only the Duke's family, but this entire city would fall into danger. The atmosphere in the room became tense to the extreme. And just when everyone was drowning in despair, I calmly stepped forward. I looked at the sick girl and casually said that everyone was making everything too complicated. Just using a shadow technique would be enough to solve the problem. That statement left the entire room stunned. Duke Lar immediately asked warily who I was, while Sonia was bewildered, having never heard of such a magic art. I didn't explain immediately, but approached the sick. After carefully observing the girl's condition, I understood even more why they were all helpless. The magical knowledge of this era is too backward. By comparison, players from the future are like scholars standing at the peak of knowledge, while the people before me are still struggling in the primitive stages. The gap between the two sides is simply the difference of an entire era. Thinking this, I slowly raised my hand. A surge of cold, black aura immediately spread throughout the room. I looked at everyone and said calmly, "Just stand there and watch." Immediately after, I threw a powerful punch downward. An explosion echoed. All of the magical chains binding the girl shattered simultaneously. Her body was tossed into the air, her face as pale as a corpse. And at that very moment, a mouthful of thick black blood with a pungent fishy smell sprayed out from her mouth, leaving everyone present frozen in shock. After the seemingly hopeless impact, the girl finally showed signs of regaining consciousness. Her eyelids fluttered and then slowly opened. Her gaze was still hazy as she didn't understand what had happened. She looked at her father in confusion and asked softly what was wrong with her. At that moment, the father felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. After so many days, he almost burst into tears as he rushed to hug his daughter, continuously calling her name in uncontrollable joy. To him, this was nothing short of a miracle. While everyone was immersed in the emotions of reunion, Jiang Chen remained perfectly calm. I silently assessed that this world indeed does not lack outstanding characters. Sonia alone, from the Church of Holy Light, was the one who laid the foundation for countless spells, specializing in dealing with evil energies in the future. Seeing the matter concluded, Sonia finally gathered her courage to step forward. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. What she cared about wasn't the miracle that just happened, but the method Jiang Chen had used. She desperately wanted to learn it. But Jiang Chen's answer was like a splash of cold water. I bluntly said that it wasn't something just anyone could learn. To come into contact with it, one must first abandon the path of holy light that she had pursued since childhood. Hearing that, Sonia was silent for a moment. And then something that surprised Jiang Chen happened. She raised her head, her gaze incredibly firm. If doing so could save more people, she was willing to make the trade. Jiang Chen had only intended to tease her a bit, so I was immediately stunned. I thought I had misheard, but Sonia repeated it once more, every word filled with determination. As long as there was a chance to fight the plague and save people's lives, she was willing to try any path. Looking at the girl in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who would have thought that the future great sage, someone who would be revered by the whole continent, 15 years later, was now seriously asking to follow me to learn the so-called shadow technique? Leaving the mansion, Duke Lar personally saw Jiang Chen out. The powerful noble, respectfully, handed me the permit to enter the secret realm, along with a medallion representing the Duke's mansion. He was willing to spare nothing to repay this favor, as long as Jiang Chen spoke. No matter the request, he would try to fulfill it. However, Jiang Chen only casually accepted the medallion and shook his head at him. This is enough. If there is something I need help with later, it won't be too late to seek you then. Hearing that answer, the Duke's aged eyes immediately turned red. He bowed deeply, his voice trembling with emotion. From today onward, the Duke's mansion will forever remember this debt of gratitude. On the way back, Jiang Chen encountered Sonia once again. The young girl clearly hadn't given up on her intention. As soon as she saw me, she immediately ran over and asked the reason why she wasn't chosen. Could it be that her talent was too poor? Or perhaps you haven't tried hard enough? Sonia affirmed to herself, ready to pour all her sweat and effort into her studies. Jiang Chen stared at her for a long time. The moment he heard the word sweat in his head, strange thoughts even began to emerge, making him cough to hide his embarrassment. In the end, he explained earnestly that the issue did not lie in talent. According to him, Sonia should not step onto the path of darkness. Instead, she should continue researching the power of the holy light. Who knows, perhaps that very path holds the key to truly curing the plague. Hearing this, Sonia became even more confused, because the reality was that the holy light showed no reaction to this disease at all. If she encountered a patient, she could do nothing but watch in helplessness. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly had a thought. Could it be that her faith wasn't strong enough? That one simple sentence struck Sonia's mind. Like a bolt of lightning, she stood frozen in place. And immediately after, all the doubts in her heart seemed to unravel. Sonia was so moved that she grabbed Jiang Chen's hand. She realized she had inadvertently let her faith in the light waver, just because of a temporary failure. Perhaps the method for salvation had always been there, only she hadn't been firm enough to find it. She even knelt down right in the middle of the street to repent sincerely. Jiang Chen, standing nearby watching the scene, could only scratch his head helplessly. He had just been spouting nonsense on a whim. never expecting her to actually reach an enlightenment. Finally, he urged her to go back and continue her research. Sonia wore a radiant smile like never before. Her eyes now filled only with hope and determination. Watching her back fade away, Jiang Chen sighed softly. He knew very well. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach her. But if he truly pulled a future holy maiden of the light onto the dark path, that guilt would probably haunt him for the rest of his life. Just thinking about the huge bug the system had created, he felt even more of a headache. Fufu didn't care about such profound problems. The little girl innocently made one simple request: to go eat some rice ball skewers. Jiang Chen was about to refuse, but suddenly remembered he had already paid the protection fee for this area last month. However, as soon as he looked at the stall by the road, he immediately noticed something was wrong. A thug was standing in front of the stall, loudly pressuring an old woman for more money. He arrogantly declared, "The money from last month only covers the present, while today's payment is in advance for next year." Such blatant absurdity made the old woman tremble, not knowing what to do. She was just a small-time vendor. How could she possibly afford such a large sum? Jiang Chen immediately stepped forward. His voice was not loud, but it was enough to grab the attention of the surrounding crowd. He straightforwardly pointed out the guy's absurdity. The thug turned his head, his eyes full of contempt. Before he could even make a move to intimidate him, his wrist was gripped by Jiang Chen like a pair of iron pliers. A cry of pain rang out in the street. But even in agony, he tried to threaten him, claiming he had powerful backing. In response, Jiang Chen silently took out the Duke's medallion. The moment he saw the object, the aggression on the thug's face vanished completely. His complexion turned pale, and his threats immediately turned into apologies. Within seconds, he took to his heels and fled. Fufu stood by, pouting angrily as she watched him go, while Jiang Chen, as if nothing had happened, turned around and ordered a rice ball skewer. The old woman was overjoyed, repeatedly thanking him and asking how they wanted it prepared. As soon as she heard about food, Fufu's eyes lit up like stars. Without hesitation, the little girl declared with great spirit, "I want everything." Jiang Chen could only look helplessly at this gluttonous little girl. But right then, a familiar feeling suddenly appeared. Someone was watching him. A mysterious gaze was quietly hidden in the dense crowd, and it hadn't left his back for a moment. No one knew who the owner of that gaze was, but clearly, a new trouble was silently approaching. Jiang Chen glanced back and thought to himself, "The person tailing me, do they really plan on hiding forever?" In the shadows, not far away, Yen immediately realized she had been discovered. She frowned in confusion. Clearly, her disguise was so perfect that even her colleagues could hardly recognize her. Yet this guy had seen right through it. Just as Yen was feeling skeptical, a child ran past, pointed straight at her, and innocently shouted to his mother, "Mom, look, a monster." The whole street fell silent for a few seconds. A vein popped on Yen's forehead. She was so angry she ripped the mask off and threw it on the ground. All her effort in disguising herself was ruined by a child in an instant. She felt nothing but helplessness. But very quickly, Yen regained her serious expression. She remembered the order Ling Jun had issued. The epidemic in Lingguang City was spreading daily. If it wasn't handled at the root quickly, the consequences would exceed the imagination of everyone. Without beating around the bush, any longer. She walked straight up to Jiang Chen and stated her purpose directly. However, according to current investigations, the problem lies not only with the patients who have shown symptoms, but the water source in the outskirts. I is also showing abnormal signs. If Jiang Chen truly has the skill to solve the plague, then he should go inspect it himself. Unexpectedly, his answer was extremely decisive. Not going, Yen thought she had misheard. She stared at him intently. Jiang Chen simply shrugged casually, acting as if he had no interest in the imperial power struggles or Ling Jun's orders. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Whoever wanted to save the world could go do it. He had no obligation to get involved. Beside him was holding her head in annoyance over something else entirely. She was staring at the rice ball skewer in Jiang Chen's hand, with eyes full of resentment. That was originally a part of her. But while Fufu was still angry at Jiang Chen, he calmly took another bite of his pastry, then silently thought to himself. Just imagining the trouble of having to deal with a bunch of people suffering from teenage hero syndrome was enough to give him a headache. If they want to act, let them. I'm not that free. Just then, a child ran up in front of him, looked up at Jiang Chen with clear, innocent eyes, and politely thanked him for what just happened. Afterward, the boy waved his hand, beckoning him to follow. Before he could even understand what was happening, Jiang Chen saw the child running toward a stall in the distance. A woman was waiting there. Strangely, the words she spoke were exactly the same as the words the child had just said, as if they were repeating the same memory. At that moment, in Jiang Chen's mind, countless fragmented images suddenly flashed. Clues that had been obscured for a long time began to piece together into a complete picture. His gaze shifted instantly. He turned to Yen, his voice dropping significantly. Where did the source of the pollution begin? Seeing Jiang Chen's sudden change in attitude, Yen did not ask further. She simply turned around to lead the way. Not long after, the two appeared in a forest near the outskirts. It was located right next to an abandoned mine. The moment he set foot there, Jiang Chen could feel a dense aura of death billowing up from the earth like black smoke. The entire area looked no different from a rotting wound on the body of the city. He immediately focused his mind, channeling his spiritual power to attempt to cleanse the source of pollution. Yen stood behind, watching the scene, unable to hide her tension. She kept observing every small change on his face. When asked if he could handle it, Jiang Chen just snapped at her to be quiet. Right now, he needed absolute concentration. Step by step, he moved closer to the center of the death aura. The closer he got, the greater the pressure. But what made Yen astonished was that the black mist was truly being pushed back. The death aura was dissipating, bit by bit, under Jiang Chen's cleansing, until the last bit of pollution completely vanished. He finally let out a long breath. His body was nearly drained of spiritual energy. However, the problem was far from over. After a closer inspection, he discovered there were dozens of similar discharge points around Langwang City. Clearing just one place had already exhausted most of his strength. If he continued in this way, even if he were to collapse from exhaustion, he couldn't solve it thoroughly. While he was pondering a strategy, Yen suddenly noticed an unusual expression on his face and curiously asked. Before Jiang Chen could even answer, she turned away to a different spot. But only a few steps later, she suddenly froze, then blushed with anger. It turned out Jiang Chen was nonchalantly relieving his physiological needs, right next to a drainage pipe. He even calmly explained that if a drain needs clearing, people do too. Did she expect him to hold it until he died? If this place caused environmental pollution, then the tool causing the pollution should be confiscated. As well, to be fair. Wyan wanted to hit him upon hearing this. But just then, a beam of light suddenly erupted from an ancient tree root. Nearby, a formation was triggered. A masked figure holding a long sword rushed out like lightning. As soon as he appeared, he roared with murderous intent. Finally found the target. Jiang Chen's face changed instantly. His spiritual power had been exhausted after the recent cleansing. He couldn't even set up a defense in time. The distance was too close, leaving him with almost no way to dodge. The sword sliced through the air, striking down, but just before the moment of impact, Jiang Chen's body was suddenly pulled sideways. As if by an invisible hand, he rolled several times and landed face first on the ground. The one who took action was none other than Wyan. At this moment, floating above her hand, was a brilliant golden sphere of energy. The immense pressure of her mind power covered the entire area. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was also within the range of effect. He was pressed flat against the ground, unable to move, only able to shout angrily, demanding to be let go. Wyan acted as if she hadn't heard him at all. She walked leisurely toward the assassin. Her lips curled in a dangerous smile. Jiang Chen immediately realized inside. This woman was taking revenge for what happened earlier. Sure enough, one shouldn't judge a person by their appearance. In front of the masked man, Wyan restored her majestic demeanor as a peacekeeper. Her voice cold as ice, ordering the opponent to surrender immediately, to undergo an investigation. Under the terrifying pressure of the mind power, the assassin could barely move. Yet, he suddenly unleashed his power, forcing himself to stand and lunging straight at Wyan. What surprised her was that his target did not seem to be her, but someone else. He constantly dodged the range of control and loudly provoked her. After a few attempts, he had identified the weakness in Wyan's ability. As long as one escapes the activation range at the right moment, the effect of the mind power is greatly reduced. As an assassin specialized in speed and movement techniques, he was extremely confident in this capability. Wyan became furious upon hearing this. The spiritual power in her body erupted stronger than before. The assassin hadn't even had time to be smug before a blow struck him directly in the chest. His entire body trembled violently, and he immediately raised both hands in surrender. Wyan walked over slowly, her cold gaze looking down at the person kneeling on the ground. She calmly stated that Chief Ma Yu never used violence to coerce prisoners. Then, the corner of her lips curled up. No, why you couldn't escape. The assassin looked up in despair, while Wyan smiled. Because control isn't even my specialty. Wyan just smirked at the remark, as if she had just heard something very funny. She calmly explained that the reality was quite the opposite. The reason why she didn't use her strongest ability was that if she truly went all out, the criminal would be defeated too quickly. To her, doing that would strip away the meaning of punishment. As she said this, Wyan's gaze suddenly froze. She unconsciously glanced in another direction, muttering as if she had just discovered something was wrong. That exact moment she lost her focus, created an opportunity for the masked man. He immediately switched targets. Instead of continuing to face Wyan, His gaze shifted directly toward Jiang Chen, who was standing in the distance. The killing intent in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. If he couldn't complete the original mission, then, at the very least, he had to take the target's head. Exactly. But at this moment, Jiang Chen was crouching nearby, leisurely, eating tongyan, as if he were completely unaware of the approaching danger. Phew. Looking at the skewer in his hand, Fufu was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. That was supposed to be her portion. Jiang Chen, however, was very logical, explaining while he ate that without replenishing energy, how could he recover his physical strength? Right at that moment, Fufu's expression suddenly changed. The little girl looked behind and shouted a warning. The masked man had already lunged forward like an arrow leaving a bow. He sneered, mocking Jiang Chen for being a strange person who still worried about eating even when death was imminent. In response, Jiang Chen didn't panic at all. He just held the last tongyan in his hand and flicked it lightly forward, the corner of his lips curling up with confidence. He even declared that this was the final gift for the opponent. The assassin watched the tongyan flying toward him, unable to understand what was happening. What could a single tongyan possibly do? But a second later, he understood immediately. That tongyan wasn't meant for an attack. It was a tracking marker. The moment the tongyan touched his back, Yi En in the distance immediately erupted with extreme psychic power. A terrifying pressure weighed down like an entire mountain collapsing onto the masked man's head. Before he could even react, he was crushed flat against the ground. Jiang Chen brushed his hands and stood up, looking very satisfied. He walked over as if preparing to open a gift and calmly told his opponent he had better have some valuable items on him. Then, he began to loot the spoils of war. Besides a few miscellaneous items, the thing that caught his attention the most was a strange command medallion. He held it up and examined it for a while, but didn't understand its function. To Jiang Chen, this pile of junk wasn't even worth as much as a gift had given him before. Hearing that, Yi En immediately snatched the medallion to check it. But after only a few seconds of observation, her face changed. This was no ordinary object. It was the personal guard token of Lord Wu He. This item originally belonged only to the closest guards by the Lord's side. This made Yi En unable to help but feel suspicious. Could it be that a guard had met with an accident, and the medallion was stolen? But Jiang Chen had a completely different thought. He was almost certain that this assassin was the person sent to kill him. Yi En immediately retorted. She didn't understand why the Lord would want to deal with a person who had just saved the entire city. Jiang Chen just shrugged. Who knows? I vaguely remember dealing with someone named Shen before. Before dying, that person kept mentioning Wu He as if he were relying on some very powerful influence. Hearing this, Yen's eyes immediately lit up. She believed it was all just a misunderstanding. According to her, a benevolent person like Lord Wu He could absolutely never do such a thing. She even guaranteed she would investigate it to the end herself. In Yen's heart, Wu He was the ideal role model that made her choose to become a security officer today. Hearing those words full of adoration, Jiang Chen only gave a bitter smile in secret. In his mind, however, that lord seemed to be painted as a perfect person, to the point where he could never make a mistake. No matter what happened, others would find a way to justify it for him. Not wanting to continue the argument, Jiang Chen shifted to a more important issue. He stated directly that the water source situation in Lingwang City was much more serious than imagined. I alone cannot purify the entire contaminated area. If we don't quickly evacuate or prepare to respond, it's very likely someone will carry out a large-scale massacre in the city. Wei Yan's face turned cold upon hearing that. She pressed him, asking who that person was. But Jiang Chen only left a mysterious sentence. You will know for yourself when the time is right. After saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving Wei Yan behind, constantly chasing and questioning him. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, Jiang Chen and Fufu were leisurely heading toward the power center of the entire nation. On the way, Jiang Chen suddenly lamented that if a child turned out bad, it was mostly the father's fault. According to his reasoning, if Lord Wu He was truly the one behind everything, then that king could not be innocent either. Perhaps it was time for him to speak directly with the leader of the empire, right now. Hearing that intention, Fufu was startled. She hurriedly warned him that the Imperial Palace wasn't a place you could just enter. Whenever you wanted, numerous top-tier experts were gathered inside, not to mention the ceiling arrays covering everywhere. Once trapped inside, even teleportation would be useless. But Jiang Chen appeared extremely calm. He just smiled and looked at Fufu. Don't I have you here, little devil? Hearing that, Fufu's face immediately brightened. The little girl felt that she was finally being recognized. It turned out, Jiang Chen truly trusted her abilities. Thinking so, she immediately patted her chest, guaranteeing that she would take care of everything. Jiang Chen gave a cunning smile, then suddenly stuffed a thick notebook into her hand. Fufu didn't even understand what was happening before she was pulled along by him. The countdown began. 1, 2, 3, run. In the blink of an eye, both of them dashed away like the wind. A moment later, Jiang Chen appeared on a distant cliff, leisurely practicing his punches as if nothing had happened. As for Fu, she had been turned into an unidentified flying object, spinning round and round, heading straight for the palace. At the city gate, two guards only managed to see a black shadow flash by. One man dazed, rubbing his eyes, thinking he had seen wrong. The other immediately became alert, ordering a check of the entire surrounding area. From above, Jiang Chen saw the scene and broke into a satisfied smile. The plan was successful. Sure enough, very soon after, the guards noticed Fufu, who was pretending to be in a panic. The little girl immediately put on an excellent performance. As soon as she saw the people coming, her eyes welled up with tears. She told them that a human trafficker was chasing her, and she had barely escaped with her life. Hearing the phrase, human trafficker, the guards' expressions changed instantly. This was the area near the royal city. Such a dangerous criminal must absolutely not be allowed to appear. They immediately asked for the suspect's location. Fufu tremblingly pointed in a random direction and said the bad man was over there. Without any suspicion, the captain immediately led his men to investigate. Watching the backs of the guards disappear, Fufu bowed politely to thank them, her face looking innocent and guiltless. But in her heart, she had no idea that she had just been used by Jiang Chen as bait to clear the path for him to enter the palace. Fufu originally thought she had fooled the guards, but the captain was sharper than she thought. He suddenly raised his hand, stopping everyone and staring intently at the little girl. The more he thought, the more he felt something was wrong. If a human trafficker were truly chasing her, Why was this little girl unwilling to go home? He immediately requested to personally escort Fufu back, while also asking for her home address. Hearing that question, Fufu immediately lowered her head and went silent, because even she didn't know how to continue the lie. Meanwhile, in a deep corner inside the palace, Jiang Chen had quietly completed his What left people speechless was that he didn't have the appearance of an intruder at all. On the contrary, he was very comfortable, sitting and eating a chicken leg in front of King Gum. While eating, he even commented like a gourmet diner. The skin is crispy, the meat inside is tender and sweet, the seasoning is just right. The royal chefs truly have skill. The king was so angry upon hearing that his teeth almost ground together. This brat barged straight into the palace, and then sat there eating and drinking as if he were at home. What was even more infuriating was that he currently could not make any normal sounds. Seemingly guessing the other party's thoughts, Jiang Chen immediately told him not to be impatient. Afterward, he used his thoughts to connect directly with the king. Immediately, King Gum's voice echoed in his head. The first question was about the identity of the person in front of him. But Jiang Chen had no interest in explaining. According to him, that wasn't important. What was important was that Lingguan City was standing on the brink of destruction. He stood up, walking around the room, while recounting what he had witnessed. The epidemic, the contaminated water source, the deaths silently spreading. And behind it all, the person he suspected the most was Wu He, the son that the king had always been proud of. Hearing this, King Gum immediately objected. In his perception, that was completely absurd. The North King Empire had always been protected by the gods. How could such a disaster appear? As for the matter of Wu He slaughtering a city, it was even more unacceptable. Even if his son sometimes acted decisively, no one loved the subjects more than him. He was just about to recount his most proud memories of Wu He when Jiang Chen unexpectedly took over the words, as if he had read his thoughts beforehand. He recited verbatim the words the king was preparing to say. From the day Wu He was born, to the great expectations that a father placed on that son, the king was instantly stunned. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he were seeing a ghost, because those words had never been uttered to anyone. They had only existed in his heart for the past 10 years. Yet, the young man in front of him said every word without a single mistake. Jiang Chen looked at that shocked face and sighed inwardly. There are things this old man completely doesn't know. But in the timeline that I witnessed, those words of pride didn't even have time to be finished before everything collapsed. In the end, he only told the king that he gained nothing from lying. If you don't believe me, go and verify it yourself to find out. The king was still happy, but he believed that as long as Mayan appeared, everything would become clear. Hearing that name, Jiang Chen immediately jumped up. It turned out that while talking, this old man was still secretly waiting for reinforcements to come to the rescue. But at the same time, outside the palace, Fufu had also been escorted by the guards through several streets. The captain found it more and more strange. This little girl's house always seemed to be just a little bit further ahead. When pressed, Fufu immediately changed tactics. She clutched her stomach, complaining of hunger, and demanded to eat first, to have the strength to remember the way home. Unfortunately, this time the guards didn't fall for the trap. They began to suspect her true identity. Seeing that she couldn't stall any longer, Fufu suddenly changed her expression. She raised her hand and struck a blow, knocking the captain to the ground, then grinned and waved goodbye. Before anyone could react, she had disappeared like the wind. The soldiers finally confirmed for certain that the little girl was indeed problematic. The news was immediately relayed to the supreme mage, Mayan. However, through the magical surveillance orb, the old man calmly observed the entire incident. With the power of an 8th-stage mage, the entire royal city was under his control. 1. What movement could possibly escape his perception? Returning inside the royal palace, Jiang Chen continued to provoke the king. He incessantly complained about how he was trying to have a serious conversation, yet the other party secretly called for reinforcements to arrest him. However, the king appeared quite smug. He explained that Mayan didn't need anyone to call him. As long as a stranger appeared in the royal city, that mage would eventually discover them. Furthermore, he revealed a piece of news that gave Jiang Chen an even bigger headache. The king was always protected by an 8th-level magical barrier. If Jiang Chen had acted rashly earlier, he might have been countered and killed long ago. Hearing this, Jiang Chen just wanted to curse in his face. In his eyes, this was no different from a Bedouin player, loaded with protective gear. The king, seeing this, became even more smug. He advised Jiang Chen to calmly cooperate. Once Mayan's forbidden formation was activated, all forms of teleportation or escape would become useless. In other words, he had become a fish on the chopping block. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. He asked bluntly, if that meant he was completely trapped with no way out? That's right, the king smiled confidently. He guaranteed he wouldn't make things difficult for him, as long as he honestly confessed everything he knew. But just as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen suddenly shouted loudly, making the whole room shake. Fufu, now is the time. The king hadn't even realized what was happening when the surrounding space suddenly twisted violently. From the cracks, innumerable tentacles, blackish purple in color, like creatures from the abyss, emerged. They crawled out from the spatial fissures and covered the entire hall. The bizarre scene made even the king's expression change. Right at that moment, a massive teleportation gate opened in midair. Mayan stepped out, leaning on his magic staff. The moment he appeared, he instantly became the center of the entire room. Jiang Chen looked at the old mage and suddenly asked a question. He wanted to know, on this entire continent, exactly how many people were strong enough to rival Mayan. Upon hearing that question, the king's eyes lit up. Because to him, the answer was obvious without even needing to think. Mayan was one of the existences, standing at the absolute peak of the empire, and the true confrontation had now officially begun. Hearing Jiang Chen's question, Mayan replied calmly. On the entire continent, the number of people capable of standing as his equal was at most just over 10. But even for those at that level, if they entered the royal city, they would still be hindered by the Grand Sealing formation. For a certain period. At the very least, they couldn't just come and go as they pleased, like before. That answer left King Gum even more bewildered. Who on earth could possibly do something that defied common sense? Just then, a strange scene appeared before his eyes. He saw himself standing on a cliff, hanging over the sea, holding a fishing rod. The mountain wind blew past his ears. Everything felt so real, no different from reality. Gum looked around in confusion. According to the theory, the outcome should have been a tragedy, predetermined from the start. Yet, something had intervened powerfully, bending the fate that shouldn't have been changed. Just when he didn't understand what was happening, a distant voice suddenly echoed in the space. It was calm, yet carried an indescribable sense of mystery. The voice said that his life was one of the most miraculous fates it had ever witnessed. The king was startled. He looked around but didn't see anyone. The voice continued, advising him that if someone offered strange suggestions in the future, he shouldn't be quick to refuse. He should try to believe that it might be the will of the gods guiding him. Gum felt his scalp tingle after hearing this. He muttered to himself, even suspecting if the turtle under his feet was the one talking. The more he thought, the more irrational it seemed. Could it be that old age was truly causing him to start having hallucinations, or was this truly some messenger of the gods? While the king was lost in doubt, on the other side, Jiang Chen was extremely calm. He was floating in midair. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. Everything had gone exactly according to plan. He had won this gamble. Without further hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately headed toward the Moonwheel Trial, one of the most mysterious trial grounds on the continent. In front of the trial gate, he silently analyzed everything in his mind. The rules of this place were extremely famous. Just by standing in front of the gate and activating the right to enter, that person would be forcibly teleported to the trial location. This was the power of the continent's origin rules, which almost no one could resist. That was precisely why he had Fufu activate the entry right at the crucial moment. Under the judgment of the rules, the target to be would be the one carrying the appropriate spiritual energy. And Fufu, by nature, was in existence outside the normal system of rules. The final result was the trial could only target Jiang Chen and then forcibly pull him out of the royal city. A bug so perfect that even Jiang Chen had to feel satisfied. Not far from there, Fufu was busy struggling with an ancient chest. The little girl used all sorts of strange passwords, from incantations to magic spells, hoping to unlock it. Unfortunately, the chest remained unmoved. A long while of fumbling left her panting with exhaustion. As soon as she saw Jiang Chen, she immediately began to demand credit. According to her, every time they encountered danger, he would drag Fufu out to do the labor. This matter definitely required compensation. Jiang Chen didn't bother to argue. He casually took a skewer of cakes and stuffed it straight into her mouth. Within just a few seconds, all of Fufu's dissatisfaction completely vanished. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. To her, every problem in the world could be solved with delicious food. Watching the little girl eating as if nothing else mattered, Jiang Chen just shook his head and smiled, then continued to venture deeper into the trial area. In his heart, he couldn't help but think of Mayan. An 8th steer mage could indeed dominate the world outside. But inside this trial area, individual strength was no longer the deciding factor for everything. The most important thing remained the ability to adapt to the rules of this place. Therefore, he immediately sped up. The only goal right now was to complete the trial as quickly as possible. As the two of them went deeper inside, an NPC suddenly appeared. The girl had a gentle appearance, but her eyes were extremely sharp. Upon meeting, she demanded to test Jiang Chen's strength. But according to the rules, all members participating in the trial must have their abilities assessed before cooperating. And the person being tested was not allowed to resist. Jiang Chen waited for a while and then began to lose patience. He felt that these people were too slow. Trial time was already limited. Yet they were wasting it on meaningless things. The NPC girl heard this and just sighed. In her opinion, waiting a little longer wouldn't hurt. If a teammate was accidentally left behind, they might encounter life-threatening danger. However, when the testing process began, her expression changed immediately. The first sense showed that Jiang Chen was only Tier 1. She thought she had missed. But after testing 2 or 3 more times, and many times after that, the result remained the same. There was almost no significant power fluctuation on his body. This left her completely confused. Jiang Chen saw this and spoke up with irritation. "Stop checking, I'm really just Tier 1. Right at that moment, footsteps echoed from the end of the cave. 2 figures slowly appeared. One was Lanisa, while the other was covered from head to toe. Upon seeing the test results, the masked man's eyes immediately widened. In his perception, for a Tier 1, to enter this place was no different from seeking death. He even suggested throwing Jiang Chen out before the trial began. But Lanusa immediately rejected it. She affirmed that she would not abandon anyone in danger, no matter how weak they were, as long as they were qualified to enter this place. They still had a chance to prove themselves. The masked man was bewildered and understood nothing. He had no idea what the council Lanisa just mentioned was. Beside him, the red-haired girl began to lose her temper. In her view, even if he didn't understand, he should just follow the big sister's orders. The atmosphere between the two quickly became tense. Finally, Lanisa had to step in to mediate. She looked at Jiang Chen and reminded him softly. "During the trial, you should stay close to Team 5. So everyone can easily support each other." The masked man, although still unwilling, finally reluctantly accepted. He didn't forget to warn that all rewards in the trial area must be divided equally. No one was allowed to hide spoils for themselves. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Chun's eyes. He casually replied that from beginning to end, he never had any intention of traveling with them. After speaking, Jiang Chen immediately rushed forward. The masked man stared and shouted loudly, but he only waved his hand in response, saying he was used to acting alone. The red-haired NPC was also stunned upon hearing this. In this place, even ordinary demonic beasts reached Tier 6. Even coordinated teams had to be cautious at every step. Yet this Tier 1 guy wanted to enter alone, facing everyone's concern. Jiang Chen just curled his lips and smiled, saying his luck had always been very good. Wherever he went, he only encountered soft percent. The masked man, as if a burden had been lifted, immediately suggested ignoring that madman. Though Lanisa was dissatisfied, she couldn't force him. Before leaving, Jiang Chen turned his head and waved his hand. "Good luck to everyone. By the way, there's a demonic beast lair ahead, so be careful." Watching his silhouette fade away, the masked man sneered. He thought if he wanted to die, then let him bring it upon himself. Lanisa just shrugged slightly. Maybe that guy really was lucky, just as he had said. Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, a giant monster was reigning. It greedily inhaled the scent of humans, ordering its subordinates to hunt and bring back the intruder's soul essence. At the same time, Jiang Chen and Fufu continued to go deeper into the Moonwheel Garden. He was extremely confident, because this was a beginner dungeon that he had cleared hundreds of times in the game. According to his memory, the final boss was the Broken Moon General, and there was a shortcut up ahead. But after walking for a while, a sense of unease gradually appeared. Everything didn't seem like what he remembered. He even felt like he had just passed through this place. Just as Jiang Chen suspected he was lost, a small snake silently slithered over, intending to ambush him. In its mind, it was smug, thinking the first merit this time would surely belong to it. Who would have thought Jiang Chen seemed completely unaware? He accidentally stepped right on it, then asked in a daze what he had just stepped on. Before he could even recover his senses, another monster appeared behind him. The giant sensed the presence. Jiang Chen turned his head and cursed bluntly. "You stupid snake, you couldn't wait for your companions, turning yourself into a human shield." After that, he calmly asked the newly arrived monster, "Where is the location of General Toi Nu yet?" Being treated as a navigator, the monster was so angry its eyes turned red. It roared that this place is a forbidden zone for existences that are extremely terrifying. Any living creature that enters will be erased. Before it could even finish its sentence, it introduced itself as a lightning wolf. Then it lunged forward with a surge of violent spiritual power. However, Jiang Chen only tilted his body to dodge. Taking advantage of the momentum, he matched the opponent's speed and unleashed a punch as fast as lightning. While striking, he mocked, saying that if these beasts have a master, tell them to trim their claws properly. The lightning wolf was immediately knocked down and left motionless. The little snake, witnessing that scene, couldn't help but blurt out a taunt at its companion. So useless, but the lightning wolf roared in anger, admitting that this human is much stronger than imagined. Seeing that the opponent wasn't completely dead yet, Jiang Chen quickly discovered the secret. On their bodies, there exists the energy of the evil Vin, the thing that is manipulating and maintaining the activities of Bodhi that should have been crushed. Even though they were discovered, the pack of monsters still sneered, saying that he could not escape death. Not wanting to drag things out, Jiang Chen just smirked in provocation. "All of you, come at me at once." The monsters immediately shrieked, lunging with overwhelming momentum. In response, he flicked his fingertips lightly, as if he had just solved a trivial matter. In the blink of an eye, each monster's body was torn apart, shattered into pieces, and vanished into thin air. In another place, the little snake that survived by a hair's breadth tremblingly crawled to report to its master. Hearing that the intruder is a monster, even more terrifying than themselves, Lita immediately asked if it was a nightmare demon or a spirit-devouring beast. But the answer made everyone go silent. The one spreading that terror is just a human. While the monsters were still in shock, Jiang Chen calmly continued to venture deeper into the cave. The cave, before his eyes now, were countless stars, shimmering like the night sky trapped underground. Looking at that magical scene, the corner of his lips curled up slightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Who knows, the thing waiting ahead might be an unimaginably huge treasure. Lita widened its blood-red eyes. A roar shook the entire cave. It couldn't believe it. A human possesses such terrifying power. In its mind, there suddenly appeared the name that became a legend 100 years ago, the hero Ella, but that was even more absurd, because that person had died long ago. The little snake trembled, bowing its head to report that that person had arrived. Hearing that, Lita's eyes immediately flared with insane greed. According to its perception, even though Jiang Chen is only at the first stage, his body is powerful, far beyond imagination. If it can devour him, It believes that it will become an existence that is invincible. Just then, a calm voice rang out right in front of the shop. Jiang Chen walked in leisurely, looking around as if he were taking a walk, then casually asked, "Is this the right place for the dungeon boss, or not?" He even took the liberty to ask if the opponent wanted to die on its own or needed him to lend a hand. As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual energy condensed into countless spears, hovering in midair, so sharp that it felt like the air was being torn apart. Being blatantly insulted, Lita roared in anger. It said Jiang Chen should feel honored, because it would remember his name before he died. However, Jiang Chen just frowned in impatience. He hated this type of monster that liked to ramble on. Without waiting for the opponent to finish, the spears simultaneously launched like rain. Destructive dust clouds rose everywhere. Jiang Chen was still thinking this boss is weaker than imagined. He feared the reward wouldn't be worth much. Then, a black shadow suddenly tore through the dust screen and lunged. Lita bared its sharp claws. The immense pressure, crushing down as if to flatten everything. It roared that it had met countless humans stronger than Jiang Chen, but all of them failed before its infinite power. It wanted to see how long his spiritual power could hold out. Jiang Chen crossed his arms and observed for a few seconds, then chuckled. In his eyes, the thing screaming in front of him was no different from a punching bag that had been pampered too much, so it thought it was invincible under the heavens. He muttered, "If the small spears aren't enough, then I'll switch to the larger ones." Spiritual energy converged crazily. Countless giant spears lit up the entire cave, then simultaneously launched like a divine punishment. After that attack, Jiang Chen stood still, his cold eyes ripple-free. On the contrary, Lita trembled violently. Its strength almost drained in absolute terror. It realized this is a legendary weapon type, capable of destroying even the soul. The scariest thing is that in this place, there's no need to worry about hurting others, which means Jiang Chen could unleash his full power without any restraint, not giving the opponent a chance to struggle. Jiang Chen gripped his sword and charged, leaving only a short sentence. "Now, try a taste of my blade." A flash of the sword, and an afterimage streaked by Lita's colossal body was instantly sliced in two and dissolved into thin air. But just as he prepared to sheath his sword, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Something wasn't right. He could still sense the lingering aura of a remnant soul. He raised his sword once more, intending to strike again and end it for good. But at that very moment, a gentle female voice echoed, "Hero, please, stop." Before Jiang Chen's eyes, the light converged into the shape of a beautiful young woman. She bowed her head in gratitude. Her smile carried the relief of someone imprisoned for years. "Thank you, I have finally been set free." Jiang Chen asked her identity in surprise. The young woman immediately replied that her name was Lesta. She was just a remnant soul left behind by the dragon race. Her physical body had long been possessed by an evil spirit, transforming into the monster from before. Jiang Chen felt a headache upon hearing this. A dead dragon standing here talking. Truly, anything can happen. But before he could think further, Lesta approached, earnestly begging for his help. The continent of Ela is on the verge of destruction, and only his power is capable of changing everything. Jiang Chen coldly pushed her away, even warning her that if she didn't let go, his 40-meter-long sword would swing down again. Lesta was so startled that she waved her hands repeatedly, hurriedly begging him to hear her out. Then, in a voice filled with sorrow, She recounted the story that had been buried for hundreds of years. Since the dawn of time, the dragon race were the guardians of the continent of Ella. This land of trials was once a place that brought hope and blessings to talented young individuals. But everything changed when the army of evil spirits invaded. Lesta once led the beasts in resistance, but ultimately suffered a crushing defeat. Her comrades fell, their bodies possessed by evil spirits, while she only managed to keep a single thread of a fragile remnant soul to wait for a miracle. Jiang Chen's head spun from hearing all this. Finally, losing patience, he demanded she get to the point. Lesta immediately explained that this land of trials had long since ceased to be a place of blessings, but had become a huge trap set by the evil spirits. Most of those who entered here were the most brilliant talents of Ella, the rising stars capable of leading the future of the continent. The evil spirits used the name of trials to lure them in, then secretly slaughtered them one by one. Every few years, a genius would disappear, but occasionally, someone would pass and receive a reward, so no one realized the truth behind it. Generations of geniuses were buried just like that. The hope of the entire continent was cut off at the root. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then nodded as if he understood something. So it's fishing. Li looked at him with an unprecedented seriousness. That tragedy is about to repeat itself once more. And only you can stop it. Jiang Chen smirked with interest. Sounds fun, actually. So this time there is a top-tier genius being targeted by them. Lesta hurriedly nodded in confirmation. Yes, that person is here. Jiang Chen pondered for a few seconds, then uttered a sentence that made the serious atmosphere instantly turn strange. Does that mean I have to go save myself? Lesta was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. But immediately after, she slowly opened the scroll in her hand. Hero, your power is indeed astonishing. But regarding the true goal of the evil spirit army this time, you should see it for yourself. Inside the scroll, a blood-soaked scene appeared. Lanisa was gritting her teeth, resisting the giant fist of a demon. Behind her, the masked person and the red-haired NPC were leaning against a cliff, covered in wounds, their breathing as weak as a flickering flame in the wind. And what made Jiang Chen pause was that the people he had just separated from not long ago were now cornered to the brink of death. Just a moment too slow, and their fate would likely be nothing but death. Jiang Chen looked at the girl in front of him, then glanced at Lesta, his gaze full of suspicion. He frowned slightly. Are you sure? Is this truly the super genius you mentioned? Lesta tilted her head, her eyes like blue flames flickering in the dark. Even though her body was only a remnant soul, her voice was still filled with hope. I can feel it, hero. Please, help her, and you will be helping this entire continent. Jiang Chen was silent for a long time, his gaze sweeping across the dark space, as if calculating every possibility of survival. Finally, he nonchalantly replied, "Can't be saved. I'm leaving." He turned and walked away without hesitation. Lesta was stunned, hurriedly calling after him, "Wait." "Why, hero?" Jiang Chen stopped, turning his head back with a cold expression. "Give me a break. You are an ancient dragon. Yet you were tortured into this half-dragon, half-demand state. If I dive in, isn't that just throwing my life away?" Lesta hurriedly explained. "The evil spirits that destroyed the world have long since disappeared. Now there are only a few subordinates left guarding the place." Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately retorted, Then, are you certain those terrifying old monsters standing behind them won't intervene? Lesta was choked for words, finally, only able to whisper, confessing that she could not guarantee it. Jiang Chen mocked, then what is the difference? Just as the atmosphere hit a dead end, Fufu suddenly jumped out, its eyes shining as if it had discovered a treasure. My lord, the dragon race has so many treasures. If it doesn't work out, tell her to give you a few items as payment. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. Treasures? What treasures? She only has a remnant soul left. Where would she get anything for you? Hearing this, Lesta slowly lowered her head. However, right after that, she looked as if she had made her final decision. If so, I still have one thing that can help the hero. She placed her hand on her chest, her voice sounding incredibly firm. I will use a spark of my soul that remains to strengthen your heart into a dragon heart. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's see. Lester continued to explain that the heart and blood of the dragon race are what the evil spirits fear the most. Even after she dies, they wouldn't dare touch her remains, and could only wait for time to erode everything. If Jiang Chen possesses a dragon heart, many dangers would be suppressed. She hesitated for a moment, then asked if he had any other conditions. Jiang Chen immediately turned to look at Fu, who was standing frozen on the side, his lips curling into a sly grin, making the little one instinctively shudder. Lester had no choice but to agree, then transformed into a sphere of light, hovering in front of him. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the big sister was being pushed to the brink. She unleashed attack after attack, but she couldn't even break the monster's defensive layer. Looking at the giant figure in front of her, she couldn't help but feel terrified. A being far beyond stage 6 like this. Why would it appear in this place? Not far away, the purple-haired NPC was knocked flying, covered in wounds. She gritted her teeth in pain. Damn it, the magic is always being disrupted. Just then, a masked guy raised his staff high, running and shouting loudly that he had come to help. He charged straight at the monster, unleashing a desperate strike. But the situation remained extremely hopeless. The big sister was cornered to the very edge, her mind struggling constantly about whether to use her ultimate move or not. Suddenly, the monster changed its target, its fierce gaze locking onto the red-haired NPC. The girl screamed in terror, calling for help. Without hesitation, the big sister lunged to block in front of her. Spirit power burned fiercely on her arm. She used all her strength to block the giant hand coming down. Don't you dare touch her. The red-haired NPC tearfully called out to her. The big sister only softened her gaze slightly, with a firm voice. Fall back. Leave this place to me. The monster roared, shaking the entire ground, then lunged forward once more. The big sister knew very well that with this terrifying regeneration, she only had one chance left. There was no time to hesitate any longer. She raised her hand high, spirit power glowing and gathering into a brilliant sphere. Heartsword, please heed my call. Immediately after, she turned into a ray of light and lunged forward. The sword light slashed down, like a divine verdict, tearing the monster's body in half. The masked guy and the purple-haired NPC stood stunned, their eyes filled with admiration. Is that really the big sister? So cool. However, the big sister kept a cold expression. It's done, let's go. Unfortunately, it wasn't over yet. The wounds on the monster's body began to close. At a terrifying speed. It regenerated right in front of everyone's eyes. The big sister froze, Even her divine judgment power had been swallowed by it. How could this happen? Empowered even further, the monster unleashed a terrifying blow, hitting the big sister. The intense pain made her stagger. In that moment, a thought of despair flashed through her mind. Is this really the end? But right then, a hand was placed on her shoulder, and a familiar voice sounded, full of mockery, "You idiot. Do you know how annoying it is for you to dance around here, bothering others?" The big sister was startled, turning back. "You, run away quickly. I can still hold it back." But Jiang Chen didn't bother to answer. He picked her up directly, making her blush in surprise. The monster roared, throwing a giant fist toward the two of them. Jiang Chen nimbly jumped and dodged in the nick of time. The second blow arrived immediately. But this time, he didn't dodge. He charged straight ahead. His eyes cold as blades, quiet. An explosion rang out. White smoke rose from the monster's face. Jiang Chen brushed off his hands smugly. "Finally, you've decided to behave right." He turned to look at the big sister. "Stand to the side, don't get caught in the crossfire later." The big sister was still worried. "Be careful. Wait for me to rest for a few minutes, then we'll fight together." Jiang Chen just curled his lips slightly. "Don't worry. Before you recover, this fight will already be over." Facing the giant monster, he winced, holding his leg, gritting his teeth in pain. "My leg is almost broken. What on earth is this thing's head made of?" Fufu appeared by his side, slowly explaining. "This is the giant race, a species that is almost extinct on the continent." Jiang Chen repeated in surprise. "The giant race." Fufu nodded, her tone like someone telling an ancient legend. Although not as mystical as the ancient dragon race, they were among the first creatures to appear on the continent. In other words, they are the ancestors of humanity. Just then, the monster's body shook violently. The surrounding spirit energy exploded like a storm. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and looked up. "That dragon mother really lied to me. She said those here were just a bunch of weaklings. This thing in front of me doesn't look weak in any way." Without further hesitation, he summoned his longsword and lunged straight up. A powerful slash struck down, but it only left a faint white mark on the opponent's body. His wrist went numb to the point where he almost dropped his sword. Jiang Chen widened his eyes. "This thing is even harder than I imagined." The monster, being attacked, immediately flew into a rage. It swung its giant fist, sweeping across the battlefield. The red-haired girl saw this and turned pale, stuttering, "Tell everyone to run away immediately. Staying here means certain death." However, Jiang Chen became even more interested. He looked at the monster as if it were a difficult puzzle. "If I can't slash it from the outside, then I must find a way to strike from the inside." Fufu heard those thoughts, and immediately chimed in to mock him. She claimed that in the eyes of the Dragon Clan, the giant is no different from mere trash fish. "Wait, correction," she said, "in the eyes of the Dragon Clan, it is no different from trash fish. And unfortunately, Jiang Chen is even worse than those trash fish. Just a little bit." That comment made him grit his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Lanisa also made a decision. Since she could not abandon her benefactor, she would fight to the end. Seeing everyone's spirits rising, the masked man joined the fray as well. Trembling, he took out the expensive magic staff he had saved up a long time to buy and threw it to Jiang Chen. He emphasized that it was a treasure worth 300 gold coins. Jiang Chen took it, waited a few times, and nodded. Although he didn't expect much, he decided to give it a try. Saying that, he swung the staff hard at the monster's head. The masked man immediately clutched his head and wailed. Before he could even mourn his loss, the staff bounced back as if it had hit a steel wall. The monster was instantly distracted and stared at Jiang Chen. Seeing this, he laughed out loud. To catch a tiger, one must enter its den. Its physique was huge, but its movements were quite slow. I just need to lure it into revealing a flaw, thinking is doing. Jiang Chen danced continuously in front of the monster, attacking and provoking it. Then, he suddenly slid under its belly. The plan was very simple. Exploit the blind spot and gut the opponent from below. Outside, everyone saw a chance to win and cheered excitedly. But at the very moment, Jiang Chen was about to deliver the decisive blow. The monster's long tongue suddenly shot out. Before anyone could react, he was wrapped up tightly and dragged straight into its mouth. A squelching, chewing sound echoed throughout the cave. Jiang Chen's desperate cries could even be heard from inside. The masked man immediately fell to his knees, clutching his head and crying over his 300 gold coins. Lanisa didn't hesitate and charged forward. Using all the strength she had left to slash at the monster's body, demanding that it spit him out immediately. But her sharp blade couldn't pierce that thick hide. Just as she was about to be crushed by a giant fist, the monster suddenly roared in pain. Its body staggered as if it had gone mad. Inside its belly, Jiang Chen was laughing with great satisfaction. It turns out the dragon heart that Lester gave him really was effective against evil spirits. The power of the dragon clan is nothing short of deadly poison to them. The monster began to writhe violently. Jiang Chen, sensing the opportunity, gathered all his strength and unleashed a strike from within. A terrifying explosion echoed out. The giant body of the monster shattered into countless fragments of evil energy, dissipating everywhere like mist swept away by the wind. Amidst the chaotic scene, Jiang Chen slowly stepped out from the debris, dusting off his clothes as if he had just finished a stroll. Seeing the stunned gazes around him, he calmly smiled and said, "Sorry everyone, but that is my way of escaping." Having just dealt with the giant monster, Jiang Chen didn't bother to stay for thanks, and turned to leave immediately. But he hadn't gone far before the ground beneath his feet shook violently, as if the entire space was about to collapse. Lanisa's expression changed, and she shouted for everyone to retreat quickly, before being buried along with the training grounds. At the same time, Lester's remnant soul appeared beside the corpse of the giant, which had been corrupted by evil energy. Looking at the one who was once cursed, finally finding liberation, she smiled faintly with relief. To her, this was not just a simple victory, but a signal that evil forces were gradually being weakened across the entire Ella continent. The scene quickly shifted to a majestic and magnificent city. Here, a high-ranking official was respectfully reporting to the spirit lord about the mysterious disappearance of the old king. According to the received news, the king had quietly left the palace with Grandmaster Mayan without leaving any trace. Hearing that, the spirit lord's eyes turned cold. But as he was thinking, he suddenly clutched his head in pain, his body convulsed, and he unexpectedly spat out a mass of pitch-black liquid, making those around him turn pale. Even so, the spirit lord still tried to appear calm, dismissing all concerns and claiming it was just due to work pressure. In his heart, he believed that with Mayan along, the king would not be in danger. However, when Jiang Chen was mentioned, that calm look immediately vanished. He could not accept that the entire massive power apparatus was helpless before one person. Furthermore, Jiang Chen, even dared to interfere in the plans related to the water source of Linjiang City. Another high-ranking official cautiously made a suggestion. He believed that Jiang Chen might not be an ordinary person. If he truly possessed the ability to resist evil energy, perhaps he could become a useful ally. But the Spirit Lord immediately dismissed it. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just an obstacle, ruining his entire plan to destroy the evil legion. Immediately after, a cold order was issued. All responsibility for the plague in Linjiang City would be blamed on Jiang Chen. He was declared a mole for the evil legion. And even more frightening, the Spirit Lord ordered the entire city to be burned to the ground that very night. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, under the cold moonlight, Yan was walking on a quiet street. Two children suddenly appeared, asking her to help them get a ball stuck in a tree. With her ability to manipulate gravity, she floated up lightly and retrieved it, without any effort at all. But as soon as they saw that scene, the expressions of the two children changed instantly. Their innocence disappeared completely, replaced by a cunning, inscrutable look. They whispered something mysterious, as if they had just confirmed what they were looking for. Yan immediately sensed something was wrong. When one of the children continued to make excuses, asking to get the cat down from the tree, without saying a word, she struck directly, making both of them clutch their arms in pain. Before leaving, she coldly left a parting remark that, for kids acting like this, it would be best if they were locked up for a few years to learn a lesson. Initially, Yan thought the warnings about the imminent disaster in the city were just exaggerations. But very quickly, reality shattered those thoughts. A panicked woman rushed over to beg for help. She was trembling, saying that something was eating people up ahead. When Yan reached the scene, the sight that appeared made the atmosphere turn freezing cold. A group of soldiers was desperately resisting against a horrific monster. All of their attacks were useless. Not far from there, a mother was tightly clutching her young son, hiding in the rubble, waiting for fate to strike. Just as the monster prepared to pounce on them, Yan appeared. With just a simple gesture, she activated her maximum gravity ability. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, pinning the monster to the ground so firmly it couldn't even move. She immediately signaled for the mother and son to run. Looking at the creature before her, Yan began to realize the situation was much more serious than predicted. Its evolution level was completely inconsistent with the speed of a normal infection. This meant there was definitely a secret hand manipulating things behind the scenes. And then, that person truly appeared. In another street corner, strange flames suddenly erupted, burning several soldiers alive in the blink of an eye. Amidst that chaotic scene, a cold voice echoed from above. A figure in a black cloak landed in the middle of the street like the god of death, descending upon the world. When Yan questioned his identity, he only laughed arrogantly and declared that the entire current disaster was carried out under the orders of Jiang Chen. Not only that, he also loudly claimed that the plague would consume the entire Guang city, paving the way for the Dark Energy Legion to seize the north and finally dominate the entire ELA continent. But Yan didn't believe those words at all. She only lightly snapped her fingers, her gaze terrifyingly cold, then bluntly called him a babbling fool. The cloaked man, calling himself Uchi, remained calm. But when Yan revealed her true identity as an investigator from the Privy Council, His expression immediately changed. Because the Privy Council is the organization specialized in handling the most dangerous threats to the kingdom. And the appearance of a Privy Council member, right here, was clearly a variable he had never calculated. While the two sides were at a standoff in other streets, the strangely colored sea of fire began to spread. Explosions rang out consecutively. Black smoke billowed into the high sky. All of Linguang City was step by step falling into chaos. And a massive conspiracy behind the night also gradually revealed its true face. Before everyone's eyes, Linguang City had turned into a real battlefield. Citizens and soldiers risked their lives to fight back amidst the sea of fire and screams. But the more they struggled, the more the situation tilted toward despair. Yan stood amidst that chaotic scene, her heart heavy with an unsettling feeling that was hard to name. Watching the bright red flames consume every street corner, her face suddenly turned pale. This type of flame was too familiar to her. That was the Judgment Holy Fire, a power that originally only belonged to the army of a force in the north. Before she could recover, Uchi slowly took off his mask. The smile on his lips was full of mockery and coldness. He looked at Yen like looking at a dead person, mocking that knowing too much sometimes isn't a good thing. After that, he nonchalantly declared he would turn her death into a beautiful legend, claiming the investigator heroically sacrificed herself while saving the people of Linguang. The words had just ended when his figure vanished like a ghost. In just a blink, Yen's arm was torn open by a deep wound. The pain made her grit her teeth, clutching her bleeding shoulder. As for Uchi, he still calmly advised her to stop resisting, to preserve a bit of her final dignity. But the only response to him was Yen's eyes burning with rage. She coldly retorted, "Wasn't the shameful one right now actually him?" Uchi wasn't angry at all. He introduced himself as the chief of staff of the Lingjun army. He even regretfully said that a young genius like Yen should have stood on their side, serving His Highness to realize a great ideal. Cold sweat rolled down Yen's forehead as she asked with a trembling voice, "Could it be that all of this was arranged by Lingjun? In the end, why did he have to do this?" Realizing the opponent was wavering, Uchi only smiled faintly. He knew he had said too much, so he raised his hand, preparing to end everything. But at that exact moment, in Yen's mind, the image of Jiang Chen suddenly appeared. She remembered what he once said about destroying this city. Perhaps if she had believed him earlier, the people would have had a chance to be saved. In an instant, her gaze became determined. A terrifying surge of pressure suddenly descended. Uchi's face changed. He had never felt such a frightening aura before. From the darkness, countless iron chains lashed out like giant snakes, tightly binding his legs, then locking his entire body. Uchi realized in panic that it was a forbidden magic array. The people who appeared next left everyone stunned. It was King Gum and Archmage Myon. Looking at the desolate scene before them, the king spoke in a low voice. If he hadn't personally come here today, he would probably never believe this horrific thing was happening. Uchi tremblingly called out, "Your Majesty." While Yen was so stunned she was speechless. Father Mayan looked at his daughter, both helpless and reproachful. He had once reminded her that always chasing after the footsteps of others would make one forget how to grow up. By this time, Yen's true identity was also exposed. It turned out she was the daughter of Archmage Mayan, who had always hidden her identity, to operate within the Privy Council. The king looked at Uchi coldly, demanding he explain everything. But the response was only a fearful silence. The king immediately ordered his arrest. Mayan bowed to accept the order, began to chant a spell, calling for rain to extinguish the sea of fire consuming Linguang City. However, an incident occurred. Black chains suddenly appeared, turning back to tightly bind Mayan himself. The old mage was shocked to his soul. A figure slowly stepped out of the night. It was Ling Jun, his gaze terrifyingly cold. He calmly said that this seal was originally created by Mayan, but he didn't expect that today it would be used on Mayan himself. Even Mayan couldn't believe his eyes. As for the king, he looked at his son with eyes full of disappointment. He asked with a strained voice, in the end, what made him betray the continent and the empire? Ling Jun was silent for a long time before speaking. He said he had never betrayed this land. On the contrary, no one loved this place more than he did. But happiness is too fragile. Only pain and hatred have enough power to force people to unite, creating the will to resist the approaching great disaster. The Dark Energy Legion would eventually descend like a great flood, sweeping everything away. Before that happens, he wanted the people to learn how to fight with their own blood and tears. The king trembled with rage. So all of these tragedies were created by his own son's hand. Ling Jun calmly admitted that it was true. Even if a part had to be sacrificed, it was still better than witnessing the whole world destroyed. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the 5 people. Finally, the king pointed to the sky in pain, asking if even the gods would be enraged hearing these words. But Ling Jun only coldly replied that if the gods truly cared about humans, the people wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Just as the confrontation reached a stalemate, a loud shout rang out. The subordinates had just captured a person 50 kilometers from here. That person was Jiang Chen. An old man carrying the unconscious Jiang Chen stepped forward. Ling Jun glanced over, then laughed with great interest. He lifted Jiang Chen up into the air. Turning to the king, as if wanting to prove his choice was right, he said perhaps the gods truly were on his side. Otherwise, how could the one suspected to be a spy for the Dark Energy Legion walk right into the net? The king gnashed his teeth until they bled. But he couldn't rebut. Yen would not accept that. She immediately cast the Holy Covenant to save him. However, Ling Jun only lightly waved his hand. An invisible force immediately knocked her back, pinning her body against the wall behind. He slowly walked over, reminding her that although Yuan's abilities were excellent, she shouldn't forget that he was the one who taught her. Then, before all the citizens, Ling Jun declared that Jiang Chen was a spy for the Dark Energy Legion, the one who sowed the plague, making Linguang City sink into hell. The plague spread everywhere. Houses collapsed. People were scattered. The whole city was left with only ashes and despair. Ling Jun flew up amidst the sea of fire, his voice resounding like thunder. He said he had led the army to provide relief, but everything was beyond control. To prevent the disaster from spreading across the north, the empire was forced to burn down Linguang. Beneath his feet, the destructive fire dyed the whole sky red. Then, before the eyes of everyone, Ling Jun raised his sword high. He declared he would use Jiang Chen's life to sacrifice for the souls that had fallen. Without any hesitation, the sword flashed. The steel blade plunged straight into Jiang Chen's chest, as if wanting to close the entire tragedy with a single strike. But right at the moment when it seemed everything had ended, the story turned back to 1 hour ago. Outside the Moonwheel Pool dungeon, 4 people had just escaped from the brink of death. The red-haired girl was so happy she almost went crazy, continuously cheering because they finally survived and returned. The muscular guy enthusiastically invited Jiang Chen to visit Red Pine Street to be properly hosted. The masked one grumbled that where they lived was just a slum. Who would want to set foot there? The red-haired girl immediately retorted, whether Jiang Chen came or not, the invitation still had to be spoken with all sincerity. Only the big sister still stood silently, her gaze following Jiang Chen's back, as he gradually distanced himself, as if lost in thoughts no one understood. A moment later, she softly muttered, "The head once said she was the most excellent genius in the past 100 years, but until today, perhaps even that prediction was wrong." Then she lightly waved goodbye, her voice calm but unable to hide the lingering attachment. "So, we say goodbye here." Jiang Chen only smiled lightly and told everyone to go ahead. Right at that moment, the familiar sound of the system echoed in his head. All preparations are complete. The host can proceed with the upgrade at any time. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen sat down on the ground to rest, preparing to undergo the breakthrough process. The next notification made him raise an eyebrow. All stats have been doubled. He immediately showed a look of dissatisfaction. He lamented that such a reward, wasn't it a bit too stingy? But the system hadn't finished speaking yet. A special reward, called Thunder Spring, was bestowed upon him. Fufa's eyes lit up as soon as she appeared, as if she had seen a rare treasure. She exclaimed excitedly, shouting that it had been a long time since she last saw this. In contrast, Jiang Chen immediately grew suspicious. He grabbed Fufu by the leg and shook her violently as if to demand an explanation, relentlessly questioning her. Could the reward really be to go get struck by lightning himself? Dizzy from the shaking, Fufu leaned on his shoulder, feeling both aggrieved and coquettish as she complained. She explained that Thunder Spring could indeed annihilate any creature below level 9. Whether human or demon, it was hard for anyone to escape being reduced to dust. But Jiang Chen was an exception. With her assistance, he could absorb the immense energy within the thunder to strengthen himself. Hearing this, Jiang Chen remained skeptical. In other words, he had to proactively seek out lightning to be struck. Realizing she was being underestimated, Fufu pouted in anger. She asserted that Thunder Spring allowed for 3 absorptions, and how much he gained depended entirely on his own capability. Jiang Chen sighed in resignation, then decided to give it a try. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking him directly. Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of holy water, grimacing in pain. Despite his constant grumbling, he could clearly feel a massive source of energy flowing through his body, even stronger than when he had just leveled up. Fufu stood with her arms crossed, still sulking as she asked, would he still dare to call her a liar now? But with his penchant for finding shortcuts, Jiang Chen quickly discovered a problem. Each time Thunder Spring descended, there were 3 bolts, while he could only absorb 1. Weren't the other 2 bolts a huge waste? Thinking, he decided to charge straight into the heart of the storm. Before Fufu could stop him, Jiang Chen had already flown into the sky. Bolts of thunder, violent and relentless, pounded against his body. At first, he gritted his teeth and endured it, but the terrifying power exceeded his limits. Finally, Jiang Chen lost consciousness, and fell straight from high above to the ground, creating a billowing cloud of dust. Fufu hurried over. Looking at his miserable state, she could only shake her head helplessly. If he didn't die from bad luck, he'd die from his own reckless stunts. Once the wound healed, he forgot the pain. Excessive greed would sooner or later lead to his own ruin. Though she chided him, she still whispered comfortingly that he just needed a good sleep. And he would be fine when he woke up. While Jiang Chen was unconscious and slowly sinking into the soil and rocks below. Elsewhere, the old man, under the command of General Ling, had noticed his existence. Greed flashed in his eyes, and he immediately decided he must take this person and present him to Lord Wuxia. Back to the present. General Ling raised his sword high, preparing to pierce Jiang Chen's chest in front of everyone. But at that very moment, the king suddenly rushed forward, using his own body to block the fatal strike. General Ling roared in anger. While the old king choked with pain, he blamed himself for placing too many expectations on his son, leading him to this point today. After returning, General Ling would no longer be a regional lord, and the coronation ceremony would also have to be put on hold. Hearing those words, General Ling closed his eyes tight and let out a bitter laugh. He complained, "Why does my father never understand my choices? If there were someone more suitable to take on the burden, he wouldn't mind being cursed by the whole world." But there was no time left. He had to save the people of the empire. And if it took more tragedy to wake them up, even the sacrifice of his own father could become a catalyst. Finishing his sentence, General Ling coldly pointed his sword at the king. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Although his body could barely move, he lightly flicked his finger. With just one simple motion, the sword in General Ling's hand vibrated violently. Jiang Chen's voice rang out, calm but sharp. "So, that's it. What you wanted was to turn the entire world into a giant social experiment." General Ling was stunned. He could not believe that someone who should have been dead was still alive. Right before his eyes, Jiang Chen didn't bother to explain. He flicked his finger again, and the sword instantly shattered into countless fragments. Looking straight at General Ling, he asked if such a selfish approach was truly the right thing to do. General Ling nearly went mad, loudly retorting that the water source of Linguang City had been polluted for a long time, and relying solely on Jiang Chen's purification ability was simply not enough. Could he really save the entire city? Just as the question ended, a gentle but firm voice sounded from behind. "The epidemic in Linguang City has been resolved." Sonia stepped out slowly. She affirmed that all polluted water sources had been completely purified. Then, Sonia bowed deeply to Jiang Chen, expressing her gratitude for his guidance. General Ling was dumbfounded, calling her name, lifting her head. Sonia wore a rare look of pride. She said that she had studied and cultivated day and night, following Jiang Chen's suggestions, and finally succeeded in creating a holy spell, capable of large-scale purification. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised, then laughed. Wasn't this the legendary heavenly light technique? Sonia happily removed her hood and flashed a radiant smile. She hadn't even thought of a name for this new magic yet. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately named it the heavenly light spell. In his heart, he also silently marveled. And shrank spell usually requires countless years of research to take shape. Yet, thanks to Sonia's slight guidance, she had created it hundreds of years ahead of time. Such talent is truly astonishing. Sonia bowed to express her gratitude, then turned to Ling Jun. Her gaze became serious. She could not agree with the things he had done. If he remained stubborn, she would use the holy light to stop him. Ling Jun roared madly, claiming he was not wrong. He absolutely could not be wrong. He threw a straight punch into his opponent's stomach. While attacking, he coldly replied, "Fine. Let's just say the whole world is wrong." The punch created a terrifying whirlwind, pinning Ling Jun against the wall. Jiang Chen stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and raised his fist, asking if he wanted to keep trying. Driven into a corner, Ling Jun suddenly spat out a cloud of toxic smoke. But Jiang Chen easily dodged it, not forgetting to mock him. "You're this old and still using such childish tricks." Seeing Ling Jun writhing in front of him, Jiang Chen was about to ask what was happening, when a secret voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Senna emerged from the shadows, whispering telepathically that inside Ling Jun's body was something that belonged to her. She begged Jiang Chen to help her get it back. However, before they could act, a goat-headed monster suddenly manifested. His aura was arrogant to the extreme. He spoke with great haughtiness, saying he didn't expect humans to be strong enough to force him to appear in person. He identified himself as Slayland, leader of the Fell Legion. But according to his assessment, the group before him was much stronger than the last time they fought. The king's expression changed, and he hurriedly stopped Sonia from acting. He loudly warned that the opponent was the leader of the Fell Legion, and they must not act rashly. Slayland laughed with amusement. He introduced his ability to control everything related to chaos. If they were careless, anyone attacking him could bring disaster upon themselves. Sonia intended to speak, but the king interrupted her. His eyes were fixed on the monster before him, and he asked in a trembling voice, "It was I who sealed you away all those years ago. So why have you appeared now, inside my son's body?" Hearing the question, Slayland just threw his head back and laughed loudly. The mocking laughter echoed throughout the space, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Do you truly think the Alliance's methods were enough to seal me? Everything from the beginning was part of the plan. For me, manipulating a crown prince is much easier for the future than directly confronting the entire continent." Hearing this, the old king gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes turning bloodshot. So, from the very beginning, he had secretly corrupted his own son. Slayland laughed triumphantly again. He admitted that Ling Jun was more stubborn than expected. Even now, he hadn't completely become a puppet in his hands. But that didn't matter anymore. The preparations were complete. It was time to proceed to the next stage. Continent of Ela. Prepare to welcome the baptism of fell energy. Ling Jun collapsed to the ground, his eyes trembling with confusion. He muttered as if unable to accept the truth, that he himself was the source of it all. Just then, Slayland's expression suddenly changed. Without him realizing it, Jiang Chen had appeared right beside him. Jiang Chen's gaze was chillingly cold. He calmly said one sentence, "You must leave that thing behind." Giving his opponent no chance to react, a terrifying surge of power immediately erupted. Slayland shrieked in panic, asking if Jiang Chen was crazy. But the only reply was Jiang Chen's intrigued smile. "Shatter for me." Immediately after, the phantom of a colossal ancient dragon appeared behind Jiang Chen. The roar shook the heavens and earth. Slayland's body cracked and shattered into countless pieces. Before completely dissipating, he only had time to scream in terror. That is the power of an ancient dragon. How can a human like you possess it? Everyone present was stunned into silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen landed on the ground casually, muttering with a look of disappointment that this opponent was much weaker than he had imagined. The king suddenly spoke up to explain. As it turned out, what Jiang Chen just destroyed was only a soul projection of due to various reasons. The true physical form of such beings could not directly descend onto the continent. Otherwise, the consequences would be catastrophic. After hearing this, Jiang Chen scratched his head blankly and said, "No wonder it felt a bit off while I was fighting him." The king immediately bowed to express his deep gratitude. Even if it was just a projection, Jiang Chen had still saved countless citizens of the empire. But the joy was short-lived. Sonia suddenly worriedly noticed that Slayland's energy had not disappeared. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison. All the fell energy was wildly converging in midair. The fragments that had dissipated were reassembling once again. Slayland's arrogant laughter echoed everywhere. He mocked that humanity was truly interesting, even ridiculing the so-called void observers for not understanding the nature of reality. Before everyone's horrified eyes, Slayland reconstructed a complete body. Surrounding him were countless bolts of violent purple lightning flashing incessantly. Jiang Chen wore an excited smile again, asking if his opponent wanted to keep fighting. It just so happened that he needed someone to train with. Slayland immediately roared, "On the continent of Ela, anyone who exceeds the allowed power limit will bring down heavenly lightning disasters. And today, he will use that very disaster to bury them all." Hearing the name, lightning disaster, Sonia cannot help but feel anxious. The king also wears a grave expression. A phenomenon once considered a legend actually exists in reality. Grand Archmage Mayan realizes with panic that this is the power the Northern Empire has not seen for a very long time. His seal is also about to run out. He grinds his teeth, declaring he will exhaust all his strength to stop it, ordering the king to leave immediately. However, the king cannot bear to abandon his subjects. Mayan just smiles bitterly, saying this is no longer a matter of whether they can defend against it or not. Even he is not certain if anyone will survive this natural disaster. The only thing he hopes for is that if anyone escapes, tell the story of what happened here today. Just then, Ling Jun unexpectedly steps forward. He takes the initiative to accept the responsibility. He wants to use the leading technique to draw all the heavenly lightning onto himself. This is a debt he owes the people of the empire. He is ready to pay with his life. But just as he prepares to show his heroic spirit, Jiang Chen rushes over, kicking him straight in the face. Ling Jun falls to the ground, and Jiang Chen shouts loudly, telling him to get out of the way. This is not his business to handle, let alone standing there acting like a martyr. After speaking, Jiang Chen stands proudly between heaven and earth. Like a god of thunder, fiery red bolts of lightning frenetically strike around his body. Yi and Sonia call out his name in worry, but Jiang Chen just smirks. This is exactly what he was expecting. It's a pity this lightning is too weak. It doesn't hurt or itch. And it doesn't absorb much energy either. Fufu pops his head out to taunt. After all, this is just natural heavenly lightning. How can it compare to the lightning tribulation, the system used to train you? The lightning in the sky grows denser, striking down crazily. Yet Jiang Chen dodges gracefully like a ghost. Every time a bolt strikes, it only leaves a faint afterward. He pours all his power into his arm and mutters, "Since you're so useless, why keep you around?" Without hesitation, he throws something into the sky. A blinding explosion erupts immediately. The space seems to shatter into countless pieces, brilliant like fireworks in the night sky. Ling Jun stares wide-eyed. Jiang Chen slowly lands on the ground. He brushes his hands, yawns, and says coolly, "Let's wrap this up, I'm tired." But as soon as he finishes, his body sways and he collapses to the ground. The king cries out in panic, "My lord envoy!" But only the sound of steady snoring replies. After everything that just happened, Jiang Chen has simply fallen asleep. Sometime later, the scene shifts to the royal palace. An attendant respectfully reports that Jiang Chen's family has been invited over. Zhang Lu, his younger brother, anxiously bows his head to inquire about his brother's condition. Seeing that worried look, the king smiles to reassure him. Jiang Chen is just lost in a deep sleep. He gathered his family here so they could rest by his side. At the same time, the elite squad of the royal city has been mobilized to ensure absolute safety. Hearing this, Zhang Lu bows his head in gratitude, just relieved to know his brother is safe. Looking at the sleeping Jiang Chen, the king speaks in a low voice, adding that this young man saved the entire empire. When he wakes up, the king will personally award him the highest honor for his contribution. The news spreads rapidly everywhere. At the Jiang residence, two servants chatter excitedly while cleaning. Who would have thought our young master would become a legendary figure in the empire? I went to the market today, and as soon as they heard I was from the Jiang family, not only did I not have to pay, but they gave me extra gifts to take home. The other nods in agreement. Now, from every street corner, everyone is saying that Jiang Chen not only thwarted the evil faction's plot and saved Linguang City, but he also became the savior of the whole empire. Even in the royal palace, the soldiers are buzzing. Some excitedly claim Jiang Chen is a great hero. Others remain skeptical, but are immediately refuted. You can doubt the rumors. But would even Sonia lie? She herself confirmed that the plague in Linguang City was cured, thanks to Jiang Chen's efforts. Hearing this, those who were skeptical gradually fall silent, while the whole empire sings his praises. On the towering city wall, a blue-haired youth quietly watches from afar. Listening to the endless praise for Jiang Chen, the corner of his mouth curls up. If that person is truly a hero, whom the whole empire admires, then he really wants to test those skills himself. Without further delay, the blue-haired figure dashes off like a lightning bolt. The two guards haven't even had time to react before they shout, "Enemy attack!" But against his movement technique, which is so fast it leaves no wasted motion, their resistance is nothing more than a joke. In the blink of an eye, both fall to the ground. The blue-haired man lightly brushes his sleeves, turning away with an arrogant smile. In his eyes, the empire's guards are too slow. Just then, another troop suddenly appears, blocking his path. The captain draws his sword and orders them to retreat, saying protecting Jiang Chen is their duty. However, the blue-haired man just curls his lips in disdain. In his eyes, these so-called elite guards don't even qualify to be standard guards. In Gaiyan Kingdom, he swings his sword to unleash rock-crushing strike. A blow that falls like a collapsing mountain, sweeping away all the soldiers. Stepping over the ruins, he muttered nonchalantly that if this was the level of the Northern Empire, then it was truly disappointing. He only hoped Jiang Chen wouldn't let him down like that. In the corridor leading to the palace, Lulu had been standing in front of the door for some time. She furrowed her brows tightly, determined not to let him take another step forward. Her big brother was resting. No one was allowed to disturb him. The blue-haired man rested his sword on his shoulder and clicked his tongue in annoyance. He told her to move aside herself. If she got hurt, she shouldn't blame him for being heartless. Lulu felt a brief moment of panic. Only one thought remained in her mind, that Jiang Chen had not yet woken up. What should she do if something were to happen? But at that very moment, her body moved instinctively. Without any warning, Lulu pivoted and threw a powerful punch into the opponent's back. The blue-haired man's expression changed instantly. The clothes on his back were torn apart. He stumbled and fell to the ground. As he crawled up, he looked astonished. A rank 3 like Lulu should absolutely not have been able to land that punch. He immediately roared, calling for Jiang Chen, assuming that he was secretly making a move. At the same time, he loudly challenged him to a duel, fair and square. Lulu was so angry her face turned red. She retorted that it was she who had hit him. If he had an issue, he could settle it with her. Nisi rubbed the back of his neck, his eyes filled with suspicion. He asked again if that last punch was really from her. Jiang Lu firmly asserted that she was the one who acted, even though in her heart, she herself didn't understand what was happening. Nisi clenched his fists and made a strange request. He wanted Jiang Lu to hit him one more time. If the result was exactly the same as before, he would no longer pursue the matter. Jiang Lu was stunned and asked if he was serious. As for Nisi, he was absolutely certain. This time, he stood still on the spot, silently sensing every movement around him. If Jiang Chen was truly helping her in secret, his spiritual power would definitely leave a trace. As long as he caught even a single ripple of fluctuation, he would immediately pinpoint the opponent's location. But he didn't have to wait long. Jiang Lu threw her punch. A strike as powerful as a thunderbolt crashed down, sending Nisi flying through the hallway, smashing hard into the stone wall amidst clouds of dust. He sat slumped on the ground, screaming in his heart that he absolutely did not feel any spiritual power. Jiang Lu stepped forward, hands on hips, looking at him. She reminded him that he was the one who asked to be hit. Nisi bowed his head in thought and suddenly let out an eerie smile. He claimed that he had understood everything. It's not spiritual power, but the shadowless fist, ancient technique, combined with invisibility magic. He continued to call out Jiang Chen's name, certain the opponent was standing somewhere, manipulating it all. Jiang Lu looked at him as if looking at a madman. But Nisi didn't care at all. He continued to demand to take one more punch. Before he could finish his sentence, Lulu rushed forward and threw a punch straight at his face. Nis was immediately sent flying backward, slamming into an ancient tree, causing leaves to flutter down. He mumbled weakly that every movement trajectory proved there was only one person who made a move. Lulu frowned and asked if he was okay, or if he had overdosed on medicine yesterday. His face was battered and bruised, but Ni's gaze became even more fanatical. He shouted that he must find out the truth. Lulu began to lose her temper. Seriously, she annoyedly said she didn't know what he wanted. But this was getting weirder and weirder. However, Ni still refused to let it go. He roared that today, If she didn't fight clearly for him to see, don't even think about leaving this place. Whether it takes 100, 1,000, or 10,000 times. He would analyze it himself. Hearing that, Lulu finally exploded. She put all her strength into her fist and punched him hard in the stomach. She shouted while striking that she had already said it. My big brother is unconscious, and from beginning to end, there has only been me. Nye spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body soaring into the sky like a kite with a broken string. Looking at the figure fading into the distance, Lulu was suddenly startled, realizing she might have gone a bit too far. She muttered to herself that although that guy was indeed strange, he didn't deserve to be sent flying that far. It would be a problem if he landed on the flowers and grass. Just then, a teleportation gate opened behind her. King Gum and Archmage Mayan stepped out. Lulu immediately recounted what had just happened. The king nodded, stating that he had also felt the vibration just now. Mayan stroked his silver beard, used an appraisal spell, and spoke slowly. If he is from the Guyan kingdom, then it's very likely to be NIS. The king also immediately understood. Lulu stood nearby, nodding repeatedly, saying that man was particularly obsessed with Jiang Chen. The king smiled to reassure her. He affirmed that he would protect the divine envoy well. But as soon as he finished speaking, a helpless voice rang out from behind. Jiang Chen had woken up at some unknown point. He walked over while sighing. That he had said it many times already. Am not some divine envoy, please change the way you address me. The king turned around immediately, still extremely respectful, calling him Lord Divine Envoy, Jiang Chen. Seeing her big brother awake, Lulu immediately flashed a bright smile. Afterward, the group entered a private room. Jiang Chen sat down, picked up a teacup, took a sip, and pulled out a long list. He complained that every time my system levels up, it's slower than the last, and asked if the king could help prepare these items. The king read through the list and frowned slightly. Logically speaking, any request from Jiang Chen, the Northern Empire will do its utmost to fulfill. However, there are a few items that even the Empire would find hard to locate. Jiang Chen put down the teacup. He calmly told him to go ahead and speak. The king pondered for a moment and slowly began to explain. First, there is the Finglin Wind. It is a famous treasure of the Finglin Kingdom. There is only one way to possess it. That is to participate in the martial arts tournament, hosted by the Finglin Kingdom, and win the top rank. As for Dongyu, it is even harder to obtain. To collect Dongyu Spring, one must wait for the exact moment when the winter frost and the rain dew appear together. If even one thing is missing, it will not work. This not only requires strength, but also rare timing and luck. The great Archmage Mayan stroked his silver beard and slowly added that the most troublesome part is the timing. The martial arts tournament and the time when Dongyu Spring appears do not overlap at all. If you choose to participate in the tournament, you will miss the chance to obtain the Dongyu Spring. And if you go to collect the Dongyu Spring, you will have to wait another year to enter the tournament. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, calculating to himself. It seems I have to wait another year. Thinking of this, he frowned. System, why aren't you generous enough to grant me a clone technique? That would be great. There is indeed someone at home who knows the clone technique, but if I send her away, she would be carrying the dew bead, which is even more precious than the Dongyu Spring. He looked up at the king and calmly asked, how difficult is that? Martial arts tournament, the king replied with a serious tone. Let me explain. This is the greatest martial arts tournament in Finland Kingdom. It is reserved only for young people who have never participated before. Recent champions have all possessed strength around the 7th age peak. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately wore a confident smile. Only the 7th stage peak. Then it is nothing to worry about. After saying that, he stood up, expressed his thanks, and prepared to return. Grand Mage Meng hastily spoke up, saying that if he needed any help, he should not hesitate to ask. Jiang Chen simply nodded in brief response. The scenery changed. A peaceful countryside appeared before his eyes. The fresh air made one unconsciously relax. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, exclaiming that he was finally back home. Beside him, Lulu immediately pulled his arm, her eyes bright with anticipation. Hurry, big brother, Aunt Meng must be stewing meat, waiting for us. Seeing his younger sister's eager look, Jiang Chen also burst into laughter. Right then, Fufu appeared, hands on her hips, looking at him. Hey, little devil, have you figured out a way to get the item yet? Jiang Chen glanced at her and smirked cunningly. The person most suitable to join the competition. Isn't she standing right in front of me? Fufu immediately puffed out her chest, full of pride. He, finally you remembered Fufu. Little devil, you can't do without Fufu. Jiang Chen laughed brightly and grabbed her. That's right, of course I have to rely on you. But as soon as he finished speaking, Fufu's expression changed instantly. Wait, what are you planning to do? Before she could react, Jiang Chen suddenly shouted out loud. Lulu, be careful, there's an assassin. Fufu is struggling with the book in her hands. I can only sigh helplessly. Here we go again, I have no choice but to use this move. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen threw her straight forward. Like throwing a weapon. Fufu flew through the air like a bolt of lightning, screaming in rage as she soared. Jiang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Jiang Chen didn't back down and shouted back, go to hell. I really want to kill you. Meanwhile, Lulu looked around in confusion. Where is the assassin? Before she could understand what was happening, she saw Fufu charging at her like a cannonball. Acting on reflex, Lulu immediately unleashed her divine domain fist technique and gently caught her. Miss Fu. Fufu's face was covered in soot, looking like she had lost all faith in life. She let out a loud shriek and vanished without a trace. Lulu hurriedly ran toward Jiang Chen. Oh no, I must go check on Miss Fufu. But Jiang Chen remained completely calm. Don't worry, that's Fufu for you. Her intuition and her reflexes are both top tier. After saying that, he turned to look at his sister, his eyes sparkling. Lulu, are you confident enough to help me participate in the martial arts assembly? Lulu pointed at herself, stuttering, me. Before she could think any further, the savory scent of grilled meat drifted over on the breeze. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Finally, we're really home. In the courtyard, the Jiang family servants were gathered together, grilling meat. Smoke billowed into the air, creating a lively atmosphere. What surprised the siblings the most was Fu, who had appeared out of nowhere. With her hands full, she was eating meat skewers and praising how delicious they were. Oh, it's been so long since I've had this. A servant standing nearby fanned the coals and laughed. If it's tasty, eat more, there's plenty left. Fufu's eyes lit up instantly. Really? The burly man next to her laughed loudly. Of course. We have plenty. It'll go bad if it sits too long. I'll go get more. Just then, Jiang Chen and Lulu entered the courtyard. Lulu seeing that Fufu was safe and sound, let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Where did this guy crawl out from to be so sneaky? The servants cheered happily the moment they saw him. The young master is back. A burly man carrying a large bag of meat on his shoulder laughed heartily. Young master, we heard you defeated the Tainted Legion at Linguang City. Another person added, full of pride. People of the Jiang family wouldn't dare shame the young master. We've also killed quite a few tainted demon hounds. Hearing that, Jiang Chen frowned. Tainted demon hounds. Why would they appear here? The blond man shook his head helplessly. Who knows? They've been appearing a lot lately. We can't seem to kill them all. Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. Could it be that the Tainted Legion is planning revenge and moved their target here? The burly man laughed loudly again. But it's not all bad. Marinated well and grilled is quite a rare delicacy. Hearing this, Fufu, who had been eating happily, instantly froze. What? You fed me stuff from those filthy monsters. Jiang Chen picked up a meat skewer, examined it, and replied calmly. Rest assured, it's probably not that. But right at that moment, a who, standing nearby, spoke up actually, it's not just magic hounds. There's also evil energy sandworms, he said, scratching his head proudly. Fufu, little lady. The dish you are eating right now is meat from the latest batch of special sandworms I made. Hearing this, Fufu turned pale as a sheet and bent over, retching violently. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something else. Right, where are father and little Wei? The blondie-haired man immediately replied, Young master, the master said his cultivation technique had just broken through, so he returned to the retreat cave a week ago. As for little Wei, she has been sneaking in and out of the tunnels lately. During the day, she is rarely seen. And by night, no one knows where she goes. To Jiang Chen's question, the calm expression on his face flashed with a hint of suspicion. If those experts are not here, then who was the one who stood up to clear out those aggressive evil energy beasts out there? The blondie-haired man smiled confidently, eagerly taking the credit. According to him, it was just a small matter. Although the monsters were at level 6, thanks to the martial arts techniques Sister Lulu taught us, we were still able to fend them off. Lulu, standing to the side, laughed, explaining that seeing everyone so enthusiastic, she decided to let them all train together. Ahu clenched his fists, his eyes burning with excitement. Even though we only grasped a few basic strikes, the power gained was enough to help us fight above our level against those terrifying evil energy beasts. Hearing this, Jiang Chen just nodded slightly, then asked how many people participated in the cultivation. The blondie-haired man wiped his sweat, honestly replying that almost all the disciples in the clan were extremely interested. The muscular man stepped forward seriously to take responsibility, saying that if the training wasn't successful, it was because they were incompetent themselves. I hope the young master will not blame Sister Lulu. That answer left Jiang Chen deep in thought. The cultivation techniques granted by the system originally had strict requirements for talent and spiritual power. And yet, apart from Lulu and Aunt Meng, there were surprisingly many who were qualified to receive them. After a moment of deliberation, he decided to grant the rest of the techniques to everyone. How much they could grasp would depend on their own abilities. At the same time, he announced that in 1 week, he would take everyone in Lulu to Finglin Kingdom to broaden their horizons. The group erupted in high spirits, The blondie-haired man cheered excitedly, while the muscular man, though still keeping a cold expression, also promised to give it his all. I will never let the young master down. 1 week later, the scene shifts to the capital of Finglin Kingdom. Amidst the bustling streets and magnificent structures, the blondie-haired man kept gaping in amazement at the prosperity there. But the muscular man showed no mercy, immediately mocking him for being a country bumpkin, even in the capital. Northern Empire, you haven't even seen the empire yet, but you're already passing judgment. Up ahead, the two Jiang siblings chatted as they walked along. Jiang Chen softly instructed Lulu that after helping her complete the registration for the martial arts tournament, he would immediately set off for Dongwu. Lulu just gave a brief nod, telling him to go and focus on his own business without worry. Before long, the three of them stopped in front of the tournament registration office. Jiang Chen calmly took out the token of the Northern Empire on behalf of Lulu to complete the procedures. However, the old man in charge looked quite skeptical when he heard a candidate from the Northern Empire had only reached the 3rd stage. He even assumed the participant was Jiang Chen, not the young girl standing beside him. Upon learning that Jiang Chen was currently only at the 2nd stage, the old man couldn't help but warn them in a stern voice. The martial arts tournament pays no heed to life or death. With such strength, not only will you finish at the bottom, but you could also lose your life at any moment. Faced with such well-meaning advice, Lulu held her head high, her gaze filled with determination. No matter how dangerous it was, she was set on participating. After receiving their match time 3 days later, at the central arena of the city, Jiang Chen told everyone to take the time to rest or explore while they waited. The blond man immediately patted his chest, guaranteeing he would keep the young lady safe. The large man also eagerly agreed. Jiang Chen left behind a few brief words, then vanished, like a wisp of smoke. Watching his departing back, the blond man couldn't hide his admiration, sighing as he wished he could one day be as profound and mysterious as the young master. The large man calmly encouraged him, saying if they just practiced diligently, the young master would never treat anyone unfairly. But at that very moment, an unexpected incident occurred. A cold blade was suddenly pressed against the large man's neck, plunging everyone into a dangerous situation. A gang of ruthless bandits appeared, surrounding the group, and shouted for them to hand over all their assets, if they didn't want to die. But before their threats could even finish, a streak of light tore through the air, piercing straight through the leader's head. The remaining bandits didn't even realize what had happened. Before they collapsed to the ground one by one, the large man stood there, stunned, turning to ask Jiang Hu, "Since when did you become this strong?" But the blond man was just as bewildered, as he hadn't even had the chance to move. Just as everyone was still recovering from the shock, a young man with red hair, carrying a holy cross, slowly approached with an arrogant demeanor. He gave a faint smile. "I apologize for the chaos in Finglin capital," and introduced himself as also a participant in this martial arts tournament. With a personality that loves making friends, Ao's enthusiastically invited the whole group to stay at his manor during the preparation days for the tournament, for safety, and to exchange experiences together. Hearing this, Aunt Meng immediately burst out laughing in amusement, exclaiming that this young man was indeed quite bold, inviting strangers home upon their first meeting. The blond guy was full of suspicion, thinking that this person was unreliable, compared to finding a nearby hotel, completely opposite to the big guy. He rarely smiled but analyzed frankly that if the other party really had ill intentions, then hiding anywhere would be useless. Might as well choose a more comfortable place. Hearing that, House became even more interested and praised him for being smart. Just hearing that House's home had a chef specialized in the roasted wind bird, a specialty of Feng Lin, the big guy, immediately became so excited that he didn't hesitate anymore, and finally, Jiang Lu also left the decision to everyone. House smiled politely and took the lead. Meanwhile, at another distant, luxurious villa in the capital, the green-haired guy who was once miserably defeated by Zhang Lu was leisurely enjoying coffee. When hearing the butler report that the August family sent an invitation to discuss the martial arts tournament, he initially had little interest. But immediately after, a piece of news caused his eyes to change instantly. The Wem's secret realm, which only opens once every 100 years, is likely to appear again. The winner will not only receive the usual rewards, but also possess the qualification to enter that mysterious secret realm. Hearing this, the green-haired guy immediately asked who the person sent by the Northern Empire was. Knowing it was someone from the Jiang family, his eyes lit up with malice. A cold smile slowly appeared on his lips, as if he had just found the prey that he had been waiting for a long time. At that sudden news, the green-haired guy immediately jumped up. His eyes flashed with hard-to-hide excitement. Jiang Chen is also participating in the martial arts tournament, and he's even staying at the August Manor. The corners of his lips slowly curled into a malicious smile. If that's the case, I must go meet him personally. Once, meanwhile, at the August Manor, the bustling scene completely exceeded everyone's imagination. The blonde guy looked around and couldn't help but be amazed, seeing countless strange faces gathered in a crowd. But House still kept a friendly smile on his face, explaining that they were all contestants, coming from different countries. He even enthusiastically invited everyone to the banquet to enjoy themselves as if they were at home. Standing in front of the grill, Zhang Dong looked at the golden roasted wind bird. The greasy skin emitted a fragrant aroma, making his mouth almost water. Just about to happily join the feast, a loud noise suddenly rang out. The door was violently kicked open, causing the happy atmosphere to freeze instantly. An aggressively imposing young man strode in. It was Jiang Chen from the Aim Kingdom. As soon as he appeared, he pointed directly at House's face, loudly questioning the other party. How much longer did he plan to act out this welcoming play? But House remained calm as if nothing happened, slowly replying that he was just welcoming distinguished guests. But that answer made Jiang Chen burst out in a contemptuous laugh. According to him, House just wanted to monopolize everything regarding the slots to enter the secret realm. By drawing these people here, the surrounding contestants immediately became agitated when hearing about the Wem's secret realm. Some were even bewildered, not understanding what the right to participate that Jiang Chen mentioned was. Seeing that Jiang Chen became even more smug, he loudly revealed that the Wem's secret realm, which opens once every 100 years, would appear again. The top 30 in the martial arts tournament will win the qualification to enter that place. Hearing this, Jiang, who immediately turned to ask what the Wem's secret realm actually was. The blonde guy couldn't hide his excitement, explaining that it was a treasure house that countless experts desired, hiding divine artifacts inside, martial techniques, and all kinds of rare treasures. Just obtaining one item would be enough to save decades of hard cultivation. Because of that, the gaze Jia Wen gave the people in front of him grew colder and colder. He didn't object to the strong taking the opportunity, but he absolutely would not accept letting the people he viewed as trash benefit from it. Someone heard this and stood out angrily to argue. If the secret realm really opens, then who gets in should depend on strength. It's not up to Jia Wen to decide. Unfortunately, before the words were finished, Jia Wen disappeared from his position like a flash of lightning. By the time everyone realized, he had appeared behind the other party, throwing a punch, causing the person to spit blood and easily lifting them up like a toy. An ice-cold voice echoed through the hall. In his eyes, people from small countries were not qualified to be here. They couldn't even pass the selection round in the AIM Kingdom, yet they dreamed of entering the WEM secret realm. If those weaklings were allowed into the top 30, that would be the greatest insult to the secret realm. Seeing the tense situation, House finally spoke up slowly. What made everyone furious was that he seemed to agree with Jia Wen. According to House, it's best to start screening right now. Only those who could defeat him or Jia Wen were worthy of keeping the participation slot. The rest should proactively give up the opportunity to those more suitable. The contestants immediately became enraged. They felt they were being deceived, brought here just to become a toy for these two arrogant guys. Someone turned around intending to leave, but House only slightly raised a finger. Two sharp beams of light shot out fast as lightning, striking directly at the chest of the person who just spoke out, causing him to collapse to the ground, coughing violently in pain. Facing the angry eyes around him, House still smiled calmly. He even claimed to be a kind-hearted person, doing this only to help everyone understand the harsh reality of the martial arts tournament, because there are perverts there, ready to trample opponents to death, just to satisfy their own pleasure. If you're not strong enough, withdrawing now is better than losing your life in vain. Witnessing that scene, the anger in Jiang Dong's heart immediately flared up violently. He clenched his fists and stepped straight into the center of the hall. As a member of the Jiang family from the Northern Empire, he wanted to teach House a lesson. Cheers and encouragement immediately rang out everywhere. Everyone hoped someone would step up to break the arrogance of that red-haired guy. However, House only curled his lips in disdain. In his eyes, a rank 5, like Jiang Dong, was no different from seeking death. As soon as Jiang Dong's attack was launched, House easily dodged it, then countered with wind blades as sharp as a knife. A blast of gale exploded, directly knocking Jiang Dong into the air, before he slammed heavily onto the ground. The entire hall immediately fell silent. The gap in strength was too large, making everyone think that Jiang Dong could hardly get back up. Jiang Lu clenched her hands until they were pale, looking forward worriedly. But the blonde guy calmly reassured her that Jiang Dong wouldn't fall so easily. Sure enough, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Jiang Dong slowly pushed himself up. Despite his pale face and aching chest, he still frankly admitted that he was no match for House. If he continued to fight and got seriously injured, his future cultivation would definitely be affected. Seeing that, House approached with a scrutinizing gaze. He turned to Jia Wen, asking if this was the trick of holding back that the other party had suspected, or not. Jia Wen frowned in confusion, because he felt very clearly that House didn't hold back at all just now. The blonde guy standing nearby also began to notice something unusual. According to intelligence about the Jiang family, if it were an ordinary rank 5, Receiving that blow would result in either death or severe injury. Meanwhile, although Jiang Dong struggled, he still managed to keep his life. The surrounding contestants began to gossip incessantly. It seemed the Northern Empire was not as weak as rumors had suggested. For so long, returning to Zhang Lu's side, Jiang Dong lowered his head to apologize for losing face for her. But what Zhang Lu cared about most was still his injury. Jiang Dong forced a smile and said he was fine. At least it didn't affect his cultivation yet. Otherwise, if the blonde guy surpassed him in the future, it would be embarrassing. Hearing this, the blonde guy became even more suspicious. According to his perception, the strike just now was only equivalent to their previous duels. Then why couldn't Jiang Dong withstand it? Jiang Dong shook his head, and in a low voice, explained that the true power didn't lie on the surface. Inside that attack, there was also an extremely dangerous surge of spiritual power. If one were even slightly careless, the consequences would be extremely severe. Saying this, he decided not to continue taking risks. The blonde guy slightly rotated his wrist. His eyes gradually became excited. Finally, he understood the secret behind House's power. Stepping forward one step at a time, he pointed directly at the red-haired guy. Clearly, identifying himself as a member of the Jiang family from the Northern Empire. His younger brother had finished his lesson. So for the next match, it was his turn to try for himself how strong this praised person actually was. Facing that challenge, House only curled his lips in a sneer. A member of the Jiang family again. Too bad it's even more ridiculous this time. A rank 4, even lower than Jiang Dong. Yet he dared to stand before him. But House's mockery was not over yet. Jiang, who disappeared from his position like a ghost. In just a blink, he appeared right behind his opponent. Fists clenched, preparing to launch a decisive blow. In the face of that incredible speed, House still maintained a calm look, even sneering arrogantly. According to him, those who are overconfident often lose their sanity. An unknown person like Jiang, who dared to attack him. Then he would use Gale Slash to crush the opponent's arm as a warning. But what stunned everyone was that Jiang, who was even faster than predicted. Before House could counterattack, his hand had already grabbed the opponent's collar. Shouts immediately exploded throughout the hall. No one expected someone from the Jiang family could consecutively force to rank 8 experts into a passive position. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Jiang, who broke into a smug smile. Luckily, Jiang Dong had warned him in time about the hidden spiritual energy within House's attacks. By utilizing Stage 2 power to neutralize it, he was able to successfully get close. After speaking, Jiang Hu coldly provoked House to continue attacking. This time, House's expression finally changed. He frowned, his voice full of surprise. Stage 2 power was an extremely high-level technique. Not many people across the entire continent possessed it. Yet someone coming from the Northern Empire used it so proficiently. On the other side, Jia Wen still refused to believe it. He thought House was acting, pretending to be evenly matched and secretly saving strength to monopolize benefits later, being constantly suspected. House lost his temper and shouted directly at Jia Wen. From the beginning, he had never held back. If he didn't believe it, he could try fighting Jiang Hu himself. Jia Wen immediately curled his lips in contempt. In his eyes, this was just a game of cleaning up a few ants. He took the initiative to step out, declaring he would personally crush the opponent right after. two figures rushed at each other in the middle of the vast hall. Consecutive collisions occurred. The shocking sound made the air feel as if it were about to explode. As the fight continues, Jia Wen's expression becomes increasingly grim. He cannot understand why a fourth stage could continuously withstand his attacks. Jiang Hu is beaten until he coughs up blood, yet his feet remain firmly planted on the ground. Jia Wen is furious. He roars and puts all his strength into a thunderous punch. Striking down at last, Jiang Hu is finally knocked down. He collapses to the ground, breathing heavily. Seeing this, Lulu immediately rushes over, her face full of worry. She leans down to support Jiang Hu. She constantly asks him if he is seriously injured. Clutching his aching chest, Jiang Hu forces a smile, reassuring her that he can still take it. Then, he slowly stands up. He looks at Jia Wen and sighs helplessly. But there's no need to continue this fight. He knows he cannot win. Hearing this, Jia Wen immediately bursts into a smug laugh, as if he had just achieved a glorious victory. His arrogant laughter echoes throughout the room. But Ouz looks at him with eyes full of pity. He truly doesn't understand what exactly Jia Wen has to be so happy about. That single sentence makes Jia Wen freeze. Aos coldly reminds him that it took 13 punches for Jia Wen to defeat a fourth stage rookie. If he still doesn't realize the terrifying potential of the Jiang family, then he is truly a fool. Jia Wen grinds his teeth in annoyance. Normally, a typical fourth stage could be crushed by just one of his fingers. But these two from the Jiang family keep shattering that perception. The atmosphere in the hall becomes unusually silent. After a few seconds of silence, Ouz unexpectedly walks up to the Jiang family group. Then he bows his head in apology. For the first time, the arrogance on his face vanishes. He admits he was too impulsive and offers the Jiang family his sincere respect. Hearing this, Jiang Hu's eyes light up as he asks directly, "Does that mean we get to keep our eligibility for the martial arts tournament?" But Ouz only curls his lips, replying that they can interpret it however they want. But right then, a sudden change occurs. Several figures suddenly rush in from outside. Shurikens flash, with a cold light, tearing through the air toward everyone. Warning shouts ring out urgently, telling the group to dodge immediately. Facing the sudden ambush, Aos doesn't panic at all. On the contrary, he chuckles with interest. As expected, the Jiang family is truly a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, constantly surprising me. Meanwhile, Lulu quickly recognizes the people who just appeared. They are the same thugs who caused trouble for them on the street. Jiang Hu's eyes instantly turn cold. He turns to look at A and questions him with suspicion. "Is this how you show your recognition for the Jiang family?" This time, Ouz stops hiding his true self. His initial polite smile completely vanishes, replaced by eyes as sharp as a blade. He nonchalantly admits to everything. If the Jiang family are merely weaklings, stripping them of their competition qualifications would suffice. However, the problem is, the people before us not only possess strength far beyond our imagination, but also have infinite potential for growth. But even more terrifying is, they have no major powers backing them. With such geniuses, if we don't uproot them before their wings have fully hardened, they will surely become an unpredictable threat in the future. As she said this, a cold, murderous intent radiated from her, slowly spreading throughout the grand hall. The friendly mask was finally torn away, revealing the true face of someone willing to crush any threat right in its cradle. Aunt Meng spoke in a deep voice. I understand, Miss. These people were originally sought out by a staged act. Just to gain our trust. Jiang Chen's aura flared with murderous intent upon hearing this. Since you said it yourself, you can die now. The crowd couldn't help but whisper. The Agos family is so despicable. It's a pity the Jiang family's strength isn't enough. And they don't know how to hide it. However, Shen Wenhao paused, frowning. That's not right. Look closely, everyone. Lulu looked over, full of suspicion. What's wrong? He blurted out. The person who was slashed is their own man. The assassin clutched his shoulder and roared. What are you doing? He stuttered in shock. I don't know. Clearly, I was aiming for him. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them collapsed to the ground. Fufu clicked her tongue in disgust. A bunch of trash. You don't even qualify to kneel at the hem of my mistress's skirt. Finish them for me. The next second, both of them suddenly came back to life. They frantically rushed to attack Agos. For the sake of the queen. Jiang Chen suddenly descended from above. Standing firmly to block their path, he cursed in a low voice. Are these idiots crazy? He laughed and touched his eyes lightly. How bewitching. Even I was almost affected by it. Jiang Chen said seriously, wipe out the Jiang family. These hidier skills are all in my hands. Agos immediately summoned his staff. Jiang Chen. I have to get serious now. He sneered in response. No need to tell me. At this moment, Aunt Meng was struggling to hold up the barrier. Miss, you guys retreat first. I will deal with them. A deafening sound suddenly echoed. Neat. Sissy appeared calmly. Such strong spiritual fluctuations. It seems very lively. You want to fight. How could you leave me out? Jiang Chen asked suspiciously. Who is this person? He introduced himself nonchalantly. Neat Sissy of the Rock Kingdom. Strength around the 8th stage. The important thing is, he is a man of that sand rock shark. He landed and arrogantly issued a challenge. I heard the Jiang family also registered for the martial arts tournament. Where is Jiang Chen? Let's see what you've got and clash. Agos pondered, wondering to himself, I didn't expect you to come looking for the Jiang family too. They are all there, but who is this Jiang Chen you're talking about? Neat Sissy suddenly noticed Lulu. It's you again. I'm asking you, where is your brother Jiang Chen? Lulu stammered. Answering, he is not here. He raised an eyebrow and asked, so, is this the person who registered for the Jiang family's competition? Zhang Lu replied to me with caution. Neat Si let out a cry of regret. What a waste of a trip. He suddenly interjected, Brother Neat Si. We currently have a personal vendetta against the Jiang family. So please do not interfere. I heard you enjoy dueling. Perhaps I can satisfy you later. Toki was furious the moment he heard that, huffing, what personal vendetta? It's clearly you shameless people. Let me add this for you. You intended to steal our competition spots. And after losing the duel, you are now so embarrassed that you want to kill us. Zhang Dong asked suspiciously. Young miss, do you know this person? Jiang Hu added happily. Finally, we have some backup. He asked doubtfully, is that so? Agos let out a raspy laugh and said bluntly, without beating around the bush. Fine, I'll speak the truth. Everyone in the Jiang family possesses mysterious skills. Surely their backgrounds are not ordinary. But if I kill them now, I can claim these high-level skills for myself. Brother Neat Si, if you take action, I will share a portion of the skills with you. If you don't take action, just wait for us to wipe out the Jiang family. If that Jiang Chen has any talent, he will naturally face you. What do you think? Nietzsche lowered his eyes in deep thought. He quickly made his decision. I, of course, must take action. As for that Jiang Chen, since he made me suffer a loss, how can I not return the favor? A look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. So, you want to join us? Jia Wen couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward. Then stop the nonsense, let's go together. Seeing this, his face turned pale. Young miss, don't you know them? Why does the situation look so bad? Jiang Lu whispered an explanation. I can't say I know them. It's just that I kicked him very far away last time, he gasped, mouth agape, shouting. You should have told us sooner so we could have run. Just as the blow was about to land, Nietzsche's barrier intervened just in time. He swung his sword to attack a ghost simultaneously. A ghost blocked it with magic power while questioning. What is the meaning of this? Nietzsche declared with a dark face, I will deal with Jiang Chen. But not through these despicable methods. You guys leave first, she called out to Nietzsche, choking back her voice. You, he coldly reminded her, don't worry. They don't dare to do anything to me, besides. If you want to thank me, don't bother. Don't forget that I am your brother's enemy. However, Jiang Lu replied. I meant, can you put these things away first? You're blocking our way. Nietzsche begrudgingly retracted his barrier. Fine, hurry up and go. At that same moment, Jia Wen also charged over. None of you are getting away. Before he could get close, he was blocked by a wall. She coughed a few times, it's too dusty. Jiang, who comforted her, it'll be fine once we get out, young miss. He calmly ordered the wall to protect them. The barrier immediately surrounded the Jiang family. Suddenly, a ghost blurted out, too late. Nietzsche, you cannot protect these people. Nietzsche's expression changed rapidly, oh no. At that moment, the scepter aimed directly at Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu coughed while waving her hand to clear the dust in front of her. All the sand is getting into my mouth. Jiang Hu's horrified scream suddenly rang out, young miss, look out. She stood there dumbfounded, wondering what to do now. Just as she was about to lose hope, blue magic suddenly enveloped her entire body. It quickly formed a shield that blocked the attack under immense pressure. The scepter made a cracking sound and shattered. A ghost cried out in pain, how is this possible? What kind of move is this? No sooner had he finished speaking. The magic rushed forward, pinning him down. They exploded simultaneously, and the shockwave immediately blew away. A ghost he ran over excitedly and praised her. That was truly impressive, as expected of the young miss. Jiang Lu replied blankly. I didn't even do anything. Jia Wen, with a dark expression, punched the ground, creating a crack behind them. She paused, her eyes filled with unease. Jiang Lu hurriedly ordered, hurry, get away, he sneered, declaring as he saw Jiang Lu using her hand, it's useless. My lava will burn everything to ash. The scorching lava quickly burned through the stone pedestal. But at that very moment, the lava suddenly shot back. In the blink of an eye, it recoiled onto Jia Wen himself. He jumped back in pain. How can this be reasonable? Nietzsche had long since leaped into the air to dodge the attack. But he was still filled with shock. Did she do all of this? This is a standard of tier 7 or higher. Even for me, it wouldn't be easy to deal with two people at once. Could it be luck? But the abilities of these two are inherently conflicting. Perhaps just now, in the chaos, she took advantage of that point, causing them to both be wounded. That must be it. It definitely must be. Jiang Lu suddenly noticed him. Are you all right? Do you want to come with us or not? Nitsi offered a strained smile and refused. No need. By the way, if that Jiang Chen guy returns, don't forget to tell him. He still owes me a duel. She wondered why he was so obsessed with her brother. That's really strange. Well, we're off then. Jia Wen, hiding to the side, worriedly spoke up. A ghosts if they leave this place safely today. Then tomorrow, we will be wiped out by other factions. He said in a low, reassuring voice. Don't worry, they won't get away. Meanwhile, in that forest, Jiang Chen was focusing on collecting the dew. Just one drop will do. But the dew suddenly dissipated. He was stunned, not yet understanding what happened, his expression instantly contorted, looking even worse than crying. He stood frozen, mouth agape, but unable to make a sound. Then came Jiang Chen's heart-wrenching scream. Why on earth is this happening? I've been in this swamp for days, and I haven't managed to collect a single drop of dew. Instead, all day long I'm just being bled dry by these monsters, as if I were a sacrifice. To avoid it affecting the collection, I don't dare move even a single bit. Ice Peak Valley, if you are unjust, don't blame me for being heartless. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand to summon the array. The ground suddenly shook violently. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. If it comes to it, I'll follow the story of the foolish old man who moved the mountains. I'll drag this entire Ice Peak mountain here. I don't believe that I still can't condense even a single drop of frost dew. He only saw the distance between them and the snowy mountain. The giant one was rapidly shortening. Fufu angrily kicked him in the face. It's so cold, you jerk. Are you crazy? Hurry up and warm my feet. Jiang Chen didn't hold back and tossed her aside. Just endure it a little longer. Just one drop is enough. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly lunged out. A sudden electric surge swept through his body, making him jump and scream, "Ouch, that hurts." Before his eyes was a monster. With shaggy fur, it was glaring at him fiercely. Jiang Chen muttered irritably. Another monster without eyes, huh? And just when I'm in a bad mood, too. What should I do with you now? Fufu suddenly appeared and pleaded, "Hero, please stop." He asked skeptically, "Do you know that thing?" She explained gently. "Hero, this is the guardian sprite of the East Spring Valley. It's asking why you want to destroy this place." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, evaluating it. "A sprite? This thing? Don't you already know the reason? Tell it. Also, why can't I collect the East Spring Frost dew?" The sprite chirped a long string of sounds to him. Fufu heard it and turned to relay the message. The sprite says someone has stolen its power. The ice essence, origin, which is why the frost dew cannot condense. Even if you move the entire Ice Peak Valley away, you still won't be able to collect a single drop of real East Spring Frost dew, he asked irritably. Then where on earth is that ice essence origin? At the same time, on the other side of the castle, frost suddenly covered everyone present. Nitsi assessed the situation in shock. This is a god-tier domain ability. The castle was quickly sealed off by ice. The clan leader appeared and spoke with a sarcastic tone. I intended to stay hidden for a while longer, waiting to completely master the god-tier domain power before revealing myself. It seems I couldn't wait any longer. Goes. Give me a convincing reason as to why you had to use the protection talisman. Ogos panicked and defended himself. Clan leader. Summoning you here was not because I am incompetent, but because I discovered Something that you would definitely be interested in. This girl, what she possesses is likely the martial technique, long rumored on the continent, the formless energy. Interest appeared in his voice. Tell me about it, he hurriedly recounted. Legend has it that the formless energy can be unleashed. When the body is in an extremely relaxed state, it looks powerless and ordinary. But each move contains strength that surpasses the whole body. Clan leader, today you have reached the god-tier domain. On the whole continent, those who can trade blows with you are only those few people. If you could also master that formless energy, wouldn't it? The clan leader snorted coldly. You think it's that simple, god-tier domain? Using the laws and domain force to cover everything inside. The way to master power is already completely different from the 9th stage of the mortal spirit. But these martial arts might not necessarily be useful, a ghost stammered. I'm sorry, clan leader, I didn't think of that point. He didn't bother to hold it against him. Since you have such sincerity, I won't pursue this further. If it is truly as you say, then the formless energy might perhaps have other ways to be developed. At this moment, Sabik suddenly appeared. The clan leader stepped back slightly, exclaiming in surprise, Sabik, to think there's still a descendant of the rock crocodile. I allow you to speak. Saying that, his gaze rested on Neat Sea. He spoke slowly. I didn't expect the Finglon Kingdom to have a god-tier domain expert. I don't know how long it would take to surpass that one. Release her. And I might not hold this against you. The clan leader laughed mockingly. Young man, although the rock crocodile has been famous for years, you still don't seem to understand what a god-tier domain truly means. Ants have no right to speak. I can spare your life, but these people must die. The ice sword hadn't even touched Jiang Chen before it melted. Jiang Chen arrived and sighed, so cold. You look like a wealthy person, don't you? Even a little firewood, you're too stingy to burn. That's too miserly. He widened his eyes in shock and shouted, You can walk through my blizzard. Who are you? He didn't care. He just focused on the orb in the clan leader's hand. Ice essence. Origin, is that the toy in your hand? I want charge a management fee. Hand it over now. She suddenly spoke up, making Jiang Chen look over. Be careful, that old fool is capable of freezing everyone in the blink of an eye. Don't you dare get hit by that move. At this point, Neat Sea intervened. You must be Jiang Chen. He instantly flared up with anger. Dare to turn my sister into a living ice statue, huh? I will definitely settle this debt with you thoroughly. He sneered and scoffed, foolish ant. Do you think you can save them? Not to mention whether your tiny little flame can shake me or not. Ice and fire unleashed at the same time. To them, is nothing more than double the torment. The ice layer had somehow tied them up tightly. However, Jiang Chen's face didn't show a hint of panic. The clan leader waved his hand to summon a crowd of monsters. Perhaps you are a guy with some skill. 8th or 9th stage of the mortal spirit realm. But the gap with the god-tier domain is like a heavenly chasm. They swarmed forward to attack him. She saw it and yelled in despair, It's over. However, the monster's fist collided with a transparent membrane. They all stared blankly at the ice armor before them. He also raised his eyebrows in surprise. Condensed an ice armor in the blink of an eye. So you are a dual element, ice and fire ability user. Jiang Chen effortlessly destroyed the monster. If fire doesn't work, then ice will do just fine. The clan leader's face darkened as he muttered. No wonder you came straight to my door, ice essence. Origin is indeed a treasure. It can boost an Icealman ability user. If it falls into your hands, after practicing for 15 years, who knows? You might really be able to break through to the God-tier domain. As soon as he heard this, he replied, "That kind of thing. I don't need it." He roared in anger. Absolute cold domain. Ants are, in the end, just ants. Under absolute zero temperature, even your breath will be frozen. Then, let's end this. Jiang Chen raised his hand, signaling too loud. The clan leader was stunned when he realized his whole body had gone rigid. How is this possible? He calmly reminded, "Listen carefully. What the sound of true cold is like." As soon as he finished speaking, countless cold ice needles pierced into his body. The clan leader's eyes reflected the figure of Jiang Chen calmly executing his technique. He asked in despair, "My blood, my thoughts. Even my spiritual power is crystallizing." In the blink of an eye, the ice essence origin pierced through the clan leader's chest, leaving a large hole through it. Having dealt with him, he coldly gave his comment. "True cold is a silence so deep it can freeze even despair." Jiang Chen spoke calmly. "The most important thing is back in my hands. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the ice armor in front of him suddenly shattered. The clan leader, in the form of a remnant soul, declared resentfully, "You dare to destroy my clone, you brat. Sooner or later, I will settle this with you." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, evaluating. "Another clone? How boring. If you have the guts, come face me with your real body." Nietzsche muttered in shock. Even though it was just a clone, it was still a god-tier domain expert, Jiang Chen. Is he really this strong? He landed lightly, his expression still very calm. Jiang Lulu rushed over. "Are you okay? That's great. Just now when you weren't here, I was extremely scared." Jiang Chen comforted her gently. "It's all right now, Lulu." He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, although her strength is also incredibly bizarre, in the end, she's still just a girl. She confided anxiously, "I feel like a powerful strength surging in my heart, as if my body is being controlled by something. That feeling, I'm so scared." Nietzsche pursed his lips and thought to himself, the thing to be scared of. Isn't that God-tier, old man? He nodded and lamented. Anyway, it's good that nothing major happened. Jiang Lulu suddenly remembered. "Oh, that's right, big brother. This need has always been looking for you, wanting to spar with you." Killing intent suddenly surged around his body. "Did he also bully you?" His face turned pale. This pressure, compared to that person at home when he's angry, is even more terrifying. "Luckily," she explained. "No, he just stood up to protect us earlier." Jiang Chen immediately changed his attitude. "Thanks, you said you wanted to spar, right? It just so happens I'm free." Nietzsche smiled awkwardly. "This is not necessary for now. It's better to prepare for the tournament instead." He didn't force him. "That works too. Come find me whenever you need to." Nietzsche turned and breathed a sigh of relief. It's fortunate that I'm not an enemy of the Jiang family. But Jiang Chen's spiritual power is truly different from the one Jiang Lulu unleashed earlier. "I still want to confirm one thing." Jiang Lulu asked suspiciously. "What is it?" He suddenly made a strange request. "Can you punch me once?" She didn't hesitate and punched, sending Nietzsche flying. That's right. That's exactly the feeling. A moment later, Jiang Chen landed in the middle of the mountain range. "Earlier," he said indifferently, I've retrieved the ice essence origin. Now I can collect the frost dew, right? The sprite cautiously placed the ice essence origin on the ground. It suddenly turned around as if checking something. The sprite stared at the ice essence origin in its hand, its suspicion deepening. The next second, it tossed the orb away. Before Jiang Chen's bewildered eyes. What's the meaning of this? I'm warning you. Don't even think about scamming me. Fufu appeared once again. Hero, it means the ice essence origin is contaminated. It can no longer restore its power. He wondered, contaminated. Tell me, what else do you want me to do? She relayed the message. The spring was contaminated by the eternal winter altar. Meanwhile, at the clan leader's castle, he painfully spat out a mouthful of dark blood. To think they dared to destroy my clone. After so many years of sacrifices, the last thing missing is the bloodline of the battle-hardened warriors. Agos asked cautiously, Clan leader, are you all right? The clan leader said in a deep voice, Agos, I will give you one chance. If you succeed, I will help you break through to the 9th stage of the mortal spirit realm. He quickly replied, Please command me, clan leader. He ordered in a cold tone. Tomorrow in the secret realm, use the trap that I have set to kill everyone participating in the tournament. Agos asked worriedly. But clan leader, when the secret realm opens, won't we be restricted? The clan leader reassured him, Don't worry. I am the one who spread the rumors about this secret realm. To attract geniuses from all over the countries. There are still a few years until the real activation. But as long as these geniuses are sacrificed to awaken the winter god's dry bones, I can still receive the supreme power. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, I am also a member of the martial arts tournament. Could it be that I am also a target for the sacrifice? If not, why didn't the tribe leader tell me? It seemed as if the tribe leader could read Agos' inner thoughts. Rest assured, you are one of our tribe. I would naturally never harm you. I didn't say anything earlier. It was just that I was afraid of affecting the plan. Now I am only telling you. That is not proof that you are the person I trust the most. Why did he? I had no choice but to bow my head and obey. Understood. I swear to be loyal to the tribe leader until death. He wore a satisfied smile. Just wait until I get a firm grasp of the ice law. Jiang Chen, I will turn every inch of ground you step on into your coffin, using your own flesh and bones. Back in the deep mountains, Jiang Chen was standing blankly in front of a stone tablet. Is this even possible? As soon as he placed his hand on it, the entire stone tablet began to glow. Series of characters appeared one after another, followed by a brilliant pillar of light. It suddenly erupted, piercing through the clouds. When the dust and smoke settled, a giant glowing block of ice appeared clearly before his eyes. Jiang Chen, listen to me. Using the pure ice soul as the key, the true meaning of winter will be revealed. Young man, your spiritual energy has caused this secret realm to open 13 years ahead of schedule. He questioned impatiently. What is all this nonsense? Speak like a human. A door slowly opened before Jiang Chen's eyes. Let's go, the blizzard is coming, and you are the only light. Before, the entrance gate suddenly became chaotic with a series of questions. Supervisor. Weren't we told that only the top 30 of the martial arts tournament could enter the secret realm? The man was full of confusion. Why are we all here? Agos stood on the high platform. He spoke in a loud, clear voice. Welcome everyone to the martial arts tournament. We have heard about what Agos did. As the organizer, The Finland Kingdom absolutely does not allow this to happen. A ghost has been ordered by me to be removed from the tournament. Opening the secret realm now is considered the Finland Kingdom's compensation to the participants of the competition. The secret realm will be open for a limited time of 2 hours. How many treasures you can find depends entirely on your own fortune. The crowd below immediately erupted in cheers. Awesome, we get to play for free. I originally had no expectations at all. Seeing this, he whispered to himself, "Tribe leader, everything is proceeding according to your plan." The tribe leader, on the other side, immediately wore a satisfied smile. Very good, inside the entire fake secret realm are the rune traps I have laid out. For example, that fake entrance at 4 o'clock. Going in there will cause one to collapse in the hallway. Bent ice lotus is right in the middle of the air. You don't need to do anything. Just lead them into the traps, and you can complete the sacrifice. This task isn't hard, is it, tribe leader? Agos quickly expressed his sincerity. Assisting you is my supreme honor. I think it will definitely go smoothly. No sooner had he finished speaking. Around the arena, it was suddenly surrounded by layers of thick ice. His face instantly turned pale. The young man asked suspiciously, "Is this path still walkable?" Andy immediately made a suggestion. "How about we go over there?" Naitu wondered, "What are you doing?" Jiang Lu gently rubbed her head. "Isn't that me testing the path? Who knows, if we step on the wrong place, it might trigger a trap." Agos' face darkened as he questioned, "What is going on?" "Tribe leader, that trap zone is probably unusable now. It's that brat from the Jiang family again." "Tribe leader, do you need me to find an opportunity to deal with her?" He replied calmly, "No need. Besides, given your strength, you wouldn't be able to do it anyway. There are still plenty of traps in this secret realm. Be patient. There are still many things waiting for them." He immediately followed suit. "Understood, tribe leader." The tribe leader pondered, "And as for me, after recovering my body, I will go there to seize the power of the winter god." He asked suspiciously, "Why do you still want to go in? That old man is clearly someone from the Finland Kingdom. Are you not afraid he will plot against you?" She explained calmly, "I promised my big brother I would get into the top 5 of the martial arts tournament." Hearing this, Naitu could only sigh. "Fine then. No matter what, the Finland Kingdom will still give face to my family's position. I will go with you. Perhaps they won't dare to do anything to you." Jiang Lu laughed and complimented, "You're actually a good guy." His face quickly turned red. "I just want to get more information about Jiang Chen from you, that's all." She smiled and urged, "Let's go. Follow me and I will tell you." Nitu hurriedly called out, "Hey, wait." Inside the ice cave, Jiang Chen suddenly sneezed. He clicked his tongue and sighed. "We've been going around in circles all night. The guy at the entrance is also a mysterious person. Don't you, little devil, know where the altar is? What kind of guidance is this? Not saying anything, huh? It just so happens that I'm missing a fur coat here." Just at this moment, a stream of spiritual energy suddenly shot out from the sprite's finger. That stream of spiritual energy quickly turned into a mark, pointing directly at the wall in front. Jiang Chen had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow. Finally, going a bit further, Fufu threatened angrily, "If you ruin the quest item, just wait and see yourself failing the mission. You'll be stuck at rank 2 for the rest of your life." He put his hands on his hips and questioned, "So what do you want me to do now? Should I just smash this place up?" In the shadows, a pair of slit pupils suddenly lit up, accompanied by a slow, chilling laugh echoing out, "Just waking up. And already there are humans with such abundant spiritual energy here. I will accept this hearty meal." Jiang Chen was not afraid in the slightest, and calmly spoke up. "Am already in a bad mood? So I won't bother stooping to your level. Is there a perpetual winter altar around here? Tell me where it is." The ice serpent was choked with rage by this human. Then it turned and roared. "You stupid elephant, why aren't you coming over here yet?" The ice elephant quickly replied, "Coming." It fiercely charged forward. "Taste my giant tusk charge." He was immediately sent flying by the ice elephant's ram. The ice serpent happily praised, "Good. I will share a bit of this guy with you." Hearing that, the ice elephant angrily questioned, "What do you mean by sharing it with me? If it weren't for me, you would have been dead by now." It clicked its tongue in irritation. "Don't be so petty. I can smell the aura of a large group of humans coming from the north. Enough to feed us for months." Jiang Chen's gloomy voice suddenly rang out, "I was only asking for directions, but since you struck first, don't blame me." Both of them looked completely stunned. Still alive, a human, and Haze still intact. How is that possible? He coldly questioned. "I'll give you one more chance. Tell me, where is the perpetual winter altar?" The snow tiger slowly stepped forward. "I didn't expect a human to be this ignorant. You probably don't even know who we are. Let me tell you. We are ice beasts that absorb the spirits of the winter gods. Awakening, along with the opening of the winter god realm. Humans who come here looking for treasure. Like you have always been our source of nutrients." The ice elephant also approached step by step. "Consider it your misfortune to have stumbled into our lair. Don't worry, if you kneel and beg me, I'll let you be eaten in one piece. Quick and decisive, aren't you?" Suddenly, Jiang Chen clasped his hands together. Seeing this, the snow tiger laughed out loud. "What is this? Is this a special human prayer ritual? As expected of a human, both pathetic and troublesome." He smiled slightly and gently placed his hand on the ice elephant's tusk. "I am a kind person, born with a love for animals. Courting death." It panicked and wondered. Why can't I move?" The next second, Jiang Chen exerted force, snapping its tusk like a dry branch. The ice elephant shrieked in pain, "My tusk." He still calmly remarked, "Use this to scratch your itch and get rid of your parasites." No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Chen struck it down. The ice elephant, crushed and in pain, continuously begged for mercy. "Spare my life," it pleaded in terror, eyes widening as it saw Jiang Chen suddenly approaching. He calmly sat down on its head and spoke. "I still prefer the way you looked so majestic earlier." The ice serpent was shocked, thinking, "This human definitely has issues." The ice demon also cautiously suggested, "Should we take this chance to run?" But the snow tiger refuted, "Don't panic. I just realized one thing. This human's moves, although fierce, all rely on that long horn in his hand. Although the mammoth is very strong, he's just a fool who only knows how to charge hidden. The strongest part of its body is the horn. So it's perfectly normal that he couldn't defeat it." It nodded in agreement. "Makes sense. Human bodies cannot be compared to ours. So they can only borrow things from our kind to use as weapons." The snow tiger surged with killing intent. "Let's try a different approach. As long as I find an opening and manage to dodge that long horn, I can smash him to pieces." The ice serpent chimed in. "True. The opponent is just a human after all." Let's go, we'll coordinate with you. They were like blood pumped, collectively charging forward. Then let's charge. The snow tiger quickly calculated every possibility in its head. First, pretend to attack hidden. Then duck down to the lower left corner. And he won't be able to touch me with that horn. Just then, Jiang Chen noticed their movements. The tiger was ecstatic when it found the blind spot. This is the moment. Crippling one of his legs first. But before it could take a single bite, the ice armor sealed the snow tiger's face. It looked at him aggrievedly. How are you kneeling at my feet? Do you want to kneel down and lick my feet like a dog? I said it earlier. I already took off the ice armor on my body. Jiang Chen only intended to restrain it. But unexpectedly, as he used force, the snow tiger's body broke in two. He was a bit apprehensive, explaining, careless, I might have used too much force. There's no other way. Does anyone else want to end up like him? The ice beasts witnessed the scene, and collectively fled. Run, run away. Jiang Chen, annoyed, clicked his tongue. What are you running for? At this moment, the snow tiger lying at his feet weakly spoke up. It wasn't the longhorn. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the secret realm, the group of contestants was facing the ice giant. He dodged the blow while cursing. This guy can copy our abilities. Andy gloomily added. Not only that, my half-moon slash can only be unleashed 3 times, but this thing can use it over 10 times. The sounds of swearing rang out continuously. Do their spiritual energies never run out? Ago's lips curled up in amusement. This area can awaken the ice demons set up by the chieftain, but based on your skills, you certainly won't be able to break it. Just obediently accept your sacrifice. Is this the end? He knelt in despair on the ice floor. Are we really going to die here? Just then, the group of ice beasts suddenly rushed in. The ice serpent shouted in panic while running. I've already blocked the passageway leading down, so we should be able to buy some more time. The ice demon also urged them to run fast. I don't want to be crushed like those two. But before they could run, they exploded. Under the horrified gaze of the candidates, the ice demon suddenly shouted, Wait! The ice snake looked back suspiciously. Why aren't you leaving yet? What are you thinking about? It gritted its teeth. Transformation consumes so much energy. We're almost exhausted. Why not use other humans to replenish our stamina a bit? Through the communication mirror, the patriarch spoke tentatively. Agos, how is the current situation? He was filled with doubt. Reporting, Lord Patriarch. A swarm of beasts in the secret realm suddenly charged out. Was that also prepared by you? Hearing that, he was also stunned. A swarm of beasts, you say? Are they beasts with bodies covered in ice? Agos quickly confirmed, exactly as the patriarch said. Is there a problem? The patriarch suddenly laughed with interest. They are ordinary ice beasts. They only awaken before the true secret realm opens. Could it be, I see? The withered bone, Eastern god, has sensed my power. That's why the secret realm opened ahead of schedule. And this divine power is waiting for me to take it. Listen, Agos, stop those ice beasts. You must not let the participants be eaten by them. He frowned suspiciously. Stop them. But didn't you say to let them die? He suddenly retorted excitedly. It's different. Only if they die by my hand can it be considered a sacrifice. Otherwise, it will all be in vain. Agos didn't ask much and quickly accepted. I understand. On the other side, the ice snake kept insulting. You idiot. Are you still thinking about eating? That human could arrive at any moment. The ice demon angrily threw Andy and the other away, then roared. If you want to go, then go. That's right. As for me, I will definitely eat these two humans. As soon as its words fell, it was attacked from behind. The ice demon was confused. Looking back, is there still a human who doesn't know fear? He also widened his eyes at the sight. So it had no effect. Lord Patriarch, these ice beasts are at least 8th stage mortal rank. Plus their monster bloodline. I'm afraid I can't stop them. The Patriarch angrily scolded, You fool. Don't you want to take another step forward? Even stepping into the God domain rank? Success or failure depends on this time. Hurry and use all your flesh and energy. A ghost could only obey. I understand. I will use this body to stop you. Don't you dare touch them. The ice demon didn't listen and swung its fist. He hurriedly dodged that unexpected attack. But it was too late. The fist carrying a gale smashed directly into Ago's face. Under the overwhelming power, he was like a kite with its string cut. Tossed into the air, the ice demon didn't stop and launched a flurry of punches. Agos lay there weakly, his face swollen. Lord Patriarch, it's really not that I didn't try. It picked Andy and the other up, declaring arrogantly. Since you want to die so badly, wait until I finish eating them, then it'll be your turn. Hearing that, Agos could only cry out in despair, It's over. Just then, a sudden gale arrived, cutting the ice demon in half. He sat up in shock. It's him. Jiang Chen sighed in relief as soon as he landed. Luckily, I didn't hit anyone and landed safely. I almost forgot there were two people here. He immediately waved his hand, summoning magic to catch the two. They were facing a forest of sharp ice before them. Without hesitation, Agos immediately pretended to be dead. Andy asked as soon as he landed safely. What happened just now? Lu Juan replied quietly. It seems we were surrounded by ice beasts just now. He looked at Jiang Chen with gratitude. Big brother, did you save us? He waved his hand slightly. It's not important. The ice beasts. Where did the ones you mentioned go just now? Andy narrowed his eyes to remember, then pointed in one direction. It seems to be over there. Jiang Chen reminded. All right. There might still be ice beasts here. Go past these two and find a safe place. After giving instructions, he quietly turned and left. He was lying flat on the ground when he suddenly, weakly pleaded. You two, give me a hand. He rushed over to help Agos up. Lord Supervisor. Why are you here? He replied with a righteous air. Ice beasts attacked. I am the supervisor. Of course I must protect everyone's safety. But then the mask suddenly fell off, revealing his face. Agos, both of them shouted in unison. Wait, you're Agos. Before he could understand what was happening, he took a punch to the stomach. He questioned angrily. A despicable person, like you, actually has the nerve to pretend to be a supervisor and sneak in here. Lu Juan punched and scolded at the same time. You must be jealous of the treasures in the secret realm. Beat him until he's crippled, then throw him to the ice beasts. Agos hurriedly tried to justify himself. But he was surrounded and beaten by both of them. Wait, listen to me, Andy. Was still furious and pulled out a giant block of ice. Using this will be more satisfying. His face turned pale as soon as he saw it. What do you want to do, Daunt? He completely ignored the plea. Holding the sharp ice block, he stabbed it into Aga. A surge of intense pain immediately spread through his body, making his eyes bulge as he let out a cry of agony. Meanwhile, the ice snake had slithered to the altar's entrance. It looked back anxiously. This human's aura is getting closer and closer. At this rate, it'll be caught sooner or later. No, let's choose this spot. It fixed itself. By biting hard onto the opposite ice bank, it couldn't help but feel smug. Perfect hiding spot. I absolutely won't be discovered. A group of candidates suddenly appeared, and then cheered joyfully. Everyone, look. Does that place look like it has some treasure? Xiao Feng was full of excitement and urged them to check it out. Lucas, however, was a bit cautious and stopped them. We should still be a bit careful, in case there's an ambush. Before he could finish his sentence, Andy walked up. Don't be in a hurry. Let this guy test it first. I originally planned to bring him here, to let everyone vent their anger. He coldly let go of his hand. Ego's body immediately slammed onto the ground. Andy vented all his anger with a kick. Now is the time. If there really is an ambush, let him test it. Before he could do anything, his whole body landed on the giant body of the ice snake. In an instant, a ghost flew straight to the highest platform. A surge of magic energy suddenly erupted, making the group stunned. Everyone look, what is that? Before everyone's eyes, a giant stone tablet suddenly rose up. A stone tablet, the whole group immediately became noisy. As expected, there is a treasure, first come, first served. Meanwhile, the ice snake, disguised as a bridge, could only secretly sigh in despair. This is bad, Lucas thoughtfully introduced. Look, everyone. This is the Eastern God tablet. On the tablet, it says, those who come here can obtain an Eastern God secret treasure before leaving. Furthermore, you can also channel spiritual energy into the tablet to determine your talent points. Andy continued. If the stone tablet determines that the total talent points of everyone exceed 100,000, then the remnant soul of the Eastern God will be summoned. He will choose one person to receive the Eastern God's divinity. The group, upon hearing this, all nominated themselves for the divinity. Do we actually have a chance to become a god? If that's the case, then let me try. The ice snake saw this and felt extreme regret. If I had known, I would have checked the surroundings clearly. I wouldn't have hidden here. Now, not only can't I eat these humans, but am even helping them reach the throne, whatever. With the abilities of these low-level humans, they absolutely cannot awaken the Eastern God. As soon as he placed his hand on it, he saw all of his information. Are my talent points only 10? 3. The group was shocked upon hearing 10. What on earth? Achieving 5th stage at 17 years old is already considered a genius in any country. And yet, it's only 10 points. Does it mean we need 10,000 geniuses to receive the divinity? 1 million, without thinking much, he reached out his hand. Whatever, I'll try to. Lucas also gritted his teeth and followed suit, contributing his effort. Complaints kept ringing out, 72, 26. Even if we all combine, we don't even reach 500. Well, divinity isn't that easy to obtain. At this moment, Nisi slowly walked up. What are you doing? Andy hurriedly grabbed his hand. Don't ask, just come and test your talent points. Seeing the stats on the stone tablet, everyone was stunned. It surpassed 10,000. Do we have hope now? He calculated thoughtfully. In that case, we only need 9 more geniuses like this to awaken the remnant soul of the Eastern God. Miss Jiang, why don't you try too? We've all heard about your strength. Lulu smiled shyly but still reached out her hand. I probably can't do it, right? As expected, she still couldn't do it. Is this stone tablet broken? The Eastern god laughed heartily. It's been 1,000 years. Finally, there is the spiritual energy of a brat, filling this empty house. With just one person's talent points, it's already over 100,000. Who is Lulu? I allow you to kneel before me. Lu Juan exclaimed in shock. What does that mean? Miss Jiang's talent points alone have already surpassed 100,000. Lucas was also stunned. Is there some mistake? Being doubted, he angrily scolded. Mortal, shut up. I am the Eastern god, holding the title of the Lord of Oblivion. I do not allow you to doubt me. Come up here, your talent deserves to be blessed. She stepped forward a bit hesitantly. A second later, a crown of thorns appeared above Lulu's head. Wear it, and you will receive my divinity. Representing divine punishment, freezing the world of these brats. However, she didn't agree and asked, Excuse me. Can I refuse? Upon hearing that, the Eastern god's eyes bulged in anger. What? The Eastern god roared, Lulu. Do you want to refuse my grace? Lucas was equally shocked. I must have misheard, right? Nisi frowned and blurted out, Are you serious? Lulu explained shyly. Because being a god is too much trouble, isn't it? The nuns who believe in the divine already have enough daily restrictions. No eating hot pot, no reading novels. Then being a god must be even more troublesome. That answer immediately made him choke on his words. Troublesome, just for that reason. He suddenly showed a resentful face, and replied instead, I don't find it troublesome. Xiao Feng glanced at him with disdain, as if it's your turn. His self-esteem being trampled made the Eastern god fly into a rage. Stupid, ignorant mortal. Go down to the frozen lands and reflect on yourself. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared. Hey, is there anyone who forces people like this? His murderous gaze quickly locked onto the person who just arrived. He wasn't afraid at all and even criticized the god. Aren't there still many people who want to become one? Just pick someone else at random. The Eastern god was about to erupt, but suddenly paused. Your talent actually surpasses even Lulu's. In that case, Jiang Chen didn't need to hear the rest and refused beforehand. I also have no intention of inheriting any divinity. Having to go to work every day? Working for you is even more miserable than working 996 in a factory. Tell me, where exactly is the altar? After being rejected twice, he completely lost his composure. You commoner ants. You actually dare to use a candle's light to measure a glacier. Witness it, mortals. Witness the dignity of a god. Why can't you overcome it? From now on, the rules of this land will be set by me. Mortal, what I descend is not oblivion, but incineration. That concept has been erased. The elimination has just been activated. All movements were instantly neutralized. The gloomy voice of the winter god echoed. Your time no longer has a past or a present. You will be trapped in the future for eternity. A fire suddenly erupted behind him. Jiang Chen gently rotated his arm as if warming up. Putting out the lights like this, what exactly are you trying to do? Is this, Lulu? The winter god was slightly surprised. You still remember her. I have already erased her past. You shouldn't have been able to recognize her. He can neutralize the rules I set. But how could a mere mortal do such a thing? One must at least possess a godhead to have such ability. Human, who exactly are you? If you possessed a godhead, why can't I sense it? He clicked his tongue and slammed the ivory tusk into the ice. Stop spouting such nonsense. Let me tell you something. Lulu is the type of idol who cares deeply about her image. The last time I posted an unedited photo of her, I was scolded all night long. Bring her back here immediately. Otherwise, I don't care if you're a god or whatever. The god's expression darkened instantly. Whoever blasphemes against the gods must pay the price. Fufu suddenly appeared and reported. My lord, it says the source of the altar's power lies in that remnant soul. Destroy the remnant soul, and the altar will be destroyed. Jiang Chen summoned his soul-breaking blade and smiled, replying, Got it, take this hit from me. You're quite agile for someone so old, aren't you? The god stared wide-eyed, wondering, the soul-breaking blade. How does he have this? He didn't let his guard down for a second and continued to attack. One blade isn't enough. Then take another one. The winter god raised his hammer high. A low roar carried overwhelming pressure. Stop right there. As soon as he spoke, Jiang Chen was frozen solid. The god sneered as he approached, a lowly human. Managed to make me exhaust almost all my divine power. I had to maintain the domain in such a small range to affect you. But no matter, this is the end. I set the rules. Your speed, your strength, even the courage to resist me. All will vanish. He sighed in boredom. How troublesome. I really can't move this time. The sprite suddenly jumped out of Jiang Chen's ice pit. He looked speechlessly at the back of the sprite, running for its life. Trying to desert now. But when no one was paying attention, the sprite suddenly stopped. Its tiny feet stepped hard on a button. Immediately after, a giant crown suddenly soared into the air. The winter god gritted his teeth and hissed. It's you, so this was your power, huh? I won't let you succeed. Once I finish off this human, you won't have any ability left to resist me. Die. The sprite rushed over without a second thought. It gritted its teeth, using its tiny body to block the crown. Fufu secretly transmitted a message. Hero, he has been weakened. Now is the time. Jiang Chen quickly gathered all his strength. Shattering his icy prison, he swung the soul-breaking blade with murderous intent. Goodbye. Before he could realize the danger, the sword aura struck, carrying terrifying force. The winter god only managed one miserable scream before disappearing completely. As soon as the winter god vanished, the crown seemed to lose its soul as well. A wave of black mist carrying the Grim Reaper's scythe, along with a butterfly, suddenly appeared. All the blocks of ice, holding everyone captive, shattered one by one. Lucas stared blankly at his hands. What did I just witness? Andy narrowed his eyes, wondering naively. The winter god's soul was shattered by a human. He sat down heavily and lamented. At least we survived. It's just a pity those treasures aren't meant for us. But the next second, Andy suddenly jumped up and pointed accusingly. Do you know what you've done? The winter god has always been my faith. I didn't come here for any treasures, but to admire the winter god. But why did you? Now, my support, my faith, all my beautiful hopes, have all been destroyed by you. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. I don't need these things. You guys can take them and split them. The crowd cheered excitedly upon hearing that. Really? Thank you, big brother. That's awesome. But the joy didn't last long. They were once again trapped, sealed in ice. Stop right there. The chieftain appeared with a dark, sinister smile. As expected, arriving on time is better than arriving early, right? The air is filled with such abundant ice elements. This must be a sign that the soul remaining of the winter god has awakened. He said with a hint of disgust. You again? The old man gritted his teeth. Boy, the debt for destroying my clone is time to be repaid, isn't it? Watch closely. Domain full activation. This is the true power of a domain. The power closest to that of a god. Here, the flow of elements, the trajectory of time, are all decided by me. Jiang Chen scolded, annoyed, so troublesome. Andy looked at the scene and hesitated. Is this domain a bit too weak? Xiaobang added. It's so small, the runes aren't even glowing. Tranfong nodded, agreeing, but his tone betrayed clear sarcasm. It's a fake anyway, so the power isn't even 1/10 of the winter god's remnant soul. Even this. The chieftain exploded with rage upon hearing the chatter. Just ants, what are you making so much noise about? Wait, no. Why can they still talk? Could it be that my domain's laws aren't mastered thoroughly? Before he could think, he had already teleported above the old man. Want to fight? Then I'll finish this quickly. Jiang Chen, without saying a word, delivered a kick that sent the chieftain flying. The old man crashed into a distant ice mountain like a broken kite. The chieftain fell face first, looking extremely miserable. He sat up, shocked. Impossible. August, huddled in the corner, stuttered, Chieftain. But the chieftain was still wallowing in that humiliation, a human in the mortal realm. How can he resist me? He hurriedly advised the chieftain. Let's get out of here quickly. The winter god's remnant soul has been... The old man roared in anger. If that's the case, then there's only one way left. Agus gasped, Chieftain. But before he could say anything, he was drained by a surge of power. I sacrifice you to obtain the winter god's response. The chieftain declared madly, Jiang Chen. The only reason for your failure is one thing. You angered me. I have been preparing for this day for 80 years. Today, I will use my mortal flesh to contain the winter god's will and return here. But his indifferent attitude instantly made the old man freeze. What does that mean, Aunt? Why are you looking at me with those eyes? This sprite, who was lying in a corner, sat up. Hey, passing the buck. Why don't you tell him? Lucas refused immediately. How can I say something like that? Didn't you hear him say he's been preparing for 80 years? Too pathetic. Truly too pathetic. The chieftain quickly realized something was wrong. No way. Why can't I sense the winter god? Did the sacrifice go wrong? The ice elements in the air are also gradually disappearing. What on earth has happened here? A surge of spiritual power suddenly flooded into his consciousness. This is August's memory. Before his eyes, the image of Jiang Chen defeating the winter god with one blow replayed once again. The chieftain's jaw dropped in disbelief. The winter god's remnant soul has been... Seeing this, he slowly walked over. Along with your winter god? Turned into ashes. As he finished, Jiang Chen's pressure blew him away. The chieftain collapsed, mumbling desperately, a clown. It was actually me. But he still cursed Jiang Chen with hatred. Don't think you've won yet. Killing me means ruining their plan. Those people won't let you off. Seeing him vanish before finishing, he cursed with annoyance. Hey, can't you finish your sentence? Forget it, I have no interest anyway. What needed to be done is done, you understand me, right? If there are more tasks, don't blame me for being unkind. Stop playing dead, get up. The next second, the sprite transformed into a human. Thank you, human. Even I didn't expect everything would go so smoothly. She shyly introduced herself. I am the Frost Speaker, Elvira. I was once a primordial fairy. The supreme intellect of the Ella continent. The winter god was just borrowing my power, that's all. Before she could finish, a hand reached out towards Frost's collar. Jiang Chen coldly lifted her up. Supreme intellect, huh? Let me see how tall you really are. There are two types of people I hate most. 1. People who beat around the bush and don't tell the truth. From the beginning, you wanted me to eliminate the winter god, right? Frost blushed. Sir, please let me go. These things have their reasons. The continent of Frost floated in the air. Looking down at Jiang Chen. The origin of the Ella continent is the 7 god thrones, held by the 7 primordial spirits. The power of the spirits represents the laws of the world. Jiang Chen held up 2 fingers, looking at them absent-mindedly. Skip the unimportant stuff. Keep it brief, Frost. She closed her eyes, seemingly displeased with Jiang Chen's attitude. To inherit the power of the laws and become a god. Sounds good. But it's actually just a futile illusion. Frost then glanced at him. Even if he could inherit the winter god's power, he would just be a pawn of the Congress and become part of the rot of this continent. But Frost looked straight at Jiang Chen, smiling slightly, to prevent this from happening. I planned everything. So, there's someone even more dangerous manipulating him, right? Jiang Chen's face showed his confusion, waving his hand. Aren't you the supreme primordial fairy? Why didn't you do it yourself? Was it due to something like energy depletion? Frost glanced at him. I didn't lie to you. Then Frost said calmly. It didn't disappear. But my power comes from the continent. So, I can sense it. She continued to float, saying decisively, this might not be the Ella continent. Jiang Chen shouted in surprise, what? His eyes glared. If it's not Ella, then where could it be? She folded her arms, looking indifferent. Sorry, I don't know either. That's why I needed to confirm it myself. Jiang Chen reached out and grabbed her leg. Wait a minute. Frost held Jiang Chen, asking him in a flat tone. Do you really think ID work for free? Ah, right, winter essence liquid. He looked at her with confusion. She opened her mouth, and a milky white liquid flowed into his hand. Jiang Chen yelled. Can't you be more hygienic? Is this really okay? She looked at his grim face. Rest assured, it is absolutely pure. Even if you put it in a fire-fighting furnace, it won't melt. Frost looked around. All that is left to do is the chaotic spiritual power and snatch a little more time. Small ice shards began to crack. The ice fragments scattered everywhere. Frost shouted loudly. This place is about to freeze over. Quickly grab the treasure and leave now. Jiang Chen remained calm. Forget it. Although it's a bit complicated, at least there was some harvest. Fufu appeared from behind. Don't go, little brother. You still have a huge reward you haven't collected yet. The tiny ice shards continued to fall incessantly. This idiot. It seems he'll have to rely on Fufu after all. She flew up. She blocked the falling ice shards with her technique. A red swollen bump appeared on Fufu's head. This work-related injury debt. I must make that guy compensate for it. Inside the castle, Jiang Chen leaned against a garden shovel. Is this something I have to do? Is this what I'm supposed to be doing? Fufu stood gently on a branch, looking toward Jiang Chen. This is what Fufu risked her life to save. Why can't you treat her better, little brother? Jiang Chen nodded slightly. I know, heavenly radiant water. A system notification popped up. Advanced quest, protect the maturing seed. A golden beam of light shone directly in front of Jiang Chen. The rocks and soil were blown away for a short distance. Jiang Chen looked at the scene, surprised. Heavenly radiant water is a spiritual liquid, containing growth energy. It should grow up very quickly now. Then, his expression shifted to shock. It withered. Fufu hopped from the back to the front, scolding him, "Stupid little brother, are you trying to be lazy?" Fufu looked like she wanted to shout at Jiang Chen. This seed needs to grow completely naturally. Any kind of spiritual power meant to force its development will have the opposite effect. Jiang Chen frowned and looked at her. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The sky was very clear at this moment, with white clouds drifting lazily. The town seemed to be bathing in the beautiful sky. Yinya and Suequan sat facing each other. On Yinya's shoulder was a black crow. Zuequan wore a smug smile. "Crow, don't make a move later. I'll be the one to take Jiang Chen's life." Yinya looked disapproving. "Zuequan, are you planning to swallow the reward all by yourself?" Zuequan glanced at him. "Crow, others might not understand me. But don't you understand me?" Suequan squinted and smiled faintly. Although Renz was an idiot, to be able to escape his hands alive. There is no doubt that Jiang Chen's strength is above the 8th rank. Being this way, he is already considered a genius in the National Council. After all, his eyes suddenly sparkled. And what I love most is crushing geniuses. Hearing them moan and struggle in my hands, there is nothing more satisfying than that. Yinya's face remained unchanged. Looking at him, I think it's better to be cautious. What if he is the one who actually killed Renz? Zuequan laughed loudly, full of spirit. "Him? How could that be, Crow? You've been too cautious as an assassin these past few years. Have you scared yourself silly?" Then, he gritted his teeth. Judging by the residual spiritual energy at the scene, it is that Renz couldn't absorb Dong Shen's power and suffered a backlash himself. This is the only possibility. Yinya still tried to persuade Su. Regardless of that, I don't want to make a mistake. Once I discover Jiang Chen is problematic, I will act immediately. He softened his tone and agreed. "Fine, fine. Then, well, do as you say." Zuequan looked happy. "I can sense it now." He said smugly, "Sure enough, it's the aura of a genius. I didn't expect to find him so soon." Zuequan asked the tavern waitress, "Hey, do you know someone named Jiang Chen?" The waitress replied, "Is it that guy downstairs? Mr. Jiang Chen. He is an acquaintance of our boss. And he's also very close to the Jiang family." The waitress and Zhu looked down at a figure standing below. And this person is clearly not. He is just an ordinary person from the Jiang family. That's all. Suequan asked back in confusion. An ordinary person. Zuequan yawned loudly. An ordinary person with such potential? Jiang Chen. You really do make me more and more curious. Then, his face darkened. This guy, it must be him. With such powerful strength. Another person was looking at Yin and Zuequan from upstairs. Zuequan continued. That is Jiang Dong. He also has a brother named Jiang whose strength is not bad either. He's not the one either. Yinya wiped his mouth with his hand. Yinya called out to Zhu. Hey Suequan, look over there. A blue-eyed werewolf and a spirit beast. With 2 wings like a demon. An 8th-rank divine beast and a malignant spirit. Can they operate under the sun? The waitress then explained. That tiger is the king of Beiji Mountain. I heard the boss say. Because he was impressed by Jiang Chen's strength. He voluntarily became a guardian of the Jiang family. Yinya looked thoughtful. That's not right. If even the Jiang family's bodyguards have this level, then we may have miscalculated Jiang Chen's strength. Zui Quan, let's go. This matter needs to be reconsidered. Suequan expressed extreme desire. With an irritated attitude. Give up now. A genius of this caliber, at the very least, I must kill one. What about that Jiangdong guy? Yinya said helplessly, you're crazy. I'm leaving you be. Ziwequan walked out, frustrated. What a stubborn old man, with our strength. We could completely kill one. And run away, the waitress shouted after him, grimacing. You still haven't paid the bill. Suddenly, someone stood behind them and shouted loudly. Jiang Chen stood majestically in front of Zhu. His voice was mocking, didn't you hear? The person upstairs is asking you to pay before leaving. What's the problem? Running away over a cup of tea. Brett, Suequan said without looking at Jiang Chen. Brett, who are you to be meddling in my business? Jiang Chen stood there, unperturbed. His voice was clear. I have no status at all. My name is Jiang Chen. Suequan looked straight at Jiang Chen. He asked with half suspicion. Jiang Chen, are you really Jiang Chen? Zuiquan sniffed hard, smelling the fragrance radiating from Jiang Chen. Something's not right. He clearly only has to and drank strength. Jiang Chen watched Su advancing rapidly toward him. His eyes showed surprise. Why didn't I notice him approaching at all? That shouldn't be possible. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his face a little tense. After solving Dong Shen's remnant soul, my spiritual power increased by quite a bit. I can sense things for over half the town. It's a bit complicated to explain. Zui Quan cast a glance toward Yinya, who was hiding behind a wall. Half the town. Yin. How strong do you think the strongest soul art master can generally be? Yinya put his fist forward, his voice firm, and the duration is not very long either. As far as I know, at most, they can probe a few dozen meters around them. Suequan looked at Jiang Chen. Is this guy joking? Solving Dong Shen's remnant soul. If Hei's joking, Hei's taking it a bit too far. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, looking at Suequan with boredom. Let's put that aside for now. If you are just here to stroll and look at the scenery, that doesn't matter. But unfortunately, I can sense your killing intent. Jiang Chen gripped the sword in his hand, glaring at Zi. Then I can't just let it go, Suequan. With an irritated attitude, this Jiang Chen is not so simple. A red flame burst out around Zui. Anger, I've changed my mind, Yinya. Let's attack together. Zui Quan rushed toward him quickly. I don't believe you're really that strong. Go to hell. He reached his hand out in front of Jiang Chen. Zui Quan flew into midair. The sword in Jiang Chen's hand also turned red. He was covered by a layer of cold ice. In his eyes, he couldn't hide his surprise. I am. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a burning red color. Sorry, you're too strong. If I let you make a move, the whole town would likely be flipped over. So, I have to freeze you. Suequan felt as if he had been insulted. With just one strike, he could easily erase the technique he had spent 15 years being proud of. Frozen inside, he looked at Jiang Chen opposite him. He thought to himself, the people I've dealt with. What kind of genius are you? Jiang Chen put both hands in his pockets, looking at him in the ice with cold eyes. Jiang Chen, you are the true genius. To die in the hands of someone like you is a pleasure. Yinya turned his head to look at the panic-stricken face. Careless, I discovered that Suequan is in trouble. Yinya rushed forward rapidly. When you feel a move can't be made, you should retreat early. He bumped into Jiang Chen, who squinted and asked him, "Where are you trying to run, friend?" He blocked Jiang Chen and put one hand on the ground. Lord Jiang Chen, I didn't intend to attack just now. As long as you let me go, I guarantee I won't step half a step into the northern town. The malignant spirit stood there, resting a hand on his chin, asking Yinya, "Who do you think the master is? Coming to assassinate when you want to, and wanting to retreat in one piece when you find it impossible? How can there be such a good deal?" The voice carried anger, shouting, "Die for me." Yinya executed his technique. 5 purple rings of light appeared from his palm. A real malignant spirit, do you think him easy to bully? The malignant spirit's eyes were blazing red. The 5 purple beams passed through the malignant spirit's body. But the malignant spirit escaped in a flash. Appearing above his head, here, Yinya turned his face with a long glare. The phantom malignant spirit bared its teeth and rushed toward Yinya. Go to hell. Yinya's face turned gray, slowly falling to the ground. The malignant spirit stood in front of Jiang Chen. Yinya lay motionless underneath. The malignant spirit's voice was a bit coquettish. "Master, why did it take so long for you to come see me?" The malignant spirit grinned. "While you weren't here, I guarded the house well, the crystallization between you and me. I also nurtured it well." Jiang Chen looked at the malignant spirit in surprise. He asked, "When did I have this thing with you?" The malignant spirit sounded reproachful. "Men are all the same. Did you forget, Master, that night?" A giant, golden blade appeared between the two of them. "I'll warn you first. If you talk nonsense, this soul-breaking blade, I won't be able to control it." The malignant spirit, with teary eyes, hugged Jiang Chen's leg, begging, "Master, don't do it, I was just teasing you." A cloud of red smoke was exhaled from the malignant spirit's mouth. In front of Jiang Chen, a second malignant spirit appeared, but it was much fainter. "Master, you forgot. This is the clone you bestowed upon me." The malignant spirit closed one eye. The other glowing red. "Clone technique?" His voice said gently, "Your clone. The condition doesn't seem very good." The malignant spirit closed her eyes, smiled, and looked proud. "But now my strength is too strong. The spirit energy usually cannot satisfy me anymore. Little Wei, I don't eat people, so I can only rely on absorbing death energy to survive and cultivate." The malignant spirit stood closer to look at him. "A while ago, I visited the Emperor's tomb. There is death energy from the monarch's remains left behind. Even tasting just a tiny bit is enough to hold out for a long time." The evil spirit's phantom rested its chin on his shoulder. Her face looked somewhat comfortable. "But those rotten monarchs all have the protection of the holy light. Not only that, the holy light and death energy fuse together within the imperial mausoleum. Chaotic spirits are thus generated. To Lulu, it is extremely toxic." The evil spirit continues, "Lulu just wants to try and cultivate. To repay Master Jiang Chen." She fidgeted, looking to one side, then switched to the other. She didn't know which evil spirit to look at. Why is it so difficult? This world has too much malice toward evil spirits. Jiang Chen suddenly became curious. "Wait, you said there is chaotic energy inside the imperial mausoleum?" He looked at the evil spirit sternly. "Where? Lead me there at once." The evil spirit smiled fondly at him. "Master." Jiang Chen tossed his head back. He glared at the evil spirit, the Imperial Mausoleum is extremely dangerous. Master is actually willing, for Lulu's sake, to enter such a dangerous place. His tone was somewhat defensive. I just want the chaotic energy, that's all. Of course, it's also convenient to help you guys carry some death energy. The evil spirit looked at him with overflowing affection. No need to say it, Master, I know everything. You definitely want to help me cultivate a few more clones to strengthen our forces. Jiang Chen looked annoyed. He clenched his fist and held it in front of the evil spirit. Say one more word and I'm really going to draw my blade. The evil spirit was terrified. Sweat trickled down her face. I'll take you there now. In front of the gate of a large building, the evil spirit looked at Jiang Chen, cautioning him. Master, you must be careful. There are 3 very powerful ones at this entrance of the Imperial Mausoleum. Jiang Chen looked up at the building in front of him. He wondered, how strong could they be? The evil spirit looked at him with glowing red eyes, serious. I dare not say they are stronger than you, Master. They are strong because they simply cannot be killed. Scene changed to a magnificent, majestic castle. Jiang Chen spoke up. Why did you call me here? Ling Lan smiled coldly. You failed your mission. Because Ren's died, the people above are very dissatisfied. Jiang Chen responded indifferently. That was his own stupidity. Lacking strength but still wanting to absorb the ancient god's remains. I also sent an assassin after Ren's. By now, he must already be a corpse. She couldn't help but wonder, so what? Ren's was to become the proxy for the Eastern god. To become our pawn. It was a major matter that we had been planning for over 10 years. But you just had to give him the ice crystal source first. You loser. Do you really think you have the level to control a godhead? He asked, what should we do next? She continued, to fix things for you. We have no choice but to use the 3 in the Imperial Mausoleum first. On the other side, Jiang Chen was focused on something. That tree, it looks like it needs chaotic spirit energy as fertilizer. I was worried about not finding any place. Lucky that Lulu knew. But what happened here? The stones were all carved with the same words. And they all carried the same implication. He wondered, seek death. What is this? Who is seeking death? Suddenly, a monster appeared with a ferocious look. Next was a battle between 2 monsters. Jiang Chen was surprised. So that's it. That must be the monster Lulu mentioned. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching his attention. Little brat, what are you looking at? Why aren't you coming down here? Let me tell you, getting hit by them causes terrible injuries. Come over here quickly. Jiang Chen comforted the old woman. I'm far away, it's fine. She sighed slightly, wondering. Little brat, you don't know the Imperial Mausoleum is dangerous. Why do you still want to enter? He explained briefly. Grandma, this place has things I need. Chaotic spirit energy and the Imperial death energy. Do you know where they are? She was startled. Chaotic spirit energy. Pani closed her eyes as if sensing something. Then she coughed a few times and reached out her hand. Her hand was already covered in fresh blood. Pani cautioned, time is running out. I cannot help you. I will only show you one path. Enter from over there. And you might find the chaotic spirit energy. The Imperial death energy is also nearby. Jiang Chen was concerned. Grandma, are you all right? Do you need any help? Pani replied, you definitely can't help me. Listen to me, once you get the items, leave quickly. I can send you out. In his heart, he felt no killing intent. This old woman probably doesn't want to harm me. She cautioned him once more. Remember, you only have 1 hour. Within 1 hour, whether you've finished gathering or not. You must come back here and wait for me to find you. Absolutely do not run around. He walked away, responding indifferently. Understood. Pawnee closed one eye, her voice becoming curious. This movement technique. The silhouette of Jiang Chen, looking down from above, appeared very steady. He looked around. Curiously, so much chaotic spirit energy. Suddenly, Fufu appeared behind his back. She shouted, "Hey loser, pick it up quickly." After picking it up, Fufu still needs to go out to eat. Jiang Chen looked toward her curiously. There's someone else. The warning voice of Seng rang out, if you don't want to die, leave quickly. But then, suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Jiang Chen walked over, concerned. Are you all right? She replied with disgust. Get lost, don't touch me. He sighed. If it weren't for just having been checked by that old woman, I wouldn't be this kind-hearted, okay? Isn't there a saying? As long as everyone contributes a little love? I'll leave you here. If you need anything, just say so. She spoke up. Just go, can't you understand? In his heart, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Is there something wrong with this guy? He threatened in a cold voice. If you don't want to leave, then die here. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, looking at him. That's not the one I saw when I entered. From behind, a monster lunged toward him. There was another monster, lunging at him from another direction. He laughed coldly. The three that Lulu mentioned, it looks like that's enough. Jiang Chun's expression was cold, waving his weapon. He struck down, taking down the monster. They fell backward. His voice carried a sense of calmness. Finished, collected the death energy, time to the fragments of the creature gradually reassembled as before. The monsters seemed to have been resurrected. Jiang Chen looked at them with a detached gaze. Can't kill them? Then let's see if you regenerate faster. Then I burn my spiritual power. A monster pounced toward him. He crooked his finger, and the monster immediately tumbled down. The hat on the monster's head fell off, revealing a familiar face. Jiang Chen paused. Wait, that's that old woman. On the other side, a group of people were tied tightly together. Tolan, face bruised, complained quietly, my head hurts so much. Jiang Chen said coldly, finally awake, are you? He wondered, who are you? Forget it, it doesn't matter. You lot, get lost. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and beat you to death. In his heart, this guy is quite interesting. Clearly a devil, yet all of them told me to run. Sang gritted her teeth. You're not dead, how is that possible? Pawnee sighed. It seems I have to commit more killing karma. It's really giving people a hard time. He said coldly. Please, you guys should clarify the situation a bit. It was you who, after being defeated by me over 10 times, are now tied up here. If you want to kill me, you need to have the skill to do it. Tolan was astonished. You mean, Sang continued. We were defeated by you over 10 times. Pawnee was astonished. After speaking, they laughed out loud. Finally, there's someone who can kill us. That's right, we can finally be liberated. He wondered, is this something worth being happy about? They introduced themselves arrogantly. Brad. We were the 3 supreme geniuses of the Ala continent. A few hundred years ago. Pony Tolan sang. We heard there was an ancient god's remains here. We came here together to absorb the remnants and gain power. But we didn't expect that god to be a fallen god. We were surrounded by chaotic aura, and we absorbed the fallen god's power. And also became demons who only knew how to slaughter. thirsting for fresh blood. We relied on swallowing fresh blood to regain our sanity. But that requires hurting people. If we don't hurt people, we will become crazed and bloodthirsty again. This is a death loop. Tolan shouted, even though we tried every way to commit suicide. Due to the immortal power of the fallen god's aura, we couldn't do anything. So we could only seal ourselves here, to avoid going out and hurting people. Jiang Chen lowered his head slightly, his expression unclear. No wonder. This imperial mausoleum is all messed up by you guys. And there are please kill me carvings everywhere. He pleaded desperately. Brett, if you have a way to defeat us over 10 times, you definitely have a way to kill us, right? She continued. Please, give us a comfortable end. He laughed heartily. Bring out your weapon. You said swallowing fresh blood can recover your sanity. Sang answered honestly. That's right. Fresh blood can temporarily suppress the fallen god's evil aura. But the amount required is truly too large. Without hesitation, he slashed a line across his hand. Drops of fresh blood spilled from his fingers. Jiang Chen said with confidence. Try this, Tolan frowned, looking at him like a foolish brat. I advise you to give up becoming a demon like us. Isn't something a single drop of blood can solve. Jiang Chen interrupted, don't be nervous. If it can't be solved, killing you won't be too late. Then he decided to open his mouth to swallow his blood. All right? Fine. Suddenly, his body erupted in a bright red flame. His entire body was uncomfortable. He cried out in muffled tones. Yes, Pawnee noted, so fast, it's coming again. Sang continued, it's useless. Brett, do it. Tolan suddenly blinked playfully. Feels so good. Not only is the fallen god's evil aura suppressed, I can even maintain my demon form. Pawnee laughed heartily. Tolan, is this for real? He replied, not only that, calculate it back and forth. A drop of blood can suppress the fallen god's aura for 1 year. But if we maintain the demon form, only half a year. Seng was astonished. It lasts that long. Brett, what is your identity exactly? Jiang Chen replied, identity doesn't matter. I guessed that dragon blood has the effect of suppressing these evil demons. It really is the case. She suspected. Dragon blood, could it be that you? He interrupted her. I am not a dragon. It's just that for some reason, there is a dragon's heart in my body. Pawnee couldn't help but sigh, little brat. No, this young master. For hundreds of years, we never thought we would have a day of recovery. You chose us to have a second life. They spoke in unison, the three of them. We swear to serve the young master. From now on, through mountains of blades and seas of fire, we will not refuse death. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then replied, very well. You have been down here for so long. Go do what you want to do. When I need you, I will find you. Sang spoke up. Then I have to leave the cultivation world. Open a tea shop, water flowers every day, make tea. He was surprised. That's a good idea. What about me then? On the other side, a voice sounded. Boss, a cup of tea, Sang replied in a sweet tone. Okay, come here, drink slowly. The customer took a sip of her tea. Then the customer complained, damn it, this tastes awful. Sang, sir, what's wrong? The customer frowned. This tea is sweet to the point of being bitter. Do you know how to make anything? If you don't know how, then don't do it. She bowed. I'm so sorry. It really gave you a bad experience. Please wait a moment. I'll go make a new cup for you. In her heart, thank you, young Master Jiang. Being a person with a gentle face, staying away from slaughter, this is good. When she brought the new cup of tea out, the customer was already far away. Where is the person? On the other side, the customer was walking down the road. With a smug look. What is there to be careful about regarding the small town in the north? They're all a bunch of losers. When they meet us, they all have to be careful. Sang followed closely. Sir. Sir, you haven't taken your tea yet. The customer kicked over the cup of tea. Are you annoying? I am not eating. Stop bothering me. She apologized with guilt. I am sorry, sir. I am sorry for the trouble. Little devil, are you sure about the intel? According to the final information from the Dark Crow, the northern border is swarming with powerful monsters. After that, all contact was lost. Those two must have taken the black money and slacked off. Don't worry, once I kill Jiang Chen, I will return. A voice echoed from behind him. I said in not eating, he snapped irritably. Are you sick in the head? A monster appeared behind him. Pardon me, what did you just say? He screamed in agony. Monster,